Chapter 5:21. The space was silent for a while. Danny stared at the red dragon with a complicated expression and asked, "How much more can you tell me about Sheepegg's secret?" Obviously, the red dragon, who had no regrets about sacrificing himself for Sheepegg, would never betray Sheepegg. The red dragon seemed to be deep in thought. After a while, she said emotionally, "I knew you were his enemy, so I didn't want to say anything. But when I saw you and the two little dragons, I couldn't help but think of us. Let's talk about one last thing." The red dragon sighed and continued, "Sheepegg and his brothers gave birth to the 13 Fire Peaks. Sheepegg's cousin gave birth to the Valeglia Dragon King clan. In other words, you and Sheepegg have the same ancestor. Back then, after Sheepegg became a demigod, he used blood magic to change the bloodline of all his clan members to the true dragon blood. So, the Valeglia Dragon King was born close to the Megalosaurus, and his blood naturally contained great power. Therefore, all of your achievements today are all thanks to Yongdan." Danny understood the red dragon's meaning, but she would not respond to the other party's hint. The conflict between her and Sheepegg was irreconcilable. Sheepegg wanted to swallow her, but she was not the red dragon. She would not give up easily and even planned to swallow Sheepegg instead. "Sorry, even if he's my father, I'll still kill him." Danny shook her head with a determined expression. "Then, let's fight." The red dragon soared into the sky. It was no longer weak and amiable. Its eyes were like lightning, and its aura was strong. Chains of magic runes appeared out of nowhere and surrounded its body. The dark red space was like a nightclub with its lights turned on. The sky and earth were so hot that they were blazing red. Like a steel furnace, like a magma lake deep in the earth's core, it was filled with heat and blinding red and white light. This was the true form of the demigod Megalosaurus soul space. Even the rune chains started to flicker with sparks. In an instant, the rune chains grew rapidly like real chains, spreading and entangling Danny and the two dragons. Unlike the dragon slayers who fought with their souls, the dragon slayers could make use of the runic matrix in the horn flexibly. The attacking rune chains had the effect of sealing and trapping the enemy. Since the other party was so straightforward, Danny didn't dawdle either. The heat had no effect on her. In the face of the oncoming chain, she did not block it head-on. Instead, she summoned her second dragon spirit. Little White and Big Black turned into streams of light and merged with her soul. Soul strike. Tut. Visible milky white sound waves spread out from Danny's body. When the rune chains came into contact with the sound waves, they were like glass being hit by a hammer. Crash. The rune chain shattered into tadpole-sized magic characters. However, the runes seemed to be able to grow indefinitely. Walala. Ka ka ka. As the runes in front of her shattered, more and more runes appeared behind her. Gradually, a sphere of golden-red runes formed 5 meters around Danny. Between the red dragon and Danny, the rune chains became denser and denser. The entire space was like a surging sea of rune chains. Without a doubt, the Dragon Slayer's fighting skills were much better than the Dragon Slayers. She knew that her soul without god power could suppress other Megalosaurus and dozens of pterosaurs, but she stood no chance against the demigod Big Black. Therefore, the red dragon tried everything to use the horn's own power to wear down Danny and the two dragons' soul power. From the outside, the blinding runes on the horn in the Dragon Queen's hand were disappearing as quickly as they appeared. "This attack is ingenious, but I've already gotten used to it. Now you should use your trump card, or you won't have another chance." Danny opened her arms and pushed her palms forward. Her powerful soul power forcibly separated the sea of chains between her and the red dragon. At the same time, the second soul started to enter the wind song state. The Grand Wizard's 9-colored vortex also spun rapidly, injecting a huge amount of magic power. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Dragon Queen's silver hair fluttered in the wind. In this magma world that only had fire and blood, a tornado gradually rose. With the blessing of the blacksmith, divine title, and the input of the power of faith, the dragon flame magic power turned into blacksmith dragon flame. Boom, 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 boom. Extremely bright red flames joined the tornado and dyed the wall of storm a crystal-like bright red. The wind helped the flames, making the flames stronger. Dragon Queen was in the center of the tornado. The flaming storm pierced through the sky and ground, crushing the magma flames and rune chains that surged over, and then sucking them into the tornado. Burn, annihilate, and turn them into soul and single runes. Yes, this was the Red Dragon's soul space. The flames and rune chains that surged over were filled with her soul power. The Red Dragon's soul had a weak, fire song divinity. Like the sheep egg soul in Benny's Sea of Consciousness, it could increase the quality and magic power of Danny's 9-colored vortex. Within a day, she began to upgrade for the second time. Regardless of whether it was the sheep egg Valerian or the red dragon Valerian, they both became great supplements for Danny. Danny seemed to be fated to meet Valerian Chungxiang. Why is your soul so strange? Not only can it resist the demigod dragon flame blessed by Fire Song, but it's also extraordinarily tough and almost undamaged. The great wizard's meditation technique wouldn't have such an effect. The red dragon only thought that her soul was lost normally in the Battle of Souls. She didn't realize that Danny was absorbing her soul. That was why she lost her composure the first time, because of Danny's second soul's indestructible characteristic. It was just as unbelievable as when Danny found out that the three-eyed crow's soul was indestructible back in the apple orchard in the northern region. Yes, theoretically speaking, there should be some damage in a battle of souls. Even if Danny had the upper hand, her vitality should be greatly depleted, and she should be panting. It was impossible for her to be so calm. It seemed like her soul was still strengthening. Illusion. It must be an illusion. Instead of worrying about my soul's characteristics, why don't you worry about yourself? Your soul is weakening, Danny said strangely. Indeed, the red dragon's originally solid body was gradually becoming illusory. It was as if she had turned from a solid body into an illusion. The horn didn't have a master, so the red dragon could only use her own power to deal with Danny. However, she had given her magical power and divine power to the sheep egg, so she only had soul power left. In other words, she had to rely on her soul power to maintain such a huge battle. However, the red dragon's tone was very indifferent. I'm not even afraid of death, so what if my soul is destroyed? It seems like you won't surrender. Danny sighed and suddenly expanded the range of the fire tornado. Rumble ka la la la, large amounts of rune chains collapsed and were crushed and burned into single runes, which were collected by the Dragon Queen. Soon, the runes disappeared, and the space that was as hot as a steel furnace returned to its previous dark red and cold state. The solid red dragon turned into a translucent crystal state, and at least half of her soul power was lost. Danny floated in front of the red dragon, and the fire tornado around her disappeared. She stared at the other party's crystal red vertical pupils with a complicated expression and asked, "You're already dead, and you've tried your best to resist. Why don't you surrender to me? I won't force you to tell me Sheep Egg's secret, so why don't you reveal some of Valeglia's secret techniques?" No, if you learn the secret techniques, you'll only hurt Sheep Egg. This betrayal of Sheep Egg is 10,000 times worse than death. The red dragon's voice was weak, but her tone was firm. Then, there's no other way. Danny was prepared to destroy the flower. An old female dragon was also an old flower. However, just as she was about to summon another fire tornado, a sudden change occurred. In the real world, the light from the horn in her hand had completely disappeared, and the runes carved on the horn cracked one by one. In the end, the horn made from the dragon horn turned into fine sand and drifted with the wind. In the spiritual space, a ray of light shot from the void and shone on this dark red and cold space. Ka, ka, ka. Cracks appeared on the dark red soul wall that projected white light. In an instant, the cracks on the wall were like a spider web. The red dragon sighed and said, "Danny Leezy, you're too careless." Danny could feel that she was quickly distancing herself from the red dragon. They were no longer in the same spiritual space. The red dragon flapped her wings freely and soared above the 9 heavens. Her figure gradually became blurry, and her voice faintly sounded. I used the horn's runic array to deal with you, but you destroyed it all. Have you forgotten that it was those runes that bound me to the horn? Destroying the runic array is equivalent to freeing me. You have to know that I'm Sheepegg's soul mate, and our souls are one. After talking with you for so long, I also noticed that you have many secrets. I'm sorry, I really like you and your dragon, but for Sheepegg, goodbye. The red dragon's figure became more and more blurry. She seemed to want to cross time and space and immediately return to a certain place. You're already in such a state, and you can still communicate with it? Danny was surprised. The red dragon was shocked. The other party was not flustered and exasperated, but instead was calm and composed. It's time for me to go. The red dragon flapped her wings and disappeared. She entered a starry night world. She was like a shooting star. She followed a suction force and streaked across the sky, falling into, hee. Where can you go? Danny said with a smile. What? The shooting star was attracted by an invisible force. The red dragon's face was distorted. She looked at Danny, who was standing on the white dragon's back with her hands behind her back, and shouted in fear and confusion. How can this be? How is this possible? This is a dragon spirit. You can break my dragon spirit? Even a true god can't do that. Hissue the second one. Little White had a pitiful look in her eyes. She sent a spiritual wave to the old senior. The second one? The red dragon was confused. She was indeed the second one. The last unlucky person was Valamir. Danny had a green prophet meditation technique that was even more perfect than the three-eyed crow, but she could not sneak into other people's souls silently like he could. However, she also had a part of the green prophet's special ability soul fusion. After she absorbed the spiritual essence transformed from Valamir's soul, she could follow the weirwood and cross the mountains, rivers, and forests to track the shapeshifters who were about to take over the wild wolves. She had also absorbed the spiritual essence transformed from the red dragon's soul. Naturally, she could follow the wind and track the red dragon who was about to use his dragon spirit. In an instant, her field of vision increased. She went past the yellow road, past the crooked willow tree, past the cornfield, past the forest, and above the sea. She caught up with the red dragon. You have nowhere to run. Surrender, Blackie said. Well, Dahe and Little White, one in the front and one in the back, wrapped the red dragon in the middle. Kill me. The red dragon closed her eyes and sighed. Okay. Danny did not hesitate. She first used a soul attack to knock the red dragon dizzy. Then, she used a tornado of wind and fire to trap the red dragon. Chapter 5:22. A whoop, the red dragon wailed. Like pork in a meat grinder, her scales were scraped off layer by layer. Her flesh and skin turned into specks of light and disappeared. Because she was a soul, her old skin peeled off and new skin grew. The cruel process repeated over and over again. It looked extremely tragic. Blackie turned away, unable to bear to watch. Little White simply closed her eyes. After a while, when the red dragon's soul was only a quarter left and her body was as thin as a phantom, the storm dissipated and Little White made way. Danny sighed and said, You said before that when you see me, Little White, and Blackie, you think of you and Sheepegg. Seeing you now makes me, Blackie, and Little White feel the same uncomfortable. Sigh, go. The next time we meet, we'll fight to the death. The red dragon looked at them silently, with a complicated gaze. The two dragons disappeared into the void in the blink of an eye. In the real world, the moment Danny returned to her body, the red dragon also completed its dragon spirit.
Smoke sea.
The seawater was boiling and bubbles were bubbling. The surface of the sea was filled with thick steam that smelled of sulfur. There was a volcano in the sea, flickering with dark red light under the surface. In the lava lake under the volcano, there was a collapsed temple. In the temple, Balerian's statue trembled slightly. Child, your horn was destroyed? Damn it. How did you get hurt like this? This was the anxious shout of a young man. Father, don't worry, I'm fine. Danny Rise is very strong, to be able to block your dragon spirit and mine. I guess she has mastered the Green Prophet's secret art. This was the Red Dragon's tired sigh. I swear, I will kill that bitch to avenge you. Perhaps, after devouring her, I will be able to go one step further and become a true fire god. A true god's power is limitless. It won't be difficult to revive you. Then I can fulfill my promise back then, and the young man's voice was filled with hatred and endless love. Myrene, the top garden of the Golden Pagoda. The afternoon sun was scorching, but Dani seemed to not feel it. She stood on the thick wall and closed her eyes to sense carefully. She really is hiding in the smoke sea. After a while, she opened her eyes, and there was a hint of playfulness in her cold gaze. Sheep-egg, you have entered the countdown to death. What the Red Dragon didn't know was that Dragon Queen had secretly used spirit bestowment when she used the wind and fire tornado to strip her of her soul power. This time, Dani did not absorb it herself, but gave it to the Red Dragon. The Red Dragon was in great pain from having its soul torn apart. It did not notice that its soul had increased, the total number was decreasing. Dani stripped the Red Dragon's soul and turned it into a large amount of spiritual substance, which naturally contained a rich amount of A-type spiritual substance. Spirit bestowment could format the Red Dragon's type A will. The Green Prophet's second ring soul could fake the formatted type A will. Although it appeared to be formatted and devoid of any personal imprint that could be absorbed by any living being, it actually carried the faint imprint of the Dragon Queen. It was a very, very weak imprint. Sheep-egg could not detect it, but it was barely enough to locate the Red Dragon's position. Well, he was far from being able to carry out Dani's whispers. It was absolutely true that Dani was moved by the Red Dragon's loyalty and sacrifice to Sheep-egg. But being moved was one thing. Life had to go on. Being moved this time could not remove the hostility between her and Sheep-egg. Just like how Dani admired Jack, the young leader of the Spear Regiment, but still arranged for him to have a miserable ending. Dani was very magnanimous and approachable to unimportant people. She almost did not have the airs of a queen, so much so that Aegon always believed that she was the most amiable aunt and the closest person to him in the world. Dani had a certain amount of sympathy for ordinary people and would help them as much as she could. For example, rescuing Hejin or the 50 million gold royals purchase plan. However, towards those who were hostile towards her and had the ability to harm her, Dani could be absolutely ruthless. For example, faceless Jia Koans teach you to become a dead ghost meditation technique, and at this very moment. So, what if they defeated the Allied army's attack this time? Whether or not they could kill Jenny was another matter. Even if they could, Jenny was the same as Benny, just one of Balerian's tens of millions of souls. Even if they killed her, there would be tens of thousands of others. Was Dani going to be entangled with Balerian for tens of thousands of years until the end of the world? Impossible. But she did not even know the location of Balerian's main body. Even if she wanted to use 5,000 Iron Men to attack him, it was impossible. Until the Red Dragon appeared. It had been dead for thousands of years, but it could still communicate with Sheep-egg's dragon spirit. This was the first time Dani knew that the dragon spirit's effect was so strong, and she deeply understood what it meant. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As long as she left a locator in the Red Dragon soul, Sheep-egg, who had merged with the Red Dragon soul, would have nowhere to run. Now, her guess was confirmed. She really could sense the location of Sheep-egg's main body. At the bottom of the smoke sea. New guys. As an ordinary house of the Allied Army's headquarters. Grazdan, Prince Ristig, Casallo, New Guys Zanetti, and the other Allied Army generals and representatives gathered in the conference room. They did not talk. There was silence in the room, but no one spoke either. Everyone was doing their own thing. The Snake Lizard Island Pirate King was chewing on a sour grass leaf. Zanetti was smoking a pipe, with his eyes narrowed. Chui Go was holding a glass of red wine with a dazed look in her eyes. Grazdan was reading a paper book from Slave Base seriously. Some were drinking tea, some were taking a nap. Only Zero was the most anxious, as if there was a burning coal under his butt. He fidgeted and looked around. At this moment, He stood up again and walked to the window to look at the crow's nest in the distance. Unfortunately, he did not see the raven he expected. He stomped his feet and said, "It's been almost 2 days. The raven should be here." Zero raised his head. Immediately, someone who was also extremely anxious spoke up. "What do you think? Is it possible that the wildfire general intercepted our raven? The pterosaur is faster than the raven. That bastard comes to New Guys every day. Maybe he just happened to bump into it?" The possibility is very low. The scholars of the Westeros have verified that the raven is psychic and has very high intelligence. They think that the raven is the bird with the strongest survival ability and will automatically avoid danger, Chuega said, shaking his head. "Sigh, I haven't been able to sleep for the past 2 weeks. Before, I was worried about the wildfire general's bombing, and these 2 days, I'm anxious to know about Sir Benny's sneak attack. God bless, let a raven bring me the news of Myreen's recovery. Let me sleep in peace." Zero put his hands together and closed his eyes in prayer. The representative of Ko Chang Island had dark circles under his eyes and looked tired. Hearing this, he nodded and said, "Me too. I'm always worried that the wildfire general will throw a kerosene bomb on my roof. I heard that General Jaime and his family of 7 in the south of the city all died in the bombing?" Yes, after burning down the visible wooden buildings at the docks, Tyrion began to burn down the noble district in the south of the city, specifically looking for the luxurious houses. He even had a map of New Guys with the locations of the noble families and high-ranking officers. In the past few days, Tyrion had also achieved the achievement of holy shit, killing hundreds of nobles and allied generals. The deformed magic monkey with a green helmet, green armor, and green cloak even became the nightmare of the city, turning into the green demon in the old nanny's story of New Guys. Its status was almost equivalent to the deviant ghost in the old nanny's story of the northern region. Braavos seems to be afraid of the mystic dragon. Using the reason of signing a contract with the Dragon Queen, he refused to accept the mission of assassinating Aegon for Faceless One. Since that's the case, why don't we use the money we saved to buy the life of the Green Demon? Someone suggested. Yes. Perlo, the current mayor of Toros, immediately nodded. Now that I see green armor and green cloak, I have a psychological trauma. Spending hundreds of thousands of gold coins to clear my mind is completely worth it. Zero gritted his teeth and said. Soon, the plan to assassinate the imp was unanimously approved. Tyrion and Aegon were once again facing difficulties together. Half an hour later, Zero, who was bored, stood up and went to the window to observe the crow's nest with his binoculars. He jumped 3 feet high, waved his hands and shouted, "There's a messenger crow. I saw a raven fly into the crow's nest. It can't be wrong. Mad Eris sent a letter." After saying that, without waiting for a response, he immediately ran out of the meeting room and ran straight to the crow's nest. After a full 15 minutes, Zero still hadn't returned. The excitement and anticipation in the hearts of the allied generals turned into nervousness and uneasiness. "Why are you taking so long?" Chuega frowned and asked dryly. The sunlight shone through the frosted glass, casting a shadow on the square face of the Kaiyuan war god. For some reason, he suddenly had the illusion that he was dreaming of Kaiyuan. "It's over. The Black Wings brought black news. The sneak attack failed." Zero's sobs came from outside the door. Then, 2 soldiers carried a stretcher into the meeting room. Zero was lying on the stretcher, wiping his tears. "My lords, Commander Zero was too excited and accidentally fell from the stone steps of the crow's nest and sprained his ankle," the soldier reported. No one paid attention to the soldier. They all stared at the letter in Zero's hand with fear in their eyes. "What do you mean?" Tears of joy. Chuega twisted his neck and asked softly. "Woo-woo, it's over, it's all over. We've fallen into a trap. How can that woman be so cunning? Why didn't I notice it at Quars?" Zero cried. The room was filled with cries. War God Graz, Dan stepped forward, grabbed the letter from Zero's hand, and read it quickly. After a while, he handed the letter to Zanetti, who was looking at him, and staggered to the window. He looked up at the clear blue sky and sighed. As expected, no matter how many schemes, it's better to fight steadily and surely. This is all my fault. I didn't follow the principle of build a strong stronghold and fight a foolish battle. If I took risks, I would have fallen into a dangerous situation. How cunning! She painted the black dragons green and disguised them as winged dragons. How can she be so cunning? Zanetti cried after reading the letter. What do we do now? We've lost another 30 dragons, and we don't know how many that woman has captured. New Guise is in danger, the representative of Ko Chang Island said fearfully. What else can we do? Ask Materis to send the Winged Dragon Knights over. The Winged Dragon Knights will cooperate with the 2nd and 3rd fleets. We'll use the dragon-slaying crossbows to make up for the Winged Dragon's inability to spit dragon flames, and the Winged Dragon Knights to make up for the fleet's weakness in aerial combat. We're not weak. If we fight openly, we'll at least be on par. War God Graz, Dan regained his composure and said with determination. Then, the war god said with a serious expression, High Priest Jenny suspects that we have too many people on our side and leaked the plan to attack Myrine. What do you think? It's possible. Chuega nodded in agreement. Chapter 5:23. Chuega looked at his colleagues suspiciously and was the first to stand up. The Dragon Queen might have guessed that the Winged Dragon Knights would attack the 3 cities of Slaver's Bay. But she couldn't have known our specific targets. Myrine, Kayuan, Astapor? It's all possible. She shouldn't have known the exact path of the Winged Dragon Knights. Look at the way she assassinated Commander Bennett. How could all of this be a coincidence? There's a traitor among us, Prince Reese said firmly. The meeting room was silent. They looked at each other with suspicion and vigilance. The harmonious and friendly atmosphere of the meeting had become oppressive and awkward. The war god glanced at Chuega and said in a low voice, I believe all of you are not spies of the Mother of Dragons. There are too many people who know about the ambush plan. The most likely possibility is that the information was leaked from the low-ranking officers. Yes, we are all targets of the Mother of Dragons revolution. Only idiots would be spies for her, Senator Volantis said. Yes, the others are fine, but how could the Mother of Dragons let us go? Even Chuega seemed to be convinced and nodded. That makes sense. Soon, everyone reached a consensus. The spy might be real, but it had nothing to do with the representatives. The meeting room was filled with a lively and sincere atmosphere again. Zanetti shook the letter in his hand and said, Priest Jenny wants us to send a messenger with a high enough status to Astapor to ask about the possibility of redeeming the prisoners. It would be best if we could redeem the captured Winged Dragon Knights. Winged dragons are easy to get, but riders are hard to find. It takes months to train a knight. The elephant soldiers and cavalry are already preparing to leave Materis and conquer Myrine. Time is tight, and we can't afford to delay. Who's going? It's useless, no one. The Dragon Queen is a smart person. Releasing the prisoners and then going to the battlefield to make things difficult for herself? Chuega shook his head. We can try. Redeeming noble prisoners is a Westeros custom. Besides, even if she wins every battle, some of her subordinates might be captured by us. We can only return if we come, Grazadin said. I'll go. She and I have a past that is hard to miss. Even if the negotiation fails, there won't be any danger. Zero volunteered on the stretcher. You have a past with the Demon Mother of Dragons? The representative of Ko Chang Island widened his eyes in surprise. It was a wonderful time. Zero's eyes were blurred as he said with an intoxicated expression, that year, under the guidance of fate, I only brought 2 followers and traversed 1,000 miles of red purgatory. A dragon that only searched for miracles. In the ruins of a place called White Cloud City, I met her and saved her along with her centaurs. I brought camels for them, and camels with them to carry water and food. After that, we went south together. During the day, she was like a little bird with a strong thirst for knowledge, chirping around me to ask about the local customs of the world. Fortunately, I was experienced and knowledgeable, so I was able to answer every one of her tricky questions. At night, we sat around the fire, looking at the stars and the moon, and discussing fantastical stories. For example, the legend of the megalosaurus that came from the explosion of the moon. When we arrived at Queers, I lived with her for several months. We drank the world's most expensive wine, tasted the world's most delicious food, and used the world's most gorgeous satin to sew her beautiful clothes. If it wasn't for the fact that she always wanted to return to King's Landing and I didn't want to leave my hometown to deal with the cunning Westeros, we would have married long ago. Sigh, the past is like smoke. When I look back, we are strangers. Before we parted, she made me a golden jacket. I wore it to see her. No matter what she looks like now, I will miss her when I see her. Everyone was dumbfounded. Their outlook on life was about to collapse. This bald man with a nose studded with jewels had such a glorious history? Was there any justice? Was there any law? They were 10 times more handsome and 10 times richer than him. Why didn't they encounter such a good thing? Marry the Dragon Queen. What a shocking and splendid achievement it would have been for all eternity. You're not bluffing, are you? The Pirate King smacked his lips and asked suspiciously. Hee, who doesn't know about this in Queers? Zero sneered proudly. Chuega looked at him enviously and said, if it were me, I would give up everything to Cough, to correct this world-class mistake and teach her to follow the right path. Sigh. If I knew this would happen, I would have sacrificed myself back then, Zero said regretfully. The Kaiyuan battle god lowered his head and sized himself up. He was tall and sturdy, and his physique was robust. He then touched his face. It was angular and square. Then he thought about his family's wealth and status. It was better than Zero's. Sigh. The war god sighed. After the meeting, the war god secretly found Zero and said, Chuega is suspicious. He might be the Dragon Queen's spy. Zero was shocked. What? Didn't you say? To calm everyone down and not alert the enemy, I could only say that. Grazadon waved his hand and said seriously. Why? Chuega is Prince Rhys, a slave owner. Zero was confused. The war god shook his head and said, I don't know why, but my guess is not baseless. First, Chuega announced that there was a spy in the meeting. It's very likely that he's a thief pretending to be a thief. Secondly, Garth Hyder is Linny's brother, which means he's Chui Ge's brother-in-law. Gods, I wouldn't have noticed if you didn't mention it. Zero slapped his forehead and said, Chui Ge's wife died in Rhys's Passion Garden. She was burned to death by the Dragon Queen. Then, he officially married Linny's Hyder. Garth was Daenerys's White Knight and Linny's second brother. Now Linny's is in New Gith. She probably knows about our plan. Sigh, I was too careless. I shouldn't have discussed such a secret in front of so many people. Yes, Linny's was promoted from lover to wife of Prince Chuega. The last time she passed by Rhys, Dany accidentally landed in Chui Ge's Tower of Babel. In order to survive, Linny's told the Dragon Queen almost everything she knew about the location of the steel weapons. At that time, she played a trick and borrowed Dany's knife to kill Chui Ge's first wife. Dragon Queen burned down several high-class passion gardens, burning dozens of princes and dozens of nobles who participated in the mass movement. Chui Ge's wife was in one of the passion gardens. Don't doubt, the lives of the nobles in Rhys were simple and filled with the most primitive interests. Sigh, the relationships between Westeros nobles are too complicated. It's hard to guard against them. Zero sighed. Glasden said in a low voice, Chui Ge's way of promotion is also very strange. It seems to have something to do with the Dragon Queen. What do you mean? Zero was surprised. Chui Ge's bloodline isn't noble. He doesn't have the right to be Rhys's representative. However, almost all the princes above him died in the hands of the Dragon Queen. Moreover, when the Dragon Queen arrived in Rhys, the first place she went to was Chui Ge's Tower of Babel. I'll arrange for people to keep an eye on Chuega and his wife. When you go to Astapor, you can also secretly test Dany and Liz. With your wisdom and charm, you should be able to do it, right? Of course. Zero agreed, without hesitation. Astapor, the steel mill in the south of the city. Beside the forging furnace, Tobu shouted loudly. A group of blacksmith apprentices quickly added charcoal to the 6 furnace openings and stirred the drum with all their might. Fresh air flowed through the iron pipes and whistled into the furnace. In the middle of the furnace, an orange flame rose 7 to 8 meters high, like a spear that pierced the sky. The heat was like a tsunami that didn't stop. It spread in all directions, causing everyone's cheeks to turn red and their bodies to sweat. It's about time. Tobu licked his dry lips and looked at the dragon queen expectantly. The furnace was built in a spacious courtyard. The forging furnace was hexagonal and made of red bricks. The sides were 1.5 meters long and 2 meters high. On each side, there was a large window filled with charcoal and a mouthpiece connected to the blower. On one side, there was also a smelting room made of natural graphite, and a steel sword was placed inside. Generally speaking, 6 ordinary furnaces were put together to heat the smelting room in the center. According to Tobu's incantation, a number of living people should be thrown into the fire opening in the center of the furnace. Then, the incantation should be chanted to sacrifice the black goat and use the black goat's divine power to smelt the steel. But Danny vehemently rejected the idea of blood sacrifice. She spent a lot of effort and finally got the position of blacksmith for Big Black. Now it was time to test the results. Big Black ignored the high temperature of the furnace bricks and directly laid on top of it. Its mouth was aimed at the fire opening in the center. The blacksmith returned to his position. The power of faith and magic combined to form the blacksmith's divine power. Boom! The bright glazed red dragon flame was like a water column that flowed through the fire opening into the smelting room. Danny stepped forward. The heat wave blew her soft silver hair over her shoulders. She kept chanting the incantation to smelt the steel, but the magic in her body did not decrease. But Big Black's divine power began to be consumed rapidly. Like a trickle, it flowed into the steel sword in the forging room. Well, the smelting incantation invented by the Call people did not consume their own magic. Blacksmith Tobu had no magic at all. The incantation only borrowed and guided the power of the evil god. And the steel sword seemed to have become a deep pool, greedily absorbing every drop of divine power. The blacksmith works hard day and night, arranging everything in order. The hammer bellows, the furnace fires, creating a world for the little children. Danny began to loudly sing the Song of the 7 Gods, Blacksmith chapter, and the divine power in the steel sword began to boil. The song without any magic power ignited a pot of hot oil. Singing the song of the blacksmith can smelt steel? Tyrion's mouth twitched. He glanced at Tobu, who had a dignified face, and said, "If this really works, the Black Goat of Call will have to resign." Blacksmiths don't need any sacrifices. Tobu turned his head and said lightly, "The Black Goat of Call has existed since the time of Alleglia and will continue to exist. Sigh. My Anne is good at everything, but she's too pious." Thinking of her rejection of his marriage and her threat that if he dared to have impure thoughts, she would build a virgin residence and lock him in, Aegon could not help but sigh. "Your Highness, you should learn from Her Majesty the Queen. Pious belief in the 7 gods is the best way to become a great knight." Clinton said seriously. "That's right. Believing in the 7 gods is better than blaspheming the 7 gods. Prince, even if you want to pretend, you have to pretend like the Queen." Tyrion laughed. "No matter how pious, the 7 gods have no power. What's the use?" Tobu shook his head. "You mean it failed?" Yimont frowned and asked. "Most likely." Suddenly, an apprentice exclaimed and interrupted him. "It melted. The steel sword melted." Chapter 5:24. What? Melted? The slap in the face came so fast that the blacksmith master was caught off guard. However, compared to losing face, Tobu was more concerned about whether the blacksmith of the 7 gods could really smelt steel. Resisting the scorching heat, he came to the red brick furnace, put his face close to the entrance of the smelting room, looked inside, and sure enough, amidst the blazing red flames, the smoky black longsword that had been placed horizontally on the sword rack melted into a liquid that flickered with the light of milky white runes. It fell into the sword-shaped groove that was made of graphite. Black goat above. Aren't the 7 gods 7 pieces of wood? And they didn't even use blood sacrifice. Tobu didn't care about the dragon queen next to him and cried out his inner shock. He always knew that the 7 gods were equal to 7 pieces of wood, but Dragon Queen was so devout, and there were so many devout knights around her. He didn't dare to say it in his heart. Is it the dragon flame? Soon he thought again. The 7 gods must be 7 pieces of wood. Everyone knows that. Maybe it's because of the demigod black dragon. Ha ha. It's done. Dragon Queen laughed out loud and said, "Building 5,000 steel army. There's nothing in the world that can make me afraid anymore. Congratulations, Your Majesty." Tobu said with joy and asked curiously, "If I also sing the song of the 7 gods, can I trigger the blacksmith's divine power?" "You don't believe in the 7 gods. Singing is useless." Dany waved her hand. Tyrion heard this, raised his hand and shouted from 4 or 5 meters away, "I believe in the 7 gods. Is singing useful?" "You? Humph. Only the most devout of the 7 gods can get the blacksmith's response. You're too far away." Dany raised her chin slightly. Her face was proud, and her tone was disdainful. "So that's how it is." Clinton, Ymont, Aegon, and other honest people were thoughtful and believed St. Dany's nonsense. In their hearts, Dragon Queen founded the 7 Gods Church in Slave Bay, and even developed the church to the distant land. She definitely deserves the word saint. Tyrion did not mind. He only asked with a smile, "Is the big sparrow considered a saint?" "Barely," St. Dany said reluctantly. Big Sparrow's 250 was too shocking. Even St. Dany, whose piety was almost zero, could not deny the other party's faith. Tyrion's eyes flashed, and he asked meaningfully, "If he learns your newly modified incantation, can he reforge tile steel?" "Just barely." St. Dany was still reluctant. In theory, Blacksmith Blackie could respond to the prayers of its believers and transmit its divine power to the Big Sparrow through space. Just like the priest of the Black Goat, even though he was far away in Volantis, he could still borrow the divine power of the evil god Kohler. But there was a cost problem here. At this time, Big Black only consumed 1% of his power to smelt the steel, and it consumed 10% of his power to pass it to the Big Sparrow in the Westeros. However, he could only harvest 1,000th of the power of faith from the prayer of the Big Sparrow. It was such a loss. 1,000th was quite a lot. After all, the forging process only took half a day. Half a day of prayer contributed 1,000th. It was not little. In this world where magic was thin, it was completely worthy of the 250 piety of the Big Sparrow. "Is this true?" Dany answered reluctantly, but it shocked Tyrion. He used to be a muggle, but after becoming a wildfire general, whether it was out of professional needs or to save his life, he had to take out the energy to study the knowledge of the Megalosaurus and study magic knowledge. Therefore, Tyrion deeply understood one thing. The 7 gods were just 7 pieces of wood. Except for providing spiritual comfort to their believers, they would never respond to their believers with power. He understood this, but he still believed in the 7 gods, and his faith was even higher than that of Aegon. Because he, like Dany, saw the essence of the 7 gods. The 7 gods were the 7 virtues of human beings, the 7 different growth cycles of human life, and the 7 identities. He believed in the 7 gods, not the 7 wooden piles, but the 7 spirits represented by the wooden piles. In this way, his faith increased. Of course, could it be that you are so rebellious that you also think the 7 gods are just 7 pieces of wood? Dragon Queen narrowed her eyes, and only 2 cold, blade-like rays of light shot out from them. "Are they not 7 pieces of wood?" Although he complained in his heart, Tyrion quickly waved his hand and said, No, I believe in the 7 gods, and I'm a paladin." Then, Dany was surprised to find that a line of faith extended from Tyrion's forehead and connected directly to Dahe. The little devil was praying to the blacksmith. Moreover, his piety increased by 0.2. Does this guy have the potential to become an archbishop? Then something even more shocking happened. Yemont, Aegon, Clinton, and even the blacksmith apprentices nearby all produced a line of faith and connected directly to Dahe. Moreover, their piety increased more or less. What happened? Dany was a little confused. Actually, this was normal. After anyone witnessed a miracle with their own eyes, their faith would increase. Everyone here knew that recasting tile steel required the power of the gods and required a sacrifice to the evil god. However, Dragon Queen only sang a blacksmith song, and the blacksmith showed his spirit. As for Dahe's dragon flame, everyone also knew that the black dragon could not smelt tile steel before. Otherwise, the queen, who was extremely eager for tile steel armor, would not have waited until now. The black dragon could not smelt tile steel before, but now he could. What was more? The blacksmith song. If this was not a miracle, then what was it? Maybe I should give some benefits to the Big Sparrow. After all, he is now working for Dahe, the kind of 007. After understanding, Dany touched her chin and thought, well, 007, from the early morning until the early morning of the next day, without rest, 7 days a week, no holidays. Nephew Aegon, you don't have a tile steel sword yet, right? Today, Aunt will give you a sword. Tell me, what color and style do you want, and let Tobu forge it for you. In a good mood, the Dragon Queen began to feed her nephew sweets. Who knew that Aegon would actually be embarrassed, his eyes flashing, thank you, but I have a sword. Tile steel sword? Dany looked at the mixed steel sword at Aegon's waist with a puzzled expression. Black fire. Aegon whispered. What? Dany did not think of that, and was a little puzzled. Old Yemont's expression changed. He pulled Aegon's sleeve and said excitedly, 7 gods above. You mean the Targaryen clan's sword, Black Fire? Aegon glanced at Dany's aunt. Seeing her calm expression, he sighed in relief. There was a hint of pride on his face. He nodded and said, yes, the Black Fire that Aegon used back then. Receiving Aegon's confirmation, Yemont's pupils shrank, and he became a little suspicious. Black fire was originally the symbol of the Targaryen royalty and could only be worn by the king. However, the mediocre King Aegon was too retarded. He did not give the black fire to his legitimate son, but instead gave it to his illegitimate son, Daemon Vaishui. Based on Daemon Blackfire's bloodline, both parents were Targaryens and ability. He had the ability to inherit the black fire. At worst, he could just return the sword after death. However, Daemon started the Blackfire Rebellion and tried to usurp the Iron Throne as an illegitimate son. After the first Blackfire Rebellion was ended by the Blood Crow Blinden, the clan's sword Blackfire was not taken back by the Iron Throne. Instead, it fell into the hands of Daemon's son. 30 years ago, during the Battle of the 9 Copper Plate Kings, Barristan killed the last Blackfire, and the Blackfire Rebellion was completely ended. However, the Blackfire sword was never seen again. Now, it had suddenly appeared in Aegon's hands. Where did you get the Blackfire? Yemont asked. Tyrion gave it to me, Aegon said. Me? Tyrion pointed blankly at his blackened nostrils. In the box that Illyrio asked you to bring to Prince Aegon, there is a steel sword, Blackfire, Clinton explained. Tyrion's cheeks twitched a few times. He looked at Aegon, then at the Dragon Queen, and slowly said, Illyrio said that it was a gift for the prince, ginger candies. He said that Prince Aegon likes them the most. You like ginger candies? Dany asked with a strange expression. I liked them when I was young, Aegon said. Dany did not ask about the origin of the Blackfire. She turned to Tobu and said, use the steel in the furnace to help me forge a few dragon bone daggers. In a few days, Little White should go to the Red Wasteland. There was still a set of dragon bones there. Your Majesty, I don't have a steel sword either. Why don't? Tyrion said with a smile. You are a crossbow killer. A hand crossbow is enough. Speaking of crossbows, Tyrion rubbed his chin and said with a smile, Your Majesty, I have an idea. Can we create a long-armed crossbow that can be pulled by the Megalosaurus? For example, when the Megalosaurus flaps its wings up and down in flight, we can tie 2 buckles to its wing bones and fasten them to the crossbow. Every time the Megalosaurus flaps its wings, it will reload the crossbow. In this way, the Dragon Knights will be able to continuously shoot arrows. Danny said with a strange expression, "You can try using your Tessa." That night, Danny held a large banquet in Astapor. The success of the reforging of steel was only one of the reasons. The great success of the Battle of Tolos, the bombing of New Gith, and the death of the Marine Wyvern were all reasons to celebrate. In this banquet, Aegon took out the black fire sword that he had kept for a long time for the first time. Since his aunt was going to give him a steel sword, he was no longer worried about his aunt snatching the Targaryen sword. Danny really did not have much interest in black fire at this time. It was just an ordinary steel sword without the slightest bit of magic. When she melted Ghetto's steel statue, even the unsullied brothers guarding the gate could each have won. But the other person looked at the ruby dragon head sword on Aegon's waist and felt very uncomfortable. After the banquet, Danny returned to her bedroom and was lying on the table writing the Dragon Slayer runes. Ymont came to the door and said bluntly, "Danny, there is a problem with Aegon's identity." Danny did not even raise her head. She was only thinking about the combination of runes. The runes in the Dragon Binder's horn allowed her to create the soul-shocking ability, Soul Strike. She was looking forward to what the Dragon Binder's horn, as the strongest dragon horn in Valeglia, could do for her. That day in Tolos, when Benny blew the horn, he shocked more than 100,000 people in the city. Even through the thick ground, the three shapeshifters in the sewers were scared out of their wits. Aegon might not be Lajazi. Varys lied to us, Ymont said with a sour expression. With that sword? Danny still did not have much of a reaction. She lowered her head and continued with her work. "Sigh, this is a matter of the Targaryen bloodline. Can you be a little more serious?" Old Ymont saw this and was so anxious that he stomped his feet. Danny finally put down her pen and sighed. "All right, you say it, I'll listen." I listen in one ear and out the other. My mind continued to think about the combination of runes. A few days ago, she had asked Morona to keep an eye out for Jake Khalasar's whereabouts. She planned to secretly bring her cheap son back. Before he came of age and gave birth to a bunch of grandchildren for Danny, he was not safe. He could not reveal his identity. It was too dangerous. Aegon's huge shield had blocked it. So... Chapter 5:25. Danny did not have much affection for that cheap son of hers, but he was already 3 years old. If she did not bring him back to educate him, he would start to remember things. If in the future he were to say, "Giving birth is not as good as raising," then wouldn't his mother, Danny, die of disgust? Thus, in a few months or half a year, Danny would have to bring that unlucky child back. Now that she had a knowledgeable old family member who was absolutely loyal to the Targaryen family, she could leave the child to him to educate. She could rest assured and save effort. However, Danny did not intend to reveal Leg's true identity. Yes, other than Ymont, no one else would know that Leg was her son. Thus, she needed Aegon, who everyone knew was the Dragon Queen's closest relative, to be little Leg's target. Just like 16 years ago, Second Brother Way and Danny Rise had been Aegon's target. Every dog has its day. Today, it was Aegon's home. Since he was already a target, it did not matter if his identity was real or fake. Before Ymont Blackfire's line of male heirs, Blackfire had always been under their control. After the Battle of the 9 Copper Kings, the Iron Throne did not find the Black Fire sword on the battlefield. Decades later, your father and grandfather sent people to the other side of the narrow sea to search for Black Fire, but they found nothing. Why did Black Fire suddenly fall into Illyrio's hands now? Why did he give it to Aegon? Connecting this to the Golden Order's attitude towards Aegon and you is completely different from Viserys. The backbone of the Golden Order are all descendants of the nobles who were loyal to Demon Blackfire and were exiled during the Blackfire Rebellion. It is normal for them to reject Viserys because you are red dragons and they are black dragons. If Aegon is also a black dragon, then everything makes sense. Because he's a black dragon, there are too many generations between you and him. Therefore, when I compared his genes with yours, there's only a small overlap. He's even inferior to me. Danny shrugged, not minding the old man's serious attitude. She only said indifferently, Everything is just a guess. Maybe Illyrio really did buy the black fire sword by coincidence, just like how he bought the 3 dragon eggs and gave them to me by coincidence. Old Yimont frowned and thought for a while before suggesting, "Why don't you capture Illyrio and bring him to Astapor and hand him over to the whip of Dugu for interrogation?" What if I wronged him? Danny's mouth twitched. Who would have thought that this old man, who is over 100 years old, could still be so ruthless? Previously, he had always had the image of a soft, nice guy. So be it. Confusing the Targaryen bloodline is a serious matter. It cannot be tolerated. Yimont said sternly. That young man, Aegon, is not bad. If he knew that we were interrogating Illyrio, he would be bitterly disappointed. Whether it's true or not, he would be disheartened. Anyway, we have already confirmed that he has the bloodline of a true dragon, even if it's very weak. At most, we will be more careful in the future, Danny said. Yimont widened his eyes and looked at the dragon queen in disbelief. After a while, he sighed helplessly. Danny, you are too open-minded. It's good that you have the bearing of a bright moon, but forget it. You are already tired from dealing with the Alliance army. I will help you keep an eye on Aegon. The next morning, God's Grace Cathedral. Sunlight shone through the 7 tall stained glass walls, leaving mottled shadows on the 7 statues riding black dragons. Dragon Queen was dressed in a pure white robe, her expression solemn and holy. Under the witness of the 7 gods, I bestow upon you the seal of the Holy Knights. She extended her white index finger and dipped it in the holy water from the golden bowl. The water was infused with the blacksmith's power of faith. She left a wet mark between the eyebrows of Clinton, Eris, Garth, Jorah Mormont, Layla, and John Bolton, who were kneeling in front of her. Then, she retreated to the side and let these newly promoted holy knights swear an oath to the 7 gods. I swear to treat the weak well. I swear to be ashamed of my ignorance, to be ashamed of my ease, to be ashamed of my extravagance. First, they sang the 8 honors and 8 disgraces version of the Knights' Declaration that they had sworn to Danny before. After that, the knights sang the Song of the 7 Gods and Son of the 7 Virtues in unison. The Song of the 7 Gods was a holy song that had been passed down in the church for thousands of years. It was a habit to sing this song at every large-scale prayer event. Son of the 7 Virtues was newly composed by the Dragon Queen. Danny wrote the lyrics, and the People's Literature and Art Troupe under her command arranged the music. They also modified some of the lyrics to make it more catchy. The general meaning was that the 7 gods had 7 virtues, and the believers adhered to the 7 virtues was the greatest devotion to the 7 gods. Those who could practice the 7 virtues were the son of the 7 virtues, and the son of the 7 virtues was the son of the 7 gods. Son of the 7 virtues opposed blind faith to a certain extent, and weakened the sanctified faith of the people towards the 7 gods, making the faith more rational. Such faith was harder to shake and pure. At the end of the day, Danny was a monarch. In the mind of a rational monarch, a good church should only help the country to educate the people and not participate in politics, fight for power, and fight for the right of kings and gods. This is a holy night? There's nothing special about it. At the side of the hall, the little devil smacked his lips and said, "Isn't all knighthood like this? What else do you want to see?" Aegon said, "No, it's different this time." Tyrion shook his head and explained, "A holy knight is the advancement of a glorious knight and can control the power of the holy light and have the right to choose a pterrasor partner. I don't know what the power of the holy light is, but at least this means that a holy knight has the qualifications to become a pterrasor knight. The problem is that to become a pterrasor knight, one must use blood witchcraft and brand the seal of a contract between the pterrasor and the knight. Witchcraft is witchcraft. It's either singing or Gob." Tyrion, who was talking nonstop, looked as if he had been punched. He stared at Clinton with his eyes wide open and his mouth wide open, stunned. He saw that the knight's forehead, which had a few wrinkles carved by time, was suddenly enveloped by a ray of light, as white as milkshake and as bright as the rosy clouds after the rain. As holy as the light of heaven, as divine as the gaze of the gods, as beautiful as the light of hope of a young girl. That ray of light, even 10,000 words of praise would not be enough to describe it. It descended from the void and was only as thick as the rim of a wine glass. It was branded at the place where the Dragon Queen's finger had pointed. It was so obvious in the spacious, bright, and gorgeous palace that it was definitely not an illusion, and it was definitely not a hole in the dome that allowed light to leak out. 7 gods above. What is that? Yimont muttered in shock. The light of the 7 gods. That is the light of the 7 gods. Tyrion replied subconsciously. This guy really knew the essence of it with just one sentence. This was the light of the 7 gods, the divine art bestowed by the blacksmith to his believers. In a fantasy world, it was extremely normal for priests to master the divine art of the gods, but this world was very unfriendly to supernatural powers. The most typical example was the priests of the Red God. They knew how to use Lalo's divine art, but most of the time they did not know that they could use it. For example, Soros of Myr. Because the Mad King Eris was obsessed with fire, the supreme priest of Myr sent him to King's Landing to preach. He was naturally a qualified priest and knew most of the Lalo's divine arts of the Red God Church. But after coming to King's Landing for more than 10 years, he had never succeeded once. Even the flaming sword that he used to participate in the tournament had to be bought from an alchemist to burn on the sword with wildfire. He had completely embarrassed the priests of the Red God Church. It was no wonder that he had not accomplished anything after more than 10 years, and had not built a Red God temple in King's Landing. When he first revived Count Barry Dondarrion, Soros did not know that he would succeed. He only used the divine art out of habit. At this time, the divine art had become a ritual for burying the dead. However, Hiller responded to him and revived Dondarrion. At that time, Soros was dumbfounded. Even the powerful Red God Church did not have a systematic, 100% effective divine art, and the 7 gods had never done any miracles the traces of the existence of the gods. Now, Tyrion and the others saw the arrival of the 7 gods, blacksmith, and there was absolutely no trace of a miracle. Blackie had bestowed the seal of contract to the holy knights in the form of a divine art. The knights knelt on one knee and looked up at the statue of the blacksmith god. Gradually, they entered a strange state of tranquility and peace. They could not hear the sounds of the outside world, and they could not see anything else. They only felt that they were surrounded by a pure white light, and there were angels singing hymns in their ears. Then they sang along. This was actually the state that Big Sparrow and Saint Bailey had been striving for, to communicate with the 7 gods. As the song gradually reached its climax, their faith became more and more devout. Buzz, 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 buzz. In the holy church, the void trembled slightly, and beams of milky, white, holy light fell on the knights' foreheads. The holy light was thick and thin, and some were solid, and some were illusory like smoke. This was determined by the knights' faith in the 7 gods. The so-called holy light falling from the sky was only the line of faith that connected them to Blackie materialized. A miracle. The 7 gods have appeared. Old Yimont was so excited that his whole body trembled. The first beam of holy light shocked Tyrion, but the forest of holy light made him regain his sanity. Could it be that Her Majesty the Queen is playing tricks on us? He muttered softly. The holy light falling from the sky did not last long. After the song, Son of the 7 Virtues, was sung, the holy light suddenly disappeared between the paladin's eyebrows, and the knights immediately woke up from the mysterious state. I feel like there's something more in my head, Clinton said. Earlier, I seemed to have seen the 7 gods. There was a feeling of perfection and great peace in my heart, Garth said. Leaving the sacred and solemn holy church, on the way back to the Great Pyramid, the knights began to speak freely. Those beams of light just now, what were they? Tyrion went straight to St. Danny. The 7 gods responded to the prayers of the paladins and sent down holy light to grant the paladins divine spells, Danny said. Are you sure? The 7 gods? Tyrion's mouth twitched. It's up to you to believe it or not. Only a fool would believe you. Grumbling in his heart, the dwarf continued to ask, what kind of divine spells are there? Danny glanced at the group of people who were quietly eavesdropping, raised her voice slightly, and said, "Currently, there is only one divine spell, the dragon taming technique, which can tame any pterosaur. The more devout a paladin is to the seven gods, the higher the success rate of taming a pterosaur."
Any? You said any?
Tyrion's pupils contracted, and he said in disbelief, "A pterosaur that already has a paladin as a companion will not work. If there was no Dragon Queen's blood magic, the paladins could also tame the pterosaur by themselves, then this ability was too terrifying. How could it be real? Are you kidding? Can it take away the dragon of the Marteris pterosaur knight?" Tyrion forced a smile. "As long as you are devout enough to the seven gods, you can," Danny said seriously. Tyrion had to believe it. That night, among the paladins, Garth Hyder, who was the most devout to the seven gods, successfully tamed a shadow dragon. Chapter 5:26. 3 days after the Meereen dragon battle, Danny ended the bombing of New Guise. This was because Raven saw Jenny's letter to the New Guise alliance. For the time being, they were unable to attack Slaver's Bay, but they could send pterosaurs to New Guise to cooperate with dragon-slaying crossbows to ambush General Wildfire's bombing team. Before New Guise received the letter, Danny withdrew General Wildfire and summoned all the pterosaurs and reserve dragon knights to Astapor. Since the alliance was temporarily unable to attack Slaver's Bay, she could take advantage of this break in the war to form her own pterosaur knights. Danny captured a total of 7 swamp dragons and 8 shadow dragons. Tyrion, as the leader, chose a swamp dragon as his partner, leaving 14 dragons. In other words, she needed at least 14 pterosaur knights. Considering the possibility of capturing more pterosaurs in the future, she also needed reserve pterosaur knights. Thus, the paladin who accepted the paladin seal appeared. At this time, the paladin seal only had one function: to tame the pterosaurs, relying on the paladin's faith to the seven gods, but it required a minimum faith level. In terms of data, only believers with a faith level higher than 2.0 could use Blackie's power to contract the pterosaur. If the faith level was lower than 2.0, the line of faith would not be able to withstand the seal of contract sent by Blackie. It was like a road with a 30-ton iron sign at the intersection. This was to tell you that the total weight of the vehicle could not exceed 30 tons, or the road would be in danger of collapsing. The seal of contract required a path, line of faith, with a minimum faith level of 2.0. Taming the pterosaur not only required a contract rune, but also a driving force, divine power, to drive the rune of the seal of contract. For example, it required 100 points of faith. Transferring divine power did not have high requirements for the channel faith level, but Danny did not want to make ends meet. Everyone knew that a losing business would not last long. According to the rules she set, the paladin needed to pray to the seven gods and provide 150 points of faith for Blackie. Then Blackie would transfer 100 points of divine power to help him perform divine spells. The remaining 50 points of faith belonged to Blackie's prophets. For example, Garth Hyder was born in the Old Town and was particularly devout to the seven gods. He had a faith level of 25, far exceeding the minimum of 2.0. He could provide the faith pool of the seven gods with devotion *10 is equal to 250 points of faith power in a day. He only needed to pray for half a day to gather 150 points of faith power and exchange it for 100 points of divine power from Blackie. Thus, he obtained the Holy Knight's seal in the morning at the Great Cathedral and tamed a pterosaur that night. Clinton originally only had a piety of 1.6. As such, he had long volunteered to become a pterosaur knight to help Dragon Queen search for a pterosaur nest in the Sosrith continent. Danny still made him fast and pray for half a month in the Great Holy Church, reading the Seven Stars Bible and the corresponding scriptures, compiled by Dragon Queen. It was only in the past 2 days that he barely passed the minimum requirement of 2.0. His piety was 2.0, and he prayed for a day 2.0 times 10 is equal to 20 points of the power of faith. He had to continue praying for at least a week, or the Dragon Queen would open a back door for him. Dahe would suffer a loss and sell it at a discount of 20 yuan. Yora Mormont was more embarrassed. He used to believe in the old gods, but after converting to the 7 gods, his piety was only 0. 3. He was considered a shallow believer, and the Dragon Queen couldn't even open a back door for her white knight. That night, Garth Hyder chose a shadow dragon. The next afternoon, Eris Sitaga, who had a piety of 18, successfully contracted a swamp dragon. During this period, there was a small episode. Eris had intended to choose the old dragon that belonged to Benny. It was 50 meters long, several times larger than Blackie, and had a load of more than 2 tons. Blackie had become the god of blacksmiths, but the maximum load was only 1,500 kilograms, not even enough for a ton. Even if the pterosaur had no magic power, its physical strength was not as strong as the megalosaurus, and it could only fly at a height of about 2,000 meters. But if 2 tons of boulders fell, as long as it hit the target, it could also flatten an ordinary castle. Therefore, Aegon took a fancy to the mottled green old swamp dragon. Aegon had been guarding the old dragon during the day, and when he saw the big crab come over, he quickly said, "Sir Eris, you can choose another pterosaur. I've reserved this old dragon." "Your Highness, you don't want Blackie anymore?" Eris held back his anger and said sarcastically. In fact, Garth was also prepared to choose the old dragon that day, but he was stopped by Aegon. "I need a spare tire, and this old pterosaur is my spare tire," Aegon said confidently. He also knew that this would offend people, so he smiled and persuaded the big crab, "Sir, you should choose the shadow dragon. The shadow dragon's speed is almost as fast as the megalosaurus. It also has the ability to fly silently and has night vision, that is, the infrared vision that my aunt said." Eris still chose a swamp dragon. Well, the imitation Blackie that was painted black. It was big in size and strong in strength. Even if it was only 30 meters now, it would grow to 50 meters in the future. It had potential. Garth and Eris succeeded in taming the dragons one after another, which stimulated the remaining paladins even more. They almost didn't eat, drink, or rest. They just stayed in the dragon's nest, sat opposite the pterosaur, and silently prayed to the 7 gods. They were imitating the fasting prayers that were most commonly used by archbishops, such as Saint Baylor and Great Sparrow. Another day passed, and Quentin Martell jumped 3 feet high and said ecstatically, "I can feel it. The mark of the paladin in my mind has been activated. I can choose a pterosaur." Everyone around him cast envious, jealous, and hateful gazes at him. Even Quentin's little friends, Blondie and the bald man, had some ideas. "Quentin, do you think I can become a paladin? I also believe in the 7 gods." Blondie's eyes were full of desire. "I'll help you," asked the Dragon Queen. "Sure, as long as you formally swear allegiance to me." Just like that, the 2 borrowed allies from Dorne became Dany's registered paladin followers. However, Dany didn't continue to let the paladins torment themselves in the dragon's nest. John, Lara, and the other paladins with official positions had to end their vacations and return to work. For example, John Bolton had just returned from Raza with 5,000 families of shepherds. He was building a city and farming in the White Dragon River area. How could he be allowed to stay in Astapor for long? Moreover, the prayers didn't need to be performed in the dragon's nest. They could activate the mark at home and then come to the dragon's nest to choose a pterosaur. After arranging for the pterosaurs to send the paladins away, the White Knight Cora and the centaur Kue Luo went to find Dany, who was training in seclusion. Well, she had been familiarizing herself with the magic power that had increased tenfold after absorbing the essence of Benny and 3/4 of the old red dragon. Benny had doubled her magic power, and the rest came from the demigod red dragon. Even the 9-color vortex had some changes. She felt that she was almost at the threshold of the demigod. "Your Majesty, how long will it take for me to activate the mark?" Cora asked anxiously. "Calixi, I don't believe in the 7 gods at all, but I also want to become a pterosaur paladin. And you're blood of my blood. They didn't receive your summons, but they all sent me letters to ask you. Kueluo said. This. Danny didn't know what to say. She had learned the way to contract the pterosaurs from Beleriand. There were two ways, bloodline and faith. Either the bloodline was similar to Beleriand's, or the faith was Beleriand's. If it was both, the effect would be best. If it was Danny, it would be the same. Either they were related to Danny by blood, like Tyrion, or they relied on the thread of faith to believe in Blackie. When Danny became a demigod, she would also become a demigod. I'll tell you a little trick. Remember to keep it a secret. Don't tell anyone. Danny pulled the two into the study, closed the door, and whispered, We'll keep it a secret. The two perked up and patted their chests. Blackie is a demigod, and also the guardian of the seven gods. You know that, right? Danny asked. What does this have to do with believing in the seven gods? Cora was confused. Believing in Blackie can also gain the favor of the seven gods. Why? Kueluo was confused. The seven gods are equivalent to Call, and Blackie is co-undercall. Just like I'm Calixi, Kueluo, your co. You have hundreds of Karsts under your command. Don't your Karsts pledge loyalty to me? Danny said. In the past, what she said would have been wrong. If Danny was alive, Kueluo would pledge loyalty to her, but his Karsts would only pledge loyalty to her. When she died, Kueluo and his Karsts would definitely break away from the Khalasar. They might even kill her descendants to prevent future troubles, just like what Pinocchio and Jocko of Drogo Khalasar did 3 years ago. But after several years of Danny's reforms, her Khalasar was already different from the other Khalasars of the Great Grass Sea. Even if she died, her co and Karsts would firmly support her descendants to become the new Khal. This was the law and justice of the Centaurs, recorded on the first page of the Centaur Code. The Centaur Code appeared even earlier than the Code of Slaver's Bay, and the rules in the code were already known to all. It could be said that Danny's original dream of building her golden family was almost half realized. When she conquered the Dothraki Sea, she would be Genghis Khan. I see. I believe in Blackie, which means I'm contributing the power of faith to the seven gods at the same time. Kueluo suddenly understood. Khal also evolved from Ko. Perhaps one day, the Great Black Ko could replace the seven gods' Khal and become the Great Black Khal. When the centaurs left happily, White Knight said, Your Majesty, I watched Blackie grow up. I can't believe in him. The centaurs always believed that Blackie was the steed of the world in the prophecy. In the Centaur Code, Blackie was also sanctified. Weddings and funerals had to be carried out under Blackie's witness. If they couldn't find Blackie, they used Blackie's wooden carvings instead. Do you still remember the day when Danny had just arrived at Slaves Bay and arranged the centaur's wedding on the ship? Who was the one who wrote the marriage contract for the old centaur Findi? It was Blackie. Who were the centaurs bowing to when they got married? It was Blackie and the Holy Mother Mountain, the holy land of the centaurs. From then on, Blackie was the centaurs' god in name only. Therefore, it was very easy to make the centaurs believe in Blackie. In fact, there were centaurs who believed in Blackie and Danny for a long time. However, Blackie had no doctrine and no church to serve it, so it couldn't gather faith. It wasn't like the Seven Gods Church, which had a scripture like the Seven Gods Scripture that explained the doctrine of the seven gods. But Korra was different. He never believed in Blackie. He couldn't use this back door. Yes, the key to activating the Holy Knight's mark was to establish a faith channel with Blackie. It didn't matter whether he believed in the seven gods or Blackie. The seven gods were Blackie. But the old gods weren't Blackie. Alright, there's one last way. You only need to study the doctrine of blacksmith and pray to blacksmith. If it doesn't work, then there's no other way. Danny said helplessly. Why blacksmith? I prefer warriors. Korra was confused. Blacksmith is quite free recently and has the mood to respond to a non-devout believer like you, Danny said with a straight face. Chapter 5:27. In order to help the centaurs get in through the back door, Danny had to let Big Black form a unified image among the centaurs. For example, the Holy Mother of the Seven Gods represented benevolence, and no one would confuse her with the wisdom of the old woman. In the past, Dany did not think of developing a religion among the centaurs. Some centaurs worshipped Big Black when they got married and treated him as the god of marriage. Some centaurs gave birth to babies, and Big Black bestowed the name, Dany's dragon spirit, handwritten by Big Black, and thought that he was in charge of fertility. Some centaurs did not see Big Black, but they had a wooden sculpture of Big Black, carved by themselves, and prayed to Big Black every day before they went out to graze. Thus, Big Black became the god of livestock. There were 1,000 hamlets in 1,000 people's hearts, and 1,000 Big Black in 1,000 centaurs' hearts. This way, it was impossible to form a religion, so there were centaurs who worshipped Big Black. Even though Big Black had been a demigod for a long time, he had never received any faith from the centaurs. Dany focused on training her newly increased magic and started to gather a Fanti, Solomon, Dany's tribe's old blacksmith, and a group of old centaurs to ask about the centaur Khalasar's customs and ancient legends. Especially Fanti, that old fart had followed 12 cars and was very knowledgeable and experienced. Dany also consulted some old centaur women. They were equivalent to the tribe's Dash Kalen, equivalent to the priests, and knew about the horse god's stories and teachings. Yep, centaurs also had their own beliefs. They believed in the horse god. Even the horse god had the attribute of the death god, and centaurs believed that the horse god was in charge of the Night Kingdom, a dark grassland that would never end. After the dead centaurs and their war horses were cremated, they would ride their war horses into the night grass sea. For example, when Dany had just transmigrated, she had cremated Khal Drogo and his 3 Blood Alliance guards, and the centaurs would search for the star that represented Drogo's ascension into the Night Kingdom. In the House of Black and White in Braavos, there was also a bronze and iron statue of the horse god. This represented that the death attribute of the horse god was recognized by the Faceless One, and it was a side of the god of 1,000 faces. At the same time, it also represented that the Faceless One could bring the gift of death to any centaur. Previously, Dany had never thought of usurping the priesthood of the horse god, not because she believed in the horse god. She even suspected that the horse god was just like the 7 gods, a wooden stake. This was mainly because the horse god's teachings were very evil, similar to the ancient path of the Anami, which encouraged plundering, slaughter, destruction, and strengthening. To put it simply, the Tiamines burning, killing, and looting were practicing the ancient path and pleasing the Anami. The centaurs burning, killing, and looting were also practicing the ancient path and pleasing the horse god. Dany would not be interested in such a trashy priesthood even if it was given to her for free. Which mother wouldn't want her son to be a good person? But in order to repay her loyal centaurs, Dany decided to change the teachings of the horse god. She didn't even know how many times she had changed the 7 holy scriptures, so why would she care about the Pegasus Bible? Well, originally the centaurs didn't even have a written language, and the teachings of the horse god were only passed down orally. The Pegasus Bible was completely created by Khaleesi. She asked the old centaurs to get the materials. This time, Dany didn't even use the gimmick of the hand of the horse god or the son of the horse god. She directly said, the Pegasus is the horse god, Big Black is the Pegasus, so Big Black is the horse god. Big Black originally had the title of the horse that rides the world. He could also fly, so what was he if not the Pegasus? Even if there was a horse god, could he be as awesome as the Pegasus? Even the horse god couldn't refute Khaleesi's words. To say something rebellious, Khaleesi was really looking forward to the horse god standing up to oppose her. Her dragon babies were still crying piteously for food. The horse god was nothing. They would still eat him. The Pegasus Bible didn't completely remove the teachings of killing and war. It only changed it to, if people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, I'll kill them no matter how far away they are, and the enmity of 10 generations can be avenged. The courage and viciousness must be preserved. Horses eat grass, but centaurs never eat grass. According to Dany's teachings, the Battle of Qoor should continue. The 3,000 Unsullied dared to use the centaurs to make a name for themselves, so the centaurs should first destroy Koa, then slaughter Astapor. If one generation couldn't do it, then they should work hard, learn from each other's strengths to make up for their weaknesses, improve themselves. 2 generations, 3 generations, 10 generations, 100 generations, 1,000 generations, 10,000 generations. In the new Pegasus Bible, other than inheriting the authority of the horse god to manage the Night Kingdom, the Pegasus Big Black also added a new divinity of neighborhood committee auntie. Marriage, funerals, having children, praying. Big Black could do it all. It was equivalent to the kitchen god in the ancient legends of the Celestial Dynasty. The Pegasus Bible caused a huge commotion among the centaurs, but it didn't attract the attention of the free people in Slave Bay. However, some of the smarter ones immediately noticed that something was wrong. For example, Tyrion. Why could he activate the Holy Knight's seal even if he believed in Big Black? Alright, the Dragon Queen called it the Pegasus Scar. What was the relationship between the Pegasus Scar and the Holy Knight's seal? What was the reason for the pterosaur to be contracted? What was the relationship between Big Black and the 7 gods? He was terrified when he thought about it. Then, the dwarf secretly found old Ymont and told him these questions. Why don't you ask her yourself? Ymont was puzzled. Sigh. I refuse to go to the rainforest because the old dragon knows the way, and the queen doesn't like me very much recently, the dwarf said helplessly. What's wrong with me having a strong desire to live? Will you only be satisfied when I'm an idiot and jump into the pit? The dwarf was also resentful. Oh, right, don't say I thought of it. I'm afraid I know too much and will be silenced by the queen, he added immediately. No, you're thinking too much. Dany won't kill you, Ymont said with certainty. Tyrion complained in annoyance. Yes, she won't kill me directly, but will give me missions that can kill people. I've only rested for 2 days, and she wants me to bomb queers again. It's more than 2,000 kilometers, and I'll have to fly for a day and a night without sleep. Even if I don't die of exhaustion, I'll be caught and bitten to death by the faster shadow dragons. Ymont comforted him gently. You should understand her. This is all to defeat the Alliance. We have few pterosaurs, and the enemy has many. We can only light fires everywhere and let them disperse their forces to reduce the pressure of the Meereen bombing later. To Ymont's question, Dany answered without hesitation. It's simple. I created the runes, but contracting the pterosaur requires divine power. Just like how the Khal Black Goat's divine power can reforge steel, the divine power of Balerion, Lalo, and the 7 gods can do the same. Blackie is a demigod, so of course it has divine power. Ymont suddenly understood. Tyrion was skeptical, but because of his lack of supernatural knowledge, he could not find a loophole in the Dragon Queen's words. Well, he did not have time to think about it. Without any psychological burden, Ymont gave up Tyrion. Knowing that all these problems came from the dwarf, the Dragon Queen arranged a new mission for him that day. Go to New York Town and plunder the passing ships. Well, Mataris's army needed supplies, and after Tolos recovered, the ships entered the Bay of Sorrows again. The Maiden of Liberty Strait was 200 kilometers wide, and it was almost impossible for Dany to completely block it. Just like in World War I and World War II, Germany could not completely block the sea route between England and America. Maiden of Liberty Island was in Dany's hands, and New York Town at the south and Southam Town at the north had crossbow arrays. Even if the enemy had pterosaurs escorting them, Tyrion could still hide in the safe zone before he was surrounded. Similarly, Dany had to arrange for pterosaur knights to go to New York and Southam to prevent the enemy's pterosaurs from bombing. The days passed in this stalemate. Dany had the geographical advantage, and the Alliance had the support of the entire world. The two sides had not officially started the final battle, but they had already started a protracted war. One day, Dany's realm stabilized. Just as she was about to gather a group of strategists to discuss how to transport the 100-ton steel statue to Slave Bay, Marvin contacted her. The distance was too far, and with Marvin's magic power, he could not contact Dany. It was like when someone was in university and her family called, but she did not pick up the phone when she received the notification. She would go to a public phone booth and use the phone card she bought in school, $25 for a $50 card, to call back. She would not feel the pinch even if she talked for half an hour. Marvin was a poor demon. Danny's magic power had skyrocketed, so she had always been the one to call back. However, when he saw Danny this time, the bullneck doctor was shocked. The Dragon Queen's projection was 10 times clearer than before. "You're near Dragonstone Island?" Marvin asked in surprise. "No, I'm at Slave Bay. I've made some progress recently, and my magic power has increased by 10 times. Danny waved her hand nonchalantly. Marvin's short and stocky body began to sway. "Did my 30 years of hard work go to waste?" "What's the matter?" Danny asked. Marvin came back to his senses and looked at the Queen's projection in shock again. He said dryly, "The hole in the magic network has been dug. It's 210 meters deep." "All right, I'll find some time to sneak over." "Sneak?" Marvin was confused. "Sigh, the Alliance does have pterosaurs. They've already ambushed me twice. If they know that I left Slave Bay on a black dragon, there will definitely be a third time." Danny sighed. There would not be a third ambush in the near future. Materis only had 10 pterosaurs left, and with the Dragon Slayer crossbows, they could barely defend the airspace of New Gis. Unfortunately, Danny did not know. Even the representatives of New Gis did not know that Jenny was in a hurry to find Benny II. If she could not find a direct descendant of the three families, she could only do it herself. Barristan sent a letter. "He wants you to contact him again when you have time," Marvin said. "Okay." Danny nodded. Samuel arrived at Dragonstone Island on Laurel Wind yesterday afternoon. He brought a barbarian girl, a raven, and a baby. There were no deviant ghosts. Marvin continued. "That fatty is useless." Danny pursed her lips and asked, "Since the deviant ghosts are gone, why didn't he return to the Great Wall?" "I don't know either." Marvin shook his head. "Why don't we call him over and ask him in person?" "Forget it. Let him stay for a few more days. I'll talk to him in person when I arrive at Dragonstone Island." Danny waved her hand and asked, "By the way, what has Big Sparrow been up to recently?" Marvin heard this, and his expression became strange. "He's fasting and praying. I heard that the old woman promised him that she would teach him divine arts after completing the revision of the Seven Gods doctrine." "Your Majesty, do you think he's gone crazy?" "He's been fasting for more than half a month, but he just stopped once." Recently, the nobles and commoners of King's Landing are discussing this matter. There are even gambling houses betting that Big Sparrow will follow in St. Bailey's footsteps within a week. God, Danny was stunned. She had been so busy stabilizing her realm that she had forgotten about this matter. No, she had to immediately respond to the pious Holy Son. She could not let him die so early. But what divine arts should she bestow upon him? Chapter 5:28. Big Black, your holy son has been hungry for half a month. He's just a skeleton and you didn't even remind me. After ending the communication with Marvin, Danny and the Big Black Dragon's spirit entered the statue of the blacksmith in the great cathedral of Baylor with the help of Wind Song. Then she felt heartache. The Big Sparrow was haggard, his old face was as white as a ghost, and his whole body was as thin as a stick of wood. This was the Holy Son whose piety was as high as 250. It shouldn't be like this. It was easy for Danny to pull the Big Sparrow into the pool of faith again along the line of faith that had almost become a door. In the pool of faith of the seven gods, she could transform into the most sacred seven gods in the Big Sparrow's heart. However, she usually only changed between an old woman, a young girl, and the Holy Mother. She didn't disguise herself as the blacksmith, the Holy Father, the stranger, or the warrior. This time, she transformed into the loving Holy Mother and looked at the crying Holy Son with pity, completely out of sincerity. "Oh, Holy Mother of Mercy, I finally see you again." The Big Sparrow was also reaching his limit. "Child, I've been watching you. You're very good. You're fully qualified to receive the sacred mark." Holy Mother, Danny said kindly. Sacred mark. The big sparrow was shocked. The real show was here. He stopped crying. The great guardian of light is very devout. Through him, I can pass on divine spells to the believers in this world. The sacred mark is a mark. The sacred mark can receive my divine power, and you and Danny Rise are the only two holy sons who have received the sacred mark. What? Danny Rise is also a holy son. The big sparrow was shocked. She founded the Church of the Seven Gods in Slave Bay. She developed the church to the barbarian land. Her piety to the seven gods is second only to you. Good, second only to me. Big Sparrow breathed a sigh of relief. His first place was finally saved. However, he had to work harder in the future. He couldn't let Saint Danny surpass the Holy Sparrow. The big sparrow immediately became full of fighting spirit. He was like a field that had 10 trucks of jinkala, full of desire for high yield. A beam of light fell from the sky and enveloped the big sparrow. A warm power poured into his body from the top of his head, and he felt so comfortable that he wanted to moan. Child, you are too thin and weak. I will bestow upon you the power of a blacksmith. The last voice of the Holy Mother came to her ears, and the big sparrow woke up in a trance. Just like the last time, he was lying on the floor with saliva dripping from the corner of his mouth. It seemed like he had fallen asleep. No, when he clenched his fist, it was as if he had the strength to kill a tiger. He opened his palm, and a flame as pure and holy as snow suddenly rose. He closed his eyes, and countless mysterious knowledge appeared in his mind. It was the knowledge of blacksmithing. He had become a blacksmith. Archbishop, are you done praying? When the big sparrow walked out of the gate of the holy hall, a group of sparrows immediately surrounded it. The one-armed hero, Russell, heaved a sigh of relief. The archbishop did not have to follow in St. Bailey's footsteps. My lord, do you want to go back to the backyard and rest for a while? I'll get milk and bread for you, he said. No, give me a hammer first, the big sparrow said. What do you want the hammer for? Russell asked cautiously. I want a forge. The Holy Mother gave me the power of blacksmithing. I cannot let her down, the big sparrow said seriously. Russell and the other children of war looked at each other and saw the worry in each other's eyes. The archbishop had followed in St. Bailey's footsteps and had a mental problem. The Holy Mother gave him the power of blacksmithing. Wasn't it the wrong thing to say? Even if you want a hammer and forge, it should be the blacksmith who gives you the power of blacksmithing. But an afternoon later, the sparrows were shocked. Another day later, everyone in King's Landing was shocked. Red Castle, Queen Dowager's bedroom. After the spring rain, Cersei's cheeks were flushed with satisfaction. Her voice was faint as she spoke to Llewyn, who looked tired. Did you hear? The big sparrow wielded a 50-pound hammer and swung it like the wind. He even spat fire from his mouth and forged a low-grade scrap iron into a steel longsword. The quality was even better than Master Blacksmith Tobu's famed sword, Sunpiercer. When the two swords clashed, Sunpiercer's blade had a crack the size of a bean. Nonsense. The big sparrow is so thin. How can he lift a 50-pound hammer? Llewyn didn't even open his eyes. The big sparrow claimed that he was blessed by the Holy Mother and obtained the power of blacksmithing, Cersei said strangely. That old man is incoherent. Llewyn mocked. Cersei broke free from Llewyn's arms and said worriedly, You don't know the big sparrow. He is very cunning. He will never go crazy. Also, he sent someone to inform Uncle Kevin to end Marjorie's church trial in half a month. Then he will immediately hold a trial for me. He will be the one representing the church in the duel. What? Llewyn suddenly opened his eyes and sat up. He said in disbelief, The big sparrow will represent the church in the trial? With his body, any golden-robed man would be able to chop off his head with a single sword, right? I really hope that he is crazy. After months of adjustment in the Holy Cathedral dungeon, Cersei was traumatized by the big sparrow. Even if the big sparrow looked crazy at this time, she was still careful, afraid that he was planning a new conspiracy against her. For the first time, Danny only felt that it was a very strange converter that could convert the non-elemental power of faith into divine power with special functions. The power of faith was like electricity, and the clergy was like electrical appliances. Different clergy were like different electrical appliances, converting electricity into various practical functions. For example, electric fans, rice cookers, televisions, refrigerators, etc. When she was stabilizing her realm, Danny also systematically studied the fundamental principles of the clergy. It was very magical but also very scientific. The clergy was condensed by believers and came from believers. It would not surpass the believers. Danny read in the classical scientia novels in her previous life. There was something called a divine talisman. After obtaining it, one could become the corresponding god and master the knowledge related to the divine profession. For example, if one obtained the divine talisman of the earth, one would become the god of the earth and know the skill of growing all things out of thin air. If one obtained the divine talisman of the river, one would become the god of the river and immediately understand the ability to control the river and control the clouds and rain. The clergy was somewhat similar to the talisman. Blackie was a dragon, but after obtaining the blacksmith talisman, he had a lot of knowledge of blacksmiths, stonemasons, carpenters, masons, and many other craftsmen. But unlike the extraordinary talisman, the clergy's knowledge was not extraordinary at all. It was very low-level. It was the accumulation of countless believers' knowledge over countless years. To put it bluntly, whatever skills the believers of the seven gods had, the clergy had the corresponding knowledge. The upper limit of its knowledge was the believers, and it could not exceed the believers. After Blackie obtained the blacksmith clergy, the knowledge of blacksmiths, carpenters, and so on, all came from the believers of the blacksmiths, carpenters, and so on. This was very awkward. Blackie, the god of blacksmiths, was not even as good as Korhor's blacksmith master Tobu. Tobu could reforge steel, but the blacksmith could not, and it was Danny who taught him. Because the believers of the seven gods in Westeros did not know this skill. But the blacksmith of the seven gods also had extraordinary skills. His forging skills were very skillful, and it was equivalent to the accumulation of countless blacksmith believers' experience over countless years. So, if Danny and the big black dragon were to obtain the blacksmith clergy, she could immediately become the strongest blacksmith in the world. If it was another world, Danny might be able to show off in front of the people with the blacksmith clergy's forging skills and show off as a young person. She could look down on the blacksmith master and forge a 9th-grade spiritual weapon in front of everyone's shocked eyes. Danny still remembered that there were many such scenes in a novel, and she was very excited when she read it. But in this world, Dragon Queen's acting skills were already at the maximum level. She could transform into a blacksmith, sweat like rain, and forge a fine steel sword that could cut iron like mud. She could indeed be terrifying and shock the world, but it was all negative effects. Ha ha ha. Dragon Queen was indeed the daughter of the Mad King. Now that her mad blood had acted up, she actually ran off to become a blacksmith. Her enemies would laugh at her like this, but they would not marvel at the Queen's exquisite skills. However, blacksmithing was one of the seven gods after all, and the Big Sparrow liked this divine skill very much. It represented a miracle. During the reign of Saint Bailey, an illiterate stonemason who did not know how to pray because of his exquisite craftsmanship was regarded as a blacksmith's mortal body by Saint Bailey. He was finally appointed as the archbishop. Compared with that stonemason, the Big Sparrow's divine skill was tens of thousands of times stronger. After personally forging a fine steel double-handed sword, the Big Sparrow's devotion to the seven gods entered a new level. It was still 250 faith, but the power of faith provided had increased by 10 times. The power of faith provided by each believer's daily prayers equals devotion * coefficient. The coefficient of ordinary believers was about 10.0, and the Big Sparrow's coefficient was also 10.0 before. At this time, his coefficient of faith suddenly soared to 100.0, and Danny was not sure what realm it was. Because the coefficient and devotion were very high, the Big Sparrow contributed 25,000 points of faith to Dahe a day. After deducting 50% of the profit, Dahe should also give him 16,666 points of divine power. God had mercy. Clinton had fasted and prayed for almost a week for the 100 points of divine power to contract the pterosaur. If the big sparrow were to contract the pterosaur, maybe it would only take a look. Clinton was to the big sparrow, just like Pogba was to the dragon queen in terms of fire witchcraft. From this, it could be seen how 666 the big sparrow was at this time. However, although Dani knew that the big sparrow was very 666 now, she could not imagine that the guy dared to compete with the demon mountain. But she did not have time and energy to care about the holy sun now. On the night that she gave him the forging divine skill, Dani received a messenger crow from Zingis, requesting a truce for a few days. Her old friend Zara was going to Astapor to discuss the redemption of the prisoners of war. Dani immediately found that this gave her two opportunities, a chance to leave Slave Bay and a chance to plant spies. She wrote a letter that night and sent it to Zingis the next afternoon. After a serious discussion with the ministers for a day, I have decided to accept the request of the Alliance Army for negotiation, but the messenger must be Zaro. Moreover, Zaro could not take the pterosaur directly to Astapor. He could fly to New York Town first, then take the fast boat arranged by White Knight Garth and go to Astapor by sea. The airspace of Slave Bay was not allowed to enter. Then that night, Dani took Cora and Clinton to Little Green and Dahe, respectively, and rushed to the Little Rhone River more than 3,000 kilometers away. Godot. Obviously, Dani's goal was the steel Sphinx statue at the entrance of Godot. She planned to melt it in 1 day and bring a ton of steel back to Astapor in 2 days. Chapter 5:29. The rise of the Dragon Queen led to the rapid decline of the world sea trade, and her 60 million gold royals project made the food market more prosperous than ever before. As a result, farmers began to appear on both sides of the Little Lorne River. They sowed wheat and soybean seeds on the land previously used for cotton, castor, and hemp. After the reclaimed farmland was planted, the manor owner also organized the farmers to burn the mountains and reclaim new farmland. It could be said that Slavers Bay was making a big leap in agricultural production, while Ursus was making a small leap in the Lorne River Basin. Denzel of the Undulls was also one of the pioneers. He even left his home and was arranged by his master to work at the Little Lorne River 500 kilometers away. Because of his good farming skills and rich experience, his master needed his skills to reclaim the newly purchased wasteland. Before the age of 15, Denzel was a shepherd boy at the Harvest Hall. He raised and plowed cattle for Count Aston. The Harvest Hall's territory was very suitable for farming. It was the granary of the Stormlands. The emblem of the House of Selmy 3 golden wheat ears said it all, so Denzel was trained as a farmer for as long as he could remember. If nothing unexpected happened, he should be driving the cattle to plow the Count's land and plant the last wave of winter wheat before the winter snow came. But although he was an expert at driving cattle, he did not like this profession. The young man wanted to drive a ship and sail thousands of miles to the Jade Sea, to Iban, to the Barren Land, to see the different sceneries of different parts of the world. When he was 15 years old, after completing his contract with Count Aston, he did not follow his dead father's last wish to marry a farmer's daughter. Instead, he settled down as a good farmer and continued to work for Count Selmy. He went to King's Landing and was hired by a Pentos merchant as a sailor on the Flying Pentos. For the first 2 years, he sailed to Bravos, Seagull Town, White Harbor, Old Town, Mill, and other cities that he had never been to before. He was very happy. But everything changed 2 years ago. The Dragon Queen seized Slavers Bay, and the trade on the summer sea collapsed by half. To put it bluntly, the Dragon Queen's actions caused a terrible economic crisis in the world. As trade between the East and the West decreased, the number of goods sold and purchased by the cities along the narrow sea was greatly reduced. The Flying Pentosian was just an offshore flat-bottomed cargo ship, equivalent to a carriage driver on the sea. Without goods from the East, the number of Western specialties that were sent to the East decreased. The coachman became idle and Denzel lost his job. Coincidentally, he met a girl he liked, so he settled down in Pentos. He wanted to buy a house. If he did not have a house, the girl's parents would not be willing to marry their daughter to him. Unfortunately, the housing prices here were too high. Buying a 60-square-meter house outside the city would cost him 30 years of his salary. Of course, he didn't have 30 years' worth of salary, so he could only get a loan from the Bank of Pentos. If the free people of Pentos wanted to buy a house or live, they had to take a loan. Then, Denzel discovered something terrifying. The income he and his wife earned from their labor was often less than what they needed for food and clothing. In order to fill their stomachs, they had to borrow again. As such, his debt would continue to grow day by day, and he would never be able to recover. Later on, he met a fellow villager, a bachelor in economics from the old town, and only then did he understand what was going on. After losing the war with Bravos, Pentos almost became a semi-colony of Bravos. Of course, a semi-colony had to sign an unequal treaty. In addition to the military restrictions, no more than 20 warships, no mercenaries, no contracts with freelance mercenaries, and no military force beyond the number of city guards, the city was also not allowed to maintain slavery. But the ruler of the city needed slaves. Slaves were the cheapest, the most obedient, and the most valuable. So, the ruler of the city thought of a way to turn the free people into slaves, deliberately raising the price of living goods, lowering the free people's wages, and forcing them to borrow money from the governor of trade who ruled the city. If they owed their master, they had to work for their master. These free people were called free slaves. This was the setting in the original book. Martin was mirroring America. Apart from the name, they were essentially no different from slaves. Denzel became a free slave of one of the governors of trade, Illyrio. Long before Dragon Queen's 60 million gold royals grain purchase plan, Illyrio began to expand the scale of grain farming and then bought land on a large scale and hired farmers to cultivate the wasteland. At this time, from Pentos to the Little Lorne River, there were Illyrio's estates because there was Valeglia Avenue. Transportation was very convenient. After being a free slave for 2 years, Denzel found that there was nothing to be afraid of because his life now was no different from when he was a free Westeros. He continued to farm for his boss, and his boss paid him a living wage. It was the same everywhere. In this case, he lived with a clear conscience like the thousands of free slaves in the city. During this time, even if there was news of the Dragon Queen, Liberator of Slaves, Shackle Breaker, Misha the Slave, and other titles, it did not move him too much. He was not a slave. How could the Dragon Queen liberate him? Perhaps he would only hear her story in his life, and would not have anything to do with it. Until this day, around 8 o'clock in the morning, the sun was shining brightly, the temperature was neither hot nor cold, and the northwest wind was warm like a lover's hand. Denzel was wearing a gray linen shirt and shorts, and his bare feet were bare. His exposed skin was as tanned as an old cow's. He was propping up an old black buffalo that was shiny with oil and turning over the wet and soft black soil. His wife and mother-in-law were holding a green gourd ladle filled with soybeans and following behind the snow-white plow, counting the beans. Whoosh! The sky suddenly darkened, as if a large dark cloud was covering it, and there was the sound of air turbulence. Moo, the big buffalo, which was steadier than an old dog, suddenly stopped. Its hind legs went weak, and it collapsed into the mud. Before Denzel could be angry, he heard his wife yell at the top of her lungs, "Dragon, dragons?" Denzel was shocked and looked up. Sure enough, he saw 2 megalosaurus, one black and one green, cutting through the blue sky like 2 sharp knives. Their speed was too fast, and they left behind 2 clear traces of flight among the white clouds. Dragon, this is a megalosaurus, a Targaryen, a Targaryen. Dragon Queen, the one sitting on it must be Queen Dany Rise, the queen of the Undulls, Loiner, and Forerunners, the protector of the entire realm. For some reason, Denzel suddenly felt a surge of passion, and he lost his composure as he shouted at his wife and mother-in-law. It was as if he wanted to tell them, "Did you see that? That's the queen of the Undulls, and I'm also an Undull, a former Westeros." His mother-in-law did not think highly of her son-in-law just because he was separated by thousands of miles from the Dragon Queen. She only kept urging him. No matter who is on the dragon, it has nothing to do with you or us. Hurry up and pull the old cow up. There are still 7 or 8 acres of land waiting for us to work on. His mother-in-law was wrong. The Dragon Queen's arrival this time had really crossed paths with them. After only 15 minutes, the black dragon flew back. Then they were shocked. It was just as the street bard said. The Dragon Queen's black dragon could speak. Farmers employed by Governor Illyrio Mopatis immediately lead the cows and horses along the Veleglia stone path to the mouth of the river. Farmers not employed by Illyrio, if you are willing to earn a gold radiance coin, you can also go. The Megalosaurus's voice rumbled like thunder, and it could be heard clearly from miles away. Denzel was still in a daze, unsure if he should listen to the Megalosaurus's words. He saw the manor's steward drenched in sweat as he galloped on the fields on a mule, shouting, "Immediately head to the west. Men, women, old and young, all of you. If you don't get there in half an hour, your wages will be deducted." What else could Denzel do? He could only quickly remove the plow from the old cow's back, then lead the cow and jog to the west with his wife and mother-in-law. Along the way, they met many farmers, stewards, and even mercenaries who were riding horses and herding cows. Yes, a small mercenary group that guarded the manor. There were more than 100 people in the group. "Why are we going to the west?" his wife asked as she tugged at his arm with her large, calloused hand. "Perhaps we have to cross the river and go to Ghetto on the other side," Denzel said uncertainly. He could not understand. Other than a statue of a dragon's body and waist-high weeds, there was not even a ferry. The 2 sides of the river were connected by a stone bridge. But he was wrong again. They did not cross the river. Instead, they stopped near the statue of the female Dragon King. "Look, there's a knight." His wife pointed at a knight in full armor in the middle of the crowd. Denzel's body trembled. A white leather helmet with rainbow feathers, an exquisite white glaze armor inlaid in front of his chest, and a wide, milky white cloak that shone as white as snow and as bright as a young girl's hope. Wasn't this the legendary White Knight? He was excited again. His previous master, Count Selmy of the Harvest Hall, and his granduncle, Barristan, was the legendary White Knight known as the model of Westeros knights. After that, he found out the identity of the White Knight from the steward, Jorah Mormont. Coincidentally, he also knew this person. It was because the reputation of the Count of Bear Island, the man whose wife ran away with another man, was too resounding, and everyone knew him. Not only did the steward of the Illyrio family's manor come, but everyone in the nearby manors also came with men, ropes, and carriages. It was said that the Dragon Queen rode on a dragon and visited every manor nearby. The terrifying Wings of Death and Great Guardian of Light roared, "Listen to me, I am the Great Guardian of Light. Otherwise, the Wings of Death will descend." What else could the stewards do? Denzel looked left and right. There was only Sir Mormont and a weathered middle-aged knight called Sir Clinton. There was only a green dragon in the sky. There was no sign of the Black Dragon or the Dragon Queen. However, he did not have time to let his imagination run wild. 300 to 400 people came one after another. The group was split into 2. The White Knight led a group of people to the manor to get bricks and build a forge, on Veleglia Avenue. Sir Clinton instructed people to move the Sphinx statue, with a woman's head and the body of a megalosaurus. A few thick hemp ropes were tied around the statue. The ropes passed through the pulleys on the giant wooden frame in front of it and split into 40 to 50 strands, each of which was pulled by an old bull. There were also people who placed gravel, coarse sand, and bricks between the statue and the stone path. After doing all this, Sir Clinton pushed a cart of iron balls the size of a child's fist. They were smooth, as if they were one. In front of the statue, he placed an iron ball of palms width apart. There was a total of 30 to 40 iron balls. Chapter 530. Denzel was not stupid. He immediately understood what Sir Clinton was trying to do. As the farmer urged the cattle to pull the rope, the head of the Sphinx gradually rose. There was a tripod in front of it that was supported by sturdy oak. The pulley at the top of the tripod was higher than the center of gravity of the Sphinx. As the rope pulled, it was equivalent to exerting an upward force on the statue. With that, the bottom of the Sphinx rose and moved forward a distance of a palm's width with great difficulty. It pressed down on the iron ball that was laid down earlier. The iron ball broke the stone bricks that were laid down below and almost sank into the gravel pit. Then, the pulley on the tripod was lowered slightly so that the angle of the pulling force did not change. With that, the statue moved forward another half a step. As the statue left the pit, it gradually pressed down on the iron balls. The pulling speed became faster and faster. After passing through the iron balls, the statue took out the iron ball that was pressed into the gravel pit and placed it in front of it. Before noon, the Sphinx moved 7 to 8 meters and leaped onto the stone path of Valeglia. At that moment, Denzel finally saw the Dragon Queen. She descended from the sky on a black dragon. Her appearance, she was wearing a helmet and iron armor, so he could not see her clearly. What caught his attention was that the black dragon was carrying a bundle of more than 10 iron blowers. As he was an Undul and his ancestral home was the Stormlands, Denzel became a small leader under Sir Clinton. He commanded the cattle to pull the statue. With that, he could see the Dragon Queen up close. Although Denzel did not know why she was wearing a helmet, of course, she was afraid of death and was afraid that someone in the crowd would shoot her with a crossbow. He could see through the gap in the helmet that she was a very beautiful lady. She had big, violet eyes, fair, lustrous skin, a delicate little chin, and silvery hair that reflected the sun's rays. Without a doubt, she was a Targaryen. Everyone knew that Targaryens had purple eyes and silver hair. They were extraordinarily beautiful. However, what caught Denzel's attention the most was not the queen's appearance, but she actually knew magic. Denzel saw with his own eyes that the Dragon Queen used flames to melt the dragon crystal he heard from her, and some strange magic materials. She then branded some words, magic runes, that he could not understand on the cleaned black stone path. After that, he moved the Sphinx statue to the top of the scribbles. With the statue as the center, he built a 2-story castle with windows the size of 8 buckets. The statue was placed in a castle made of red bricks and blue stone strips. Then, 8 2-meter-tall castles were built along the windows of the castle. Now he understood that the small castle was connected to the blower, which was actually a furnace. A large amount of charcoal was loaded into 8 stoves and lit at around 2 in the afternoon. During this time, many caravans between Pentos and Norfoss passed by. They were very surprised and wanted to stop and watch, but all of them chose to leave after the black dragon roared, "Get lost or die." The fire burned, and the newly built furnace began to emit a hot, wet smell of lime. The lime used to build the walls was dried by the fire, and there were even cracks in some places. Under normal circumstances, it should be slowly dried in the shade, but the high temperature would cause uneven heating, and the walls would crack. However, the Dragon Queen only dug out a lump of lime to cover the crack and continued to burn it. Denzel understood the queen's thoughts. She only wanted to melt the iron statue this time and did not really plan to build a steelmaking furnace on the main road. Why doesn't the queen use the dragon to burn the Sphinx statue, just like how Black Death Balerion melted the iron sword to build the Iron Throne? He could not help but ask his fellow countrymen. Yes, Sir Clinton also claimed to be from the Land of Storms, so he was somewhat close to him. However, when Denzel asked him if he was from the Clinton family of Vulture's Nest Castle, he shook his head and did not say a word. At this moment, the Clinton of Vulture's Nest Castle was related to John Clinton, but they were not of the same bloodline. It's still being heated. The Dragon Queen glanced at him and said, "Oh, 7 gods." The Dragon Queen actually spoke to him. Denzel was so excited that his black face flushed red. His head was boiling, his eyes were dizzy, and he was at a loss. Fortunately, the Dragon Queen only said one sentence before she turned her head back and continued to stare at the huge, blazing furnace. As carts of charcoal were transported over from the nearby manor, and as the people operating the blower changed batch after batch, the furnace began to emit waves of heat into the surroundings. Everyone began to retreat. When the sky gradually turned a shade of yellow, the Dragon Queen chanted an incantation. The flames at the top of the furnace in the castle shrunk, and the surrounding temperature rapidly dropped. However, the speed of adding charcoal did not slow down at all. Denzel did not understand magic. Naturally, he did not know that after the temperature of the statue stopped rising, the Dragon Queen used her fire control spell to transform the dissipating flames into the shape of a huge bell, enveloping the statue within. As such, the steel statue's temperature continued to rise, and the outside world could not feel much heat. Before the sky darkened, the Megalosaurus finally began to breathe fire. The black and green dragons seemed to be in a relay race. One after another, they continuously poured dragon flame into the furnace at the top of the castle. The dragon flame and charcoal burned together for a full 3 hours. The vast, dark wilderness was gradually bathed in a dazzling starry sky. During dinner, Denzel was given 3 sausages, 2 eggs, a loaf of bread, and a big bowl of beef, oatmeal, and carrot soup. He ate happily, only to realize that the Dragon Queen and her 2 knights did not eat or drink. At midnight, Denzel was lying on the stone path, dozing off. Suddenly, a sense of fear surged in his heart. It was as if a ferocious tiger had snuck up beside him and was about to bite his neck. He woke up with a start. The sleeping people around him seemed to have felt the same way, and a series of shouts rang out. With just a glance, Denzel could sense the source of the change: the black dragon. During the day, he instinctively felt that he was as majestic and domineering as a god. At this moment, he seemed to have truly become a god. His appearance did not change. He was still as ferocious and terrifying, but his entire body was emitting a holy aura that made people want to worship him.
No, something else had changed.
Dragon flame. The blood-red dragon flame had turned into an extremely bright, glazed red. If colors could have life, the glazed red would have come alive at this moment. The green dragons retreated to the side. Only the black dragon continued to spit out dragon flame that resembled a glazed red water column. Another quarter of an hour passed. Boom. Very suddenly, the castle-sized brick furnace shook a few times, as if something inside had exploded. Almost at the same time, at the bottom of the Rhone River, a huge wave rose out of nowhere. Before the 2 knights could ask in surprise, Denzel was stunned to see the Dragon Queen cursing in exasperation. "Goddamn Valeglia, if you want to show off, then show off until the end. Don't you feel ashamed to use a fake to fool the world for thousands of years?" At this moment, the Dragon Queen did not know the true meaning of the steel statue, nor did she know what she had done. She also could not hear the resentful roars of beasts coming from the Rhone River dozens of kilometers away. Some ancient existence had broken free from the seal of Valeglia. Fake. Her 2 knights' expressions changed abruptly. Steel skin, scrap iron core. The steel inside has long melted. When the fixed steel skin is broken, it will suddenly explode like a broken soup dumpling, and juice will splatter everywhere. The Dragon Queen sighed and stomped her iron boots on the stone path. When the Dragon Queen smashed the brick that was in contact with the stone path, a thin layer of tiles near the edge of the stone path, bright red molten iron that radiated a white light, immediately flowed out and flowed directly into the sand pit beside the stone path. The stone path was a palm's height above the ground, and the sand pit that was dug in advance caught the flowing molten iron. Well, the Dragon Queen had arranged for people to shovel away the top layer of soil and lay a thick layer of mold sand. The molten iron sizzled in the sand pit. Even though the sand pit had been baked for a period of time by the Dragon Queen's dragon flames, there was still a large amount of smoke rising from the ground around it. The smell of burning filled the air, and the heat wave spread without restraint. Everyone's faces were red and hot from the molten iron, but the Dragon Queen continued to sigh, as if nothing had happened. She muttered, "Too much, too much. With so much molten iron, how many tons of steel can there be left?" The size and depth of the sand pit were calculated in advance. A small pit was the size of a bucket, compacted with a standard mold, and dried the water. It could hold about 500 pounds of iron. Steel was also iron, and its density was exactly the same as iron. Small pits were connected to small pits. The first small pit was filled, and the molten iron that flowed down would flow along the thumb-sized notch above the pit wall to the next small pit. The principle was the same as the ice cube box in the refrigerator. Since it was molten iron that was flowing, the Dragon Queen personally jumped into the pit and blocked some of the drainage notch with ceramic stoppers. Well, the small pit originally had 4 walls, and the overflowing molten iron could flow in all directions. Now, under the deliberate control of the Dragon Queen, the molten iron only flowed to the sides, leaving the position near the faucet for the steel. Out of the reserved 20 by 20 pits, 250 of them were filled with ordinary molten iron, 71 of them were filled with steel, and 25 of them were empty. In other words, the Sphinx statue was about 80 tons, of which 62, 5 tons of ordinary steel, and 18 tons of steel. Ordinary steel was a mixture of grayish-white and grayish-black, while steel was a smoky black that reflected a strange luster. The two could be clearly distinguished. It's not bad, looking at the smoky black iron bucket that was pulled out by the hanging rope like a radish. The Dragon Queen finally smiled. Well, when the Dragon Queen flew over from Slaver's Bay, she also brought 200 fine steel chains that were as thick as a thumb and as long as an arm. A chain was placed in 2 adjacent pits on the left and right. When the molten iron solidified, it was equivalent to fixing a big iron ball at both ends of the chain. A single iron ball weighed 500 kilograms, and only Blackie could carry it. From midnight to the darkest 3 hours before dawn, Blackie carried 34 iron balls and left everyone's sight. When it returned, it was empty-handed. Needless to say, everyone knew that the steel was too heavy and the Megalosaurus could not carry it all at once, so the black dragon hid it somewhere nearby. Denzel's heart skipped a beat. To transport 34 iron balls in just 3 hours, it would take about 5 to 6 minutes for a round trip. In other words, the steel was no more than 3 minutes of flying distance for the black dragon. And the black dragon was carrying half a ton of iron ingots. Could it fly 400 kilometers in an hour? 3 minutes, no more than 20 kilometers. He did not know how much steel was worth in the market, but a dozen tons of steel could definitely be exchanged for a city. It was truly priceless. Denzel's eyes flashed, and then he saw that many people's eyes were flashing. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, they were clear. He quietly approached Clinton. "Sir, it's best if you let the Queen take the steel away as soon as possible." Clinton's expression was blank, and no one could guess what he was thinking. Denzel sighed and did not say anything else. But before dawn, his kindness was reciprocated. Sure enough, the Dragon Queen kept her word. Every farmer received 1 or 2 gold coins, overtime pay for the night. Denzel received 18 gold royals. They were not gold radiance coins, but Westeros gold royals that were worth 3 gold radiance coins. Clinton gave him all the gold royals he had. Only one was enough for him to pay off his loan to Illyrio, and he still had some left. The remaining gold royals could buy a large manor with hundreds of acres of fertile land. Denzel finally embarked on the path of glory of a certain male protagonist, a reversal of fortune. Chapter 531. Dorf was more than 3,000 kilometers away from Slaver's Bay, and a messenger crow could only travel 600 to 700 kilometers a day. After all, a crow was a bird. It needed food and rest, and could not fly 24 hours a day. Therefore, even if someone sent a letter to Mat Eris, it would take at least 4 days for the Alliance to receive news that the Dragon Queen had appeared in Dorf. Dany did not even stay in Dorf for 24 hours. Before dawn, she flew away on the Black Dragon. Well, Clinton and Yora could not ride Little Green. They came on Big Black, but the two did not leave Dorf. Even Denzel, the farmer, could estimate that the range of the steel was not more than 20 kilometers. How could Dany not consider this point? It was 18 tons of steel. It was heavier than all the steel weapons in the world combined. Priceless was not enough to describe its preciousness. Needless to say, in the next few months, there would be a large number of treasure hunters centered around the furnace where Danny smelted the Sphinx. Rivers, banks, swamps, bushes, and so on would be the places they would search. However, Danny played a little trick. She did throw the steel in the hills 10 kilometers away. But in front of everyone, she rode Little Green and carried a piece of steel, while Clinton and Mormont rode Big Black and carried 2 pieces of steel. They flew southeast to Slaver's Bay. But after entering the darkness of night, they immediately took a detour and headed north to a hidden col 10 kilometers away. Danny rode the Black Dragon and left empty-handed. Mormont, Yora, and Little Green stayed behind. When night fell again, the 2 of them would break the chains and let Little Green carry the pieces away piece by piece to the upper Rhone River further north and throw them into the center of the river. That location was more than 20 kilometers away from the furnace, or even 50 kilometers. No one would think that Big Black could fly 50 kilometers in 3 minutes. Those treasure hunters who could not find the steel would only think that the Dragon Queen had dug a deep hole and buried them. Then they would continue to dig deeper and deeper holes. Leaving Clinton and Yora to transfer the iron ingots, Danny flew west to Dragonstone Island, which was thousands of kilometers away. They took off before dawn, and when the sun rose from the east, Dragonstone Island appeared in their line of sight. Without wasting any more time with Old Crab and the others, Danny headed straight for Aegon's garden. With the cooperation of Marvin and the others, she began to construct the mana well at the bottom of the lava. For the 250-meter-deep pit, Danny had prepared 3 sets of 1850-meter-long magic pumping sticks. The opening connecting the magma layer of the volcano was as thick as the mouth of a bowl, while the magic wand was only as thick as a wrist. Danny had designed it to connect the 3 magic wands in parallel. Even if there was a problem with one of them, the other 2 would act as backup channels. The 650-meter-long magic pipes were all melted and connected, making a total length of 300 meters. Excluding the 260 meters underground, the 40 meters above ground would be used to build the Sky Tower. The Tower of Babel had not been completed yet, and Danny had only completed 5/6 of the project. She had been busy from morning until 3 in the afternoon. Finally, Danny had finished carving the last rune. In the basement of the rock layer, 10 meters above ground, Danny placed a colorless magic crystal the size of a human head in the center of the stone platform. The dark purple dragon crystal stone platform was half a meter high, and the bottom was connected to the magic pipes. It was equivalent to a socket for the magic network. Can the magic network be activated without building a tower? Old Crab was puzzled. Yes, but the effect is not as good. According to Valeglia's theory, the higher the altitude of the crystal ball, the better the signal reception. I'm only testing whether the legendary magic network can be activated, Danny said excitedly. At this time, the 210-meter-deep pit had not been filled, and the group stood on the wooden floor of the suspended fish beam. After completing the construction of the magic network, Danny was finally in the mood to observe the surroundings. "Where's Samwell?" she asked, puzzled. "He went to King's Landing to meet Randall Tarley. Randall is now the Regent's Minister of Justice and is in charge of the 3,000 golden robes in King's Landing. He has a high position. Sam plans to persuade Father to let the Iron Throne believe in the matter of the other ghosts," Marvin explained. Danny frowned and said, "I told him a few days ago to wait at Dragonstone Island. I'm very busy and have to leave tonight. I can't delay the war at Slaver's Bay for him. Maybe, he can come back before tonight." "King's Landing is not far from Dragonstone Island," Marvin said awkwardly. This was his mistake. He thought that the Dragon Queen said to wait a few days, which was at least a week, so he agreed to Sam's request to go to King's Landing to meet Father. "Forget it. Since the magic network has been built, we can communicate through the magic network from now on." After saying that, Danny covered the crystal ball with her hand. The transparent crystal absorbed Danny's magic and was instantly dyed red, like a ball of thick red ink spreading in clear water. This was the manifestation of the great wizard's magic that Danny had injected. Asterisk hum 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 hum, asterisk circles of flame-shaped runes lit up on the surface of the purplish-black magic network from top to bottom. Looking down from the weirwood platform, one could clearly see the runes in the dark wells spreading down into the magma. Asterisk boom. Asterisk the volcano was like a giant beast that had been awakened. Its body shook a few times, and the whole of Dragonstone Island shook a few times. The volcano is going to explode? The old crab asked with a pale face. Don't be afraid. The volcano is just being activated. Danny was worried, and she was shocked by the magic network's ability to draw magic. However, on the surface, she looked like a calm old dog that had everything under control. Asterisk hum hum hum, asterisk the sound of strings being plucked at a high frequency came from the bottom of the well. The purplish-black energy network was dyed red from bottom to top, as if it was a straw that was sucking up the blood of the earth. Asterisk whoosh asterisk in an instant, the vast sea of magma and fire magic entered the magic crystal ball at the top. The whole of Aegon Garden and more than half of Dragonstone Island's castle were dyed a magnificent red, a red that was alive. In the world of ice and fire, the sea of magic in the void also set off a small magic tide. At this moment, Danny felt that her power could crush the earth with one hand and blow the clouds above her head with one breath. Too powerful. Human power is limited, but the power of heaven and earth is limitless. The skyrocketing fire wizard power dyed Danny's purple eyes blood red. The fire wizard Pogba's wizard power was like a mosquito, Kashi's wizard power was like a cat, and Danny before the dragon battle in Meereen was like a hunting dog. After the battle in Meereen, the wizard power in her body was like a fierce tiger. However, compared to the wizard power that was being drawn from the magma, Danny was like a shark in the sea. No matter how big a shark was, it was not even an ant when compared to the vast and boundless sea. Valeglia's magic network was so overpowered. Danny finally understood why the people of Valeglia could build a super magical civilization. The foundation of any civilization's development was energy, and the magic network provided the people of Valeglia with endless energy. The old crab used his sleeves to cover his face, blocking the magical power that was unrestrainedly spreading around him. He wailed, "Your Majesty, please retract your powers." Asterisk buzz buzz, asterisk Danny's mind moved, and the red light that had spread across half of the island instantly disappeared. The crystal ball in her hands gradually turned from light red to pink, and then from pink to bright red. Then it turned orange red, deep red, dark red, and the color continued to deepen. Suddenly, it turned from red to light blue, and finally stabilized at a light azure blue. Danny sensed in surprise that the light blue magical power was still fire wizard power, but its energy level had increased by one level. She could not help but recall the dream she had in the Immortal Palace 400 years ago. She had seen the great wizard holding a large dark blue magic ball. It was obvious that the other party's magic energy level was higher than hers, and the total amount was far greater than this small magic ball. It's so beautiful. I can almost see the entire world in the crystal ball. Marvin approached the stone platform, looking mesmerized. It's also dangerous. Didn't you feel it? The entire Dragonstone Island was shaking just now, the old crab said worriedly. Don't worry, it's just the earth fire within 10 kilometers. It's a normal phenomenon, Danny said nonchalantly. 10 kilometers? Bronn exclaimed in shock. Recalling the history of Valyria that he had read in the library of Dragonstone Island, he could not help but tremble in fear. That is to say, if a catastrophe like the one in Valyria occurs, it will affect a radius of 10 kilometers? At least 10 kilometers, Danny said calmly. At least 10 kilometers. Bronn's face contorted. Was he going to live on a giant barrel of gunpowder from now on? It was too dangerous here. He wanted to leave the island. Danny saw through his thoughts and said unhappily, "Do you think it's that easy for a catastrophe to happen?" Valeglia was extravagant and wasteful. 14 fire peaks, and it took them 6,000 years to suffer retribution. If we are careful and frugal, We can at least last 600,000 years. According to the power valve I set, the fire wizard power extracted is only half of the hot spring. In an emergency, other than me, the others can only overclock it by 500%, which is 2.5 times the consumption of the hot spring. Valeglia's people used the magic network to change the world, but Danny only used it for communication. Think about the proportion of a normal household's energy consumption and mobile phone charging. It was almost negligible. Oh, your majesty is wise. The old crab's worries were gone. After he relaxed, he habitually flattered. Your majesty, please try and see what effect the magic ball has. Marvin's eyes were fervent as he pointed at the magic ball. What effect? Danny pressed her left hand on the magic ball, and her right hand formed a sword finger and drew a line in the air. Rip, like the sound of silk tearing, 100-meter long, palm-wide line of fire broke through the 10-meter deep hole and landed on the stone wall, leaving a charred black mark. 7 gods above. This is really magic. It was Braun's first time seeing the magic of gathering fire in the air. His eyes widened in shock. Compared to you, the fire wizards in the Alchemist Guild are even worse than children, the knowledgeable old crab muttered in shock. Hearing him mention the fire wizards, Danny asked curiously, "What's the effect of the alchemists I asked you to recruit?" More than 20 fire wizards came. I placed them on Tidehead Island, and they can produce a few dozen pounds of wildfire every day. That's not enough. Danny frowned. Marvin did not care about the fire wizards and wildfire. He asked anxiously, "Your Majesty, other than fire wizard spells, how are the magic network's effects on other wizard spells?" Other wizard spells. Danny's heart skipped a beat. She closed her eyes and activated the Green Prophet meditation technique with all her might, entering the state of wind song. Her soul seemed to have turned into a gust of wind, following a trace of Green Prophet magic power into the crystal ball. There was no obstruction at all. The fire wizard power was instantly infected by her spiritual power and turned into vast Green Prophet magic power.
Swoosh.
She was like a wind spirit. Her vision instantly expanded, and it was the same feeling she had when she entered the weirwood beyond the Great Wall. She merged with the sky, earth, trees, and boulders. She heard the music of nature. She was like a gust of wind, passing through the castle on Dragonstone Island. She saw the guards on duty, the servants at work, and the blacksmiths swinging their hammers. Then, she commanded the wind to blow toward the harbor. She saw the laurel wind and her old acquaintance, Cthulhu. She tried, and the wind could even pass through the deck and the seawater. She saw 7 gods above. What did she see? In shock, Danny immediately exited the state of wind song. Huff. She panted with an unpleasant expression, her eyes flashing with shock and confusion. What's wrong? Marvin could not help but ask, seeing her strange expression. Go to the harbor immediately and surround the laurel wind. Danny snapped out of her daze and said sternly. Chapter 5:32. Almost 3 years ago, Dragon Queen opened the Megalosaurus Zoo in Zara's mansion. The laurel wind happened to pass by Queers and learned that the Megalosaurus had reappeared. Captain Cthulhu Mo, as a dragon visitor, brought gifts and his daughter to visit Danny. In order to thank Cthulhu for bringing news of her homeland from the old town, Dragon Queen also asked Dahe to draw a dragon-worshipping portrait for him. After that, Cthulhu continued to sail around the Jade Sea, while Dragon Queen went to Astapor to start her own legendary journey. The next time they met was 3 months ago in Bravos. The laurel wind and the black dragon passed by the Titan statue almost at the same time. But that time, Dragon Queen's real body didn't come at all. Only Dahe went. Later, because of Dragon Queen's chaos in Bravos, many local merchants' ships were burned, and even they died in the chaos. The foreign merchants were also afraid of being implicated by the mystic dragon, so they escaped from the Water City that night. This caused the entire city's trade to enter a cold winter in a short period of time. Kuhulu delayed for more than a month before he cleared out the jade sea specialties on the ship. Taking advantage of the fact that the merchants in Bravos started to sell their goods due to the disaster, he bought a batch of specialties from the north of Ursos at a low price. He planned to ship them to the old town in the Westeros to sell. Coincidentally, he met the night watchers from the Great Wall. When the night watchers were looking for a fast boat to the old town, they found the Laurelwind. At that time, the Night Watchers wanted to use the Dragon Queen's dragon might to do things, so they wantonly announced that they were working for Dany. Kuhulu immediately accepted Sam and the others, and also promised to stop at Dragonstone Island for a few days when they passed by Blackwater Bay. The Black Captain also wanted to see the Dragon Queen again. Even if they waited at the docks for a few days, even Sam went to King's Landing, and his daughter Ko Jia was very anxious. Kuhulu was still calm. He didn't plan to abandon the Night Watchers and go to the old town alone. Just this morning, in the captain's room, Kuhulu, who had just woken up, was carefully wiping the dust on the glass of the dragon-worshipping portrait. In any case, after this trip, we'll return to Tall Tree Town to wait for the long night and for the battle at Slave Bay to end. As long as I can see the Dragon Queen again, I don't mind wasting 10 days or half a month. Then he heard the noise of the sailors on deck. The Black Dragon is here. The Dragon Queen is here. The Megalosaurus is here. Death God. Do you want to die? Right now, the Black Dragon is clearly the great guardian of light. If you call him by the wrong name, you'll be caught in the air trying to guess riddles. Another sailor hurriedly covered his companion's mouth and said nervously. The sailor with rotten yellow teeth broke free from his companion's arm and shouted, "What do you know? That's exactly what I want. I've read a lot of riddles and prepared for today." Seeing that his companion was at a loss, Rotten Yellow Teeth sighed and said, "It's not like you don't know that every time the Bravos singer tells the story of the riddle of the Megalosaurus, the stupid pig named Hanks is the most important supporting role." The sailor Hanks from before was unknown, but now he's been sung by countless poets and plays. He's actually famous. At this moment, the expression on Rotten Yellow Teeth's big flat face was very complicated. There was envy, jealousy, and hatred, but also confidence, nervousness, and anticipation. I'm smarter than him. Maybe I'll be able to guess the riddle and beat the Megalosaurus in terms of intelligence and become the main character of the legend. Jimmy, you're so smart. The sailors were shocked at first. Then they sighed in admiration. The next moment, almost everyone put their hands to their mouths to synthesize a loudspeaker and shouted at the top of their lungs, "Death Wing, Death Wing." They also wanted to ride on the Black Dragon's popularity and become part of the legend. Even if it was just a supporting role, it was fine. Unfortunately, Big Black was too fast. In the blink of an eye, it had fallen into the castle. How could it hear the calls from the dock? When Kuhulu rushed to the deck, he didn't even see Big Black's shadow. But he didn't regret it. After he brought Sam to Dragonstone Island, he purposely went to visit the castle as an old friend of the Dragon Queen. As long as he reported his name, he might not be able to directly bring him to see the Dragon Queen, but he would definitely pass on the message. As expected, when he went to the Dragon Mountain Castle to explain the situation, the guards immediately went to Aegon Garden to report to the Dragon Queen. The Dragon Queen really didn't forget about him. It was only because she was busy now and didn't have time to catch up with him. But tonight, there was a banquet to celebrate the completion of the Magic Network's initial construction. She sent an invitation to the father and daughter pair. When the sunset dyed the sea golden, the Dragon Queen rode on the Black Dragon and hurried to the dock with the guards. Kuhulu was in the captain's room having his daughter tidy up his beard and hair. Then, he was very surprised to hear the calls of Death Wing again. "Captain, the Dragon Queen is coming towards us." Without waiting for him to ask, the first mate hurriedly opened the door and came in to report. Kuhulu was startled, then suddenly became angry and cursed. "Those bastards, they want to be famous so much that they've gone crazy. Aren't they afraid of offending the Dragon Queen? Even if they aren't afraid of death, I think it's embarrassing. Go, Ko Jia, make them shut up." It was too late. SSSS, Big Black rushed before the old crab and the others and landed on the dock first. Deathwing! Deathwing! Under the strange gaze of the Dragon Queen, the group of sailors leaned against the side of the ship, their faces red as they shouted even louder. Danny didn't think that the sailors would want to ride on Big Black's popularity. She only thought that Deathwing was too famous and Big Black met a group of passionate fans. Until Kuhulu, wearing a yellow and green feather cloak, rushed out and fiercely kicked the sailors of the Midsummer Islands, then awkwardly smiled and apologized to the Queen. "Ha ha ha, you're very motivated." Thinking about what she was about to do, a sly look flashed in the purple eyes of the Dragon Queen, but she didn't care and smiled. "I really do have a chance to become a legend. I wonder which brave sailor is willing to give it a try."
Me.
Everyone was still shocked at how kind and generous the Dragon Queen was. Jimmy walked out of the crowd with his head held high and shouted excitedly, "Your Majesty, let's begin. Let Deathwing test me with the most difficult riddle. Even if I guess the riddle wrong and get thrown into the sea, I'm willing." "Are you sure?" Danny had a strange expression. "Of course." Thinking about how he was about to become a legend, Jimmy with a mouth full of yellow teeth grinned foolishly.
Okay.
Danny nodded, "But I need at least 2 people," whose before she finished, a group of sailors rushed to say, "Me, Your Majesty, I'm willing." Kuhulu glared at the rowdy sailors, turned his head, rubbed his hands, and smiled. "Your Majesty, I'm also willing. It's very dangerous." Danny hesitated. "I'm good at swimming, I'm not afraid," Kuhulu said confidently. He had reason to be confident. First, he was more knowledgeable than the other sailors, he had read more books, he had the best chance to guess the riddle of the Megalosaurus. Secondly, he had lived on the sea for decades, he was very good at swimming. Even if he fell from 100 meters, he wouldn't drown. "Father, give this chance to me." Blackie was anxious. She also wanted to be a part of the legend. "How about this? Let's talk about the riddle first. Everyone can guess." Danny clapped her hands to make the sailors quiet down. She pointed at the deck and said, "Guess what's on the rudder?" "A rudder?" Everyone was confused. What kind of riddle is this? Although Kuhula didn't understand, he still said, "Seaweed? Recently I've felt that the rudder is a bit tight. Maybe there's a bunch of seaweed." "Scallops?" Kojia immediately followed up. Hearing the captain say that the rudder was tight, Jimmy's eyes lit up. He guessed, "Fishing net." "Tattered clothes?" Another astute sailor said. Danny waved her hand and smiled. "If you want to know the answer, jump into the sea, use a fishing net to secretly wrap the rudder, then drag it ashore. The answer will be clear." This. Kuhula's expression changed. Dragon Queen was obviously hinting that there were no scallops or seaweed on the rudder, and it was impossible for there to be tattered clothes or fishing nets. That was a living thing that could escape, and it was very dangerous, so they needed a fishing net. They had to sneak over. Jimmy, Jamie, Aiden, Tony, the 4 of you go down. Kuhulu, who felt that something was wrong, gave up the chance to become the main character of the legend without hesitation. At this time, Braun and Old Crab also led a group of guards over. Kuhulu's expression tightened. He saw that the guards' weapons were purplish-black, crystal short swords and spears. Those were dragon crystals? There were also bows. The arrowheads were also dragon crystals. This. Kuhulu was at a loss at first, then his whole body shivered, cold sweat breaking out. "Go to the stern and guard it, listen to my orders." Dragon Queen's expression was serious. She started to arrange the archers and spearmen. Before the 4 sailors entered the water, Dragon Queen selected the guards beforehand to board the small boats. 17 to 18 small boats, dozens of guards carrying nets, surrounded the Laurel Wind twice. That was not all. The Queen even let Old Crab's Crab Island fleet bring 10 longboats over and set up 2 circles of fishing nets around the small boats. Now, even the 4 idiotic sailors who wanted to be famous felt that something was wrong. Dragon Queen being so serious. What did it mean? They did not know, but they were indeed scared. But now, it was not their turn to retreat. The 4 sailors carried the thicker fishing nets used by the Iban people to catch whales, slowly approaching the stern from 8 meters away, trying their best not to cause any splashes. Your Majesty, please try this. While they were waiting on the stern deck, Ko Jia deftly brought a chair for the Dragon Queen. Another sailor set up a small table beside the chair. The captain, who wore a colorful feather cape, acted like a chef. He brought over a white porcelain plate the size of a pot. Other than cleaned clams, oysters, mussels, there was also a plate of vinegar and a plate of reddish-brown sauce. I learned the technique of making spices from the head chef of the barbarian palace. I heard that son of Heaven Bo, Hao likes to make this sauce when eating fresh food. The existence lying on the rudder was too scary. Danny was not in the mood to eat. Kuhula's face was full of flattery, and thinking that this was his ship, eating his food also meant building a friendly relationship with him. She opened a clam, dipped it in the sauce and vinegar, and stopped at her lips for a moment after confirming that Big Black did not feel any danger. She generously swallowed it in one bite. Not bad, not bad. The taste is great. Ow, so cold. Suddenly, Jimmy, who was already close to the side of the boat, howled. Gods, the sea suddenly froze. I saw it freeze. Jamie said in shock. Splash, the next moment, water splashed out from the rudder, as if a small shark had drilled out from the bottom of the boat. Danny, who quickly walked to the side of the boat, saw a cold light flash past. Crack. The fishing net was broken. Rotten Teeth Jimmy was cut in half by the sword. What monster! Everyone was terrified. Chapter 5:33. Crack. 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 The people at the side of the ship saw in horror that the nearby sea was sealed by a layer of pale, white ice at a speed visible to the naked eye. The layer of ice was like oil spread on the surface of the sea. With cracking sounds, it quickly spread into the distance. Other than Rotten Yellow Tooth, who had been split into two and disappeared under the sea, the other 3 sailors who were struggling to swim to the shore were all stuck in the layer of ice. Their bodies were trembling, and a thick layer of frost covered their pale faces. The white air coming out of their mouths was getting lesser and lesser. Help, help me! The 3 sailors' cries for help were no louder than a newborn kitten's. What the hell is this? The giant crab said in horror. Losers. How dare you show off in my territory? Danny snorted coldly. With her right hand in the air, her mental energy connected to the magic crystal a few hundred meters away. The vast and turbulent fire elements were extracted and gathered in her small, white palm. With every revolution, the dark yellow fireball in her palm expanded a little. The spinning speed was so fast that the eyes could not keep up with it. It expanded bigger and bigger, forcing the people around Danny to retreat in panic. In an instant, the queen seemed to be holding a table-sized fire biscuit in her hand. She casually tossed it into the ice. There was no explosion, no explosion. It was silent, as if she had tossed an illusion. But the pale white layer of ice was like a candle in a scorching flame, quickly melting into water. The layer of ice was formed by the gathering of ice elements by ice magic, just like the fire gathering in fire witchcraft. Danny controlled it precisely, allowing the fire elements and ice elements to be annihilated, instead of the high-temperature flames burning the low-temperature ice cubes. This was solving the problem from the root. The enormous energy brought about by the annihilation of ice and fire was consciously guided by the magic crystal under Danny's control. The crystal ball could extract the earth fire within a 10-kilometer radius, so naturally, it could also control the explosive energy flow a few hundred meters away. Hiss, 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 the layer of ice melted like cheese, and the remaining heat flowed into the sea. The temperature of the sea rose, and in the blink of an eye, white steam rose from the surface of the sea. The great wizard Valeglia, near the magic network, was invincible in the world. It's hot, it's hot. The 3 unlucky people who had just been released from the ice immediately fell into the boiling sea. After a short while, his entire body turned red like a steamed prawn. Fortunately, the Dragon Queen's target was not near them, or else they might have been cooked alive. 7 gods above, the seawater is being boiled by fire magic. Burn the sky and boil the sea. Old Crab, Brawn, and the others looked at Dragon Queen with shock.
Good ado, Walala.
10 meters away from the stern of the boat, it suddenly flipped over like an old turtle at the bottom of a well, causing large amounts of steaming water to splash up. What's that? Danny's expression was indifferent. With her hands behind her back, she stood proudly on the bow and ordered, "Cast the net." Walla la la, the guards on the small boat immediately threw the fishing net in their hands. Layer after layer, the cold light of the sword slashed through the fishing net again, but the Dragon Queen had already locked onto her target, and the fire wizard power surged forth endlessly. The monster in the sea originally did not have as much magic power as Danny did during the Great Wall. After completing the Green Prophet meditation technique and gaining a preliminary understanding of the Song of Wind, its magic power increased tenfold after the Battle of Myrene, and now it had the advantage of the magic network. How could it be a match for the Dragon Queen? Gradually, the ice magic power in its body was exhausted, and the ice sword in the monster's hand turned into light blue cold water with a click. The monster under the water was exhausted and had no more strength to struggle. The fishing net tightened, and Danny deactivated the fire wizard spell. The small boat approached the Laurel Wind, and the rope at the end of the fishing net was handed to the guards on the deck. "What's that?" Kuhulu asked blankly. When the fishing net left the water, everyone could clearly see the appearance of the monster that had overturned the sea. It looked like a human, with the body of a grown man. Its face could not be seen clearly, and its body was covered with oysters, clams, scallops, razor clams, and other mollusks, as if it was wearing a layer of seashell armor. There was very little exposed skin, and it was grayish-white in color. "This is the sea monsters?" Old Crab asked uncertainly. "It looks like the water ghost in Grandma's story, and it purposely drags the children playing in the sea to the bottom of the water." Ko-Jia's black face was somewhat pale. "Didn't you guys always want to see a deviant ghost?" "Now it's here," Danny said strangely. "A deviant ghost?" Everyone was confused. "Aren't deviant ghosts outside the Great Wall?" Old Crab asked doubtfully. "I also want to know why this deviant ghost came to Dragonstone Island." The deviant ghost was not heavy, and 2 tall guards carried it onto the deck and placed it in front of the queen. When you catch a deviant ghost, it's best to immediately use the dragon crystal weapon to attack its vital points and kill it. If you want to capture it, you should do what I did. Danny pulled out the clear sky sword from her waist and swung it 4 times. Screech! The deviant ghost let out a shrill cry, like a blade scraping against glass, and its 4 limbs were broken. The next moment, under everyone's shocked gaze, the deviant ghost's arms and legs actually melted into a small, icy blue stream on the deck. 7 gods above. It really is a deviant ghost, Bronze said with a trembling voice. Danny squatted down and pulled the broken fishing net away from the deviant ghost's body. She frowned and looked at the densely packed shells, feeling suspicious. At this time, Kuhulu also asked curiously, if the deviant ghost is so scary, why would there be shells attached to its body? "I'm not sure. Maybe it's trying to hide something." Danny shook her head, took a porcelain plate from the table beside her, and pulled the shells off the deviant ghost's cheeks and neck like she was pulling out leeches. They were still alive, and she sucked them very tightly, even making crisp popping sounds. When the deviant ghost's face was completely exposed, Danny stared at it carefully for a long time and sighed. "I felt that his magic waves were somewhat familiar, and now that I see his face, it really is the deviant ghost I captured outside the Great Wall." Deviant ghosts all had haggard faces, and their skin was pale like moonlight, but the shape of their faces, cheeks, and forehead were all clearly different. "Why is the deviant ghost you captured lying on my ship's rudder?" Kuhulu was shocked, scared, and confused. "Where are the night watchers? Is Samuel the only one of the night watchers here?" Danny frowned and asked. "There's also a sea raven called Darion in the castle," Bronze said. Danny stood up, took the towel from Ko-Jia, and wiped her hands clean. "Then let's go back to the castle and bring the deviant ghost with us." "Your Majesty, I'll help you carry the deviant ghost," a sailor with a blue forked beard said. The first mate said, "I'll do it. I want to see how the queen deals with the deviant ghost. Don't fight with me." Seeing the sailors around her staring at the deviant ghost, Danny smiled and said, "Everyone has contributed to the capture of the deviant ghost today. If you have time, you can come to the Dragon Mountain Castle to participate in the banquet." "Yes, the sailor who sacrificed himself will be rewarded with 5 gold royals. Give it to his family, and the other 3 brave warriors will also get 1 each." Thinking of the unlucky sailor who died tragically, she added,
Wow, long live the queen.
The sailors shouted excitedly. Dragonstone Island, Stone Drum Tower, Hall. When we rushed over, the ship had already been dismembered in the raging fire, so we thought that even if the deviant ghost wasn't killed, it would have been melted by the fire. Darion's voice was gentle and magnetic, and he simply recounted what happened that day. Yes, this handsome blonde youth was originally a trainee singer, but because he was caught having an affair with Count Rowan's daughter, he became a night watcher. In addition, it was the Count's daughter who took the initiative to find the singer. I didn't expect it to not die, and is still hiding on the Laurel Wind's rudder. The sea raven looked at the deviant ghost whose limbs were cut off, his expression uncertain. "Damn it, you didn't say that you were going to escort the deviant ghost to the old town." Kuhulu's face turned pale, and he was both shocked and angry. If they brought the deviant ghost all the way to the Summer Islands, to High Tree Town, to their own door, if the deviant ghost sneaked onto the deck in the middle of the night and into the captain's cabin, the black man shuddered, and he broke out in cold sweat again. "The deviant ghost went missing. Such a big commotion, and you didn't know?" Danny asked curiously. The whole city of Bravos was shaken, and countless Purple Robe Army members searched the streets and alleys, door to door, but they all said that they were looking for the illegitimate son of the Night Watcher's commander-in-chief, and that, at this point, Kuhulu suddenly stopped. They also said that the illegitimate son was born of Jon Snow and Queen Cersei. The black captain wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, and he was still scared. "Damn it, I almost spilled the beans. If I dared to spread rumors about the Dragon Queen, saying that the illegitimate son was hers, then fire witchcraft that could boil the sea. Let me ask you, are you scared?" Kuhulu was scared to death anyway. Danny didn't know about the rumors about her illegitimate son, and was only shocked by the strange imagination of the people of Bravos. Braun frowned and said, "Now it seems that the deviant ghost hidden in the box didn't die, and sank into the sea, and clung to the bottom of the Laurel Wind. Strange, don't deviants need to breathe?" "Deviants aren't humans. Of course they don't need to breathe," the old crab said. "I'm afraid it's not a coincidence." Danny's eyes flashed, and she asked Kuhulu, "How far is your Laurel Wind from the Night Watcher's port?" Kuhulu's expression changed again, and he said in fear, "We're both docked at the old clothes merchant's port, but my ship is in the commercial area, and the Night Watcher's ship is in the civilian area. There are hundreds of ships between the two, at least a kilometer away." "Damn it, the deviant ghost is targeting me? Why me?" the black man shouted in disbelief. "Maybe it's not you." Danny frowned. "It must have something to do with the Night Watcher." Then, the question was, why was it following the Night Watcher? What did the deviant ghost want? "What do you want?" Danny squatted in front of the deviant ghost and looked straight into its icy blue eyes. She was speaking in the ancient language. When she was at the Great Wall, she had asked Morona about the ancient language and then borrowed a bronze ancient language book from the mountain tribe. And the green prophet rune was related to the ancient language, and after half a year, she could speak a few words. The deviant ghost's eyes were cold, like a dead ice spring, without a trace of emotion. "I don't know if the Whip of Solitudes can deal with deviant ghosts," Danny muttered, and then asked in the ancient language, "The seashell on your body, are you using the seashell to hide your aura? Who are you hiding from?" "Sam?" The deviant didn't respond. "Hiding from the people or items around Sam." Still no response. "Hiding from me? Hiding from the sea monsters in the sea? Gods?" Danny was shocked, and the deviant's eyes twitched slightly. She guessed right. The deviant ghost was afraid of being noticed by the gods in the sea. "Inami?" Danny's expression became serious. The deviant ghost closed its eyes. "Huh. The great calamity is coming. All kinds of demons and monsters are starting to move. Dany stood up and returned to her throne, sighing in her mind. Your Majesty, the Night Watcher Sam has returned. A guard came in to report. Chapter 5:34. Fatty Sam had not changed much. His face was like a piece of white bread, and his brown leather armor wrapped around his body, like a cracked sausage. He was still as gluttonous as ever. When he was summoned into the hall by the guards to meet the queen, his mouth was still full of food. He chewed and swallowed as he ran in. Greetings, Your Majesty. His etiquette was very standard. Dragonstone Island was originally the land of the Targaryens, and there was a throne in the Stone Drum Tower since Aegon. A throne carved from stone. Dany sat on the throne and pointed at the deviant ghost under the royal stair. Sam, look at this thing. Do you recognize it? Fatty stepped forward and stared at the deviant ghost, his small eyes filled with disbelief. Deviant ghost? Is this a new deviant ghost caught by Your Majesty? You're really fast. No, this was found at the bottom of the Laurel Wind, the one you transported to Bravos. Dany told him what had happened, and Sam listened with his mouth open. Why? He was confused. Dany carefully looked at Fatty under the royal stair and asked, I also want to know why. What do you have that's worth the deviant ghost's attention? I don't know. Suddenly, Fatty's expression changed. Is it because of the Black Gate? What Black Gate? Old Crab asked curiously. I can't say. That's the secret of the Night Watchers. I can't tell anyone. Fatty shook his head, which made the others even more interested. Dany face-bombed and sighed. What other special things or people do you have with you? Other than the gold coins you gave to the Night Watchers and a few books about the night in Dark Castle, there's nothing else, Sam said thoughtfully. As for the people around me, other than Darion, there's only Gilly and her son. Gilly's son? Dany's heart skipped a beat. She said to the guards, bring Gilly and her son here. Gilly was outside the hall. She quickly walked in with her son in her left hand and a white porcelain plate in her right hand. Gilly, the plate in your hand. Dragon Queen's question stopped abruptly. I'm sorry, Your Majesty. I was too nervous and forgot to put the plate outside the door. Gilly was so anxious that her face turned red and she was at a loss. Don't panic. Let me ask you, did you get this plate from Laurelwind? Dany waved her hand and pointed at the empty plate with only a few slices of oyster left. The corner of her mouth twitched slightly. Your Majesty, it's me. The plate is mine. Fatty hurriedly walked to Gilly's side, took the plate, and placed it on the royal steps. Then, he took the child from the female barbarian's hands and reminded his lover in a low voice, quickly use the etiquette I taught you before and bow to the queen.
Oh.
Gilly lifted her skirt and made a very unladylike bow. When he went to the King's Landing to meet Count Tully at the Red Castle, Sam also brought the female savage and the child. Before meeting Count Tully, Sam had taught Gilly a few court etiquette. In addition to introducing the danger of deviant ghosts and the shamelessness of the City of Knowledge, Sam also told his father casually, although I'm a night watchman, and although the night watchman swore not to marry, I now have not only a savage girlfriend, but also an illegitimate child. Why don't you keep him and train him to be a knight? Sam could be considered the most cowardly, but also the bravest fatty in the Song of Ice and Fire. When he was cowardly, he was like dough that anyone could knead. When he was brave, he could be a deviant ghost, go against the Dragon Queen and Stannis, the Black Gate incident, argue with his father, steal the clan sword, and do anything. Count Tully was so enraged by his son's shameless behavior that he chased Fatty out with his longsword. That was why Fatty came back so early. Therefore, Fatty was hungry. Sigh. When I saw my father at the King's Landing, he was too angry. If I hadn't announced that I was on a mission to deliver a message to the City of Knowledge and hire scholars to go to the Great Wall, he probably would have killed me. Naturally, my father didn't ask me to stay for lunch, so I was very hungry. When I returned to the dock, I saw that there was no one on the deck of the Laurel Wind. I curiously went up to check and found a plate of seashells. It was even Captain Kuhulu's barbarian sauce. I heard that son of heaven Bo how liked to eat it. I was lucky enough to be served by the captain twice, and it was indeed unique. I couldn't help but take the plate away. Thaddeus' eyes were careful and apologetic. He turned to the black captain and asked, "Captain, you said that the sauce can't be left for too long, and it will go bad after a long time. That's why I ate your oysters. Is there a problem?" "No, no." Kuhulu opened his mouth and said with difficulty. Danny looked at the red sauce on the fatty's lips and gulped. "Does it taste good?" she asked. "It's delicious, full of juice, and has a special kind of coldness. The meat is also very chewy. After swallowing it, a fire rises in the stomach. It's the best," Fatty said with a face full of intoxication. "Ugh." The old crab's face was pale, and he covered his mouth to vomit. Braun looked at Fatty in horror, as if he was looking at a man-eating demon. Ko Jia stuttered. "Sam, what you eat?" Danny waved her hand and interrupted her. "Forget it, he doesn't need to avoid food anymore. He can eat whatever he wants." She saw that the female barbarian's lips were clean and asked curiously, "Has Jilly eaten?" Fatty was confused by everyone's reaction and said casually, "She doesn't feel well, so she doesn't want to eat." "Doesn't feel well?" Sigh. "I wanted to ask father to take in the child and Jilly, but he was so angry that he pulled out his sword and wanted to kill the mother and son. He also scolded them very badly." Fatty said dejectedly, "This child isn't yours." Danny said, "I love Jilly, and I'm willing to be the child's father. If possible, I hope that he can inherit my family name and legacy. My mother also left a manor for me. The child can become a productive knight in the future." Fatty said with a face full of determination. "Sam." The female barbarian's eyes were filled with tears. Sam's parents were not ordinary people. His father was a famous general, the 3rd Duke of River Bend, and the minister of King's Landing. His mother was also the eldest daughter of the 10,000 years old Fox Florence family. Yes, it was the Florence family whose bright water city was occupied by Tyrell. As the eldest daughter of a noble family, Sam's mother naturally wouldn't marry into the Tully family empty-handed. Speaking of which, Erlu, who married Silas Florence, was also Fatty Sam's uncle. Fatty and Mormont's wife, Linus, were also cousins. This was related to Mormont again. The relationship between nobles in Westeros was so complicated. "Sam, are you sure?" "How about I give the child the surname Tully in the name of the queen?" Danny said with a strange expression. "That's great," Sam said happily. "Don't." Jilly's expression changed a few times, but as if she couldn't bear some kind of pressure, she broke down and cried. "What's wrong, Jilly?" Fatty asked worriedly. "The child is not mine. This is Mansred's battlefield birth. It's the Prince of Savages." Jilly cried. "What?" Even Danny was shocked, let alone Fatty. The commander was worried that the king of Blazing Red Heart would burn the little prince. "The little prince has the king's blood in his body, so he swapped my son with the Prince of Savages." Sob, sob, sob. "John, how could he?" Fatty said angrily. "He said that for the sake of the big picture, when the Red Witch burns my child, he will tell the king the truth." Sigh. Fatty stomped his feet and sighed. With his intelligence, he easily guessed John's thoughts and knew that his plan would probably work. King Stannis was impartial and wouldn't kill a savage child out of anger. Could it be? Danny left the throne again and came to the deviant ghost, who was staring at the baby in Sam's arms. "You're doing this for the king of Savages, child?" "The king's blood has a special effect on deviant ghosts?" Danny asked in surprise. The deviant ghost glanced at her coldly and closed its eyes again. Finally, it lied to her once. The deviant ghost, whose heart was as cold as ice, couldn't help but feel proud. "The child will stay on Dragonstone Island. In my territory, no one can touch him." Danny made her decision. "I still want to go to the City of Knowledge with Sam," Jilly said weakly. "You still want to go to the City of Knowledge?" Danny frowned and looked at Fatty. Luckily, I caught the deviant ghost, so I have to let the scholars know. Sam pointed at the deviant ghost. The City of Knowledge has already been disbanded by the Queen, so it doesn't matter if they know or not. The City of Knowledge's reputation in the Seven Kingdoms is embarrassing, so it's better not to go. The old crab mumbled. The nobles of the Seven Kingdoms always have scholars beside them. The scholars control all the crows' nests and information exchange, so they have some say. Also, the Great Wall needs scholars, so every castle needs a scholar to manage the crow's nest. This time, I have a very important mission in the old town, and that is to bring a group of scholars back to the north. Sam said helplessly. Okay. Danny nodded. I'll create a magic sealing treasure chest for you later. After receiving Kuei-shi's reminder, Danny tested out the Brandon Sealing Magic Circle. It could indeed defend against magic power and was especially effective in suppressing evil forces. If the sealing magic circle was left in the castle's foundation and walls, the wizards outside the castle would not be able to use evil witchcraft to attack the castle owner. Just like in the Storm's End castle, even the powerful red-robed woman had to rely on Davos to sneak her into the castle before she could use her blood witchcraft. This child. Fatty looked at the baby in his arms with a bored expression and asked. Although he was willing to be the one to take over the baby, he had to take over the territory of the first ghost father, Caistel, and Caistel's beautiful daughter as compensation. He had to take care of Mansfred's son for Mansred. Count Bronn Blackwater's wife, Loris, also has a son. She can temporarily take in the Savage Prince. Danny looked at Bronn and said. Bronn felt as if he had eaten a piece of shit-flavored chocolate. He was happy that the Dragon Queen trusted him, and the child's identity was enough to enter his house. However, Loris' child was not his, and this child was not. Could it be that he, Bronn, was born to raise someone else's son? Your Majesty, don't worry. According to the traditions of the Westeros, I'll take this child as my foster son. Count Bronn's face was full of joy.
Okay.
Danny nodded. After Danny announced the end of the meeting, everyone left. Marwyn brought an oak chest and a few large pieces of dragon crystals. Danny was in the hall. She melted the dragon crystals and embedded them in the wooden chest to create a powerful sealing magic circle. Dragon Queen was busy. Sam, who was waiting by the side, suddenly licked his lips. He pointed at a large pile of seashells on the royal stairs and said, Your Majesty, there's a pile of oysters and clams here. They'll go bad if you don't eat them. Danny tilted her head and glanced at the seashells. They were cleaned from the other ghosts' bodies. Eat them if you want. Her tone was like a doctor telling the family of a dying patient that the old man did not have many days left to live. Buy him whatever he wanted to eat, and there was no need to avoid certain foods. Chapter 535. Danny spent half an hour to create an evil-suppressing treasure chest for Sam and locked the half-dead deviant ghost inside. She toasted a few more times at the banquet, chatted with Kohalu and the others for a while, then went to the blacksmith to discuss how to improve the dragon crystal weapon. When she went to the harbor to hunt deviant ghosts this afternoon, Danny suddenly found a big problem. The guards had dragon crystal daggers, short swords, arrows, and spears with wooden handles and dragon crystal heads, but they didn't have any heavy weapons that could be used to attack fiercely and deal great damage, enough to fight deviant ghosts head-on. For example, broadswords and two-handed heavy swords. Spears were originally considered a hard dish, but the spear's damage was only at the tip of the spear, which meant that it could only stab, and the tip of the spear could easily break. Thus, the efficiency of killing enemies was much lower. Danny first thought, could she make a spiked mace with dragon crystal spikes? Then she had a flash of inspiration, and a more suitable weapon appeared in her mind. Marcoite. Marcoite was a type of sawtooth knife, invented by the Aztecs in America. Using a wooden paddle as the body of the knife, a row of hard and brittle obsidian crystals were embedded in the blade. Actually, obsidian was volcanic rock, and in this fantasy world, it was the dragon crystal. It could be said that, with the dragon crystal, Danny could almost perfectly replicate Marcoite. And this weapon was enough to be a hard dish, even in human wars, stronger and bloodier than many machetes. With one slash, it was common to cut off a person's head or a horse's head. Danny forged 30 sharp, dragon crystal tiger teeth on the spot and embedded them in the 1-meter-long wooden stick, then with a powerful swing, cut off a peach tree as thick as a wrist. The dragon crystal did not break. From now on, I'll use, Danny thought for a moment. She definitely couldn't use the transliterated name Marquawheat anymore. She could not give it a name. Otherwise, after other people used this weapon, they might excitedly name it Danny's Teeth, Dragon Queen's Paddle, Queen's Broadsword, and other embarrassing names. This weapon will be called Dragon Tooth. I got the idea after observing the great guardian of light-eating prey. Danny shamelessly claimed the right to invent the weapon. From now on, we will use the dragon tooth as our main weapon, paired with a dagger, and give up on short swords and spears. Yes, the dragon fang's teeth could be embedded into the end of a wooden pole to make a spear. He could even use the spikes of the dragon teeth to make crossbow arrows. Standardized work. All the dragon teeth were forged into the same Mitsubishi thorn shape. Daggers and arrowheads were also standardized, which would speed up the forging process. We only need to forge the trident, dagger, and arrowhead. As for the wooden sabers, wooden handles, and arrow shafts, we'll leave them to the night watchman. There are so many iron trees, oak trees, and weirwood beyond the Great Wall. It's much more convenient than on Dragonstone Island. Bronn waved the dragon-tooth dagger forged by the queen a few times and reminded, "Your Majesty, the dragon-tooth dagger is different from swords and knives. Since you have invented a new weapon, you should have a matching dagger technique to make full use of the weapon." Danny looked at the mercenary count in surprise and praised his cleverness. "Very well, I'll leave this matter to you. You can communicate with the night watchman of the Great Wall and create a new sword technique together." "Yes, Your Majesty," Bronn promised happily. Before Danny left, the old crab stopped her and said seriously, "Your Majesty, after seeing the deviant ghosts, I have a different opinion about your disaster relief in Hajin County."
What?
"Are you afraid that there won't be enough food?" Danny raised her eyebrows. Dragonstone Island has 100,000 tons of food, but Dragonstone Island, Crab Island, and Tidehead Island have less than 5,000 households. It's enough for 20 years. Besides, Tidehead Island and Crab Island already have food. We still have money and can continue to buy food. The old crab waved his hand.
Then why?
Danny asked curiously. "We have to prepare for the worst. A deviant ghost can freeze the sea. If you weren't here, we wouldn't have been able to catch it. So, I'm worried that the Great Wall won't be able to hold," the old crab said seriously. Don't worry, the Great Wall won't collapse. There's an exorcism circle under the Great Wall. The deviant ghosts won't be able to come over," Danny comforted with a smile. "What if the deviant ghosts swim? Or they freeze the bay and go around the Great Wall?" The old crab said seriously. "Deviant Ghost King can't be so shameless, right? That's too wretched." Danny's tone was uncertain. Wasn't there a wretched deviant ghost hiding on the rudder this afternoon? "Of course, I hope that the Great Wall can stop the deviant ghosts, but it's never wrong to prepare for the worst," the old crab insisted. "Count, you're right." Danny nodded, the nonchalance on her face disappearing. Her family's assets were all in Slaves Bay, and she had been thinking about the alliance recently. She was too relaxed about the deviant ghosts and was too optimistic. "What do you think?" she asked seriously. "Stabilize the first line of defense, build the second and third lines of defense. Without a doubt, the Great Wall is the first line of defense, and also the most important one. After today, I'll personally write to the lords and ask them to arrange for knights and soldiers to come to Dragonstone Island with the dragon crystal weapons to be transported to Eastwatch. The Great Wall must be defended with all its might." The old crab said seriously. "Didn't I make the same call before?"
Danny said.
"It's different this time. Scholar Pylus, Bronn, Cthulhu, and 2,000 to 3,000 people have seen deviant ghosts. I'll also invite the lords nearby to come to Dragonstone Island to see deviant ghosts before Sam leaves." Danny reminded him, Take it easy. Don't break my demon suppression treasure chest. Yes, I'll be careful. The second line of defense is at the neck. Both sides of the neck are natural strongholds. It'll be a pity to give it up. The third line of defense is the defense of the kingdoms after the deviant ghosts break through to Hejian. Hejian and Hejian are flat lands. There's no way to defend them, so we can only give it up. The mountains in the west are everywhere. Casterly Rock City was originally built by digging out the mountains. It can be considered a defensive stronghold. The old crab paid attention to Dragon Queen's expression and said carefully. Danny guessed his worries and laughed. Count Sadega, I only know your magnanimity today. Very good. In front of deviant ghosts, personal grudges should be put aside. Yes, let's put it aside for now. If I want to take revenge, I'll defeat them in a dignified manner after all the disasters are over. Then I'll convene a meeting and judge them in front of all the lords. Your Majesty is wise. The old crab was touched like never before. He was old and had been a wily old fox all his life, but now his eyes were wet. To be honest, he didn't have much self-awareness. He only wanted to protect his family in the long night. But the deviant ghost's brutality was like a bucket of cold water that woke him up. If the long night was not ended and the world was frozen, how could Sadega be protected? More importantly, the old count suddenly confirmed one thing. Dragon Queen was the main pillar of the long night. She was a savior who didn't need the title of savior. If Danny Rise, who had 5 megalosaurus, hundreds of thousands of soldiers, god-level magic power, 18 tons of steel, and the reappearance of Valeglia's magic network couldn't save the world, then if there were other saviors, they would be stronger than her. But in today's world, who dared to say that they were stronger than her? Obviously, the world depended on the Dragon Queen to save it. And he was the Dragon Queen's hand of the queen. At least Dragonstone Island was under his control. As the hand of the savior, the old crab suddenly had a sense of mission that, if I don't work hard, how can the world survive?
Continue.
Looking at the old crab who was moved to tears, Danny felt a little uncomfortable. Oh, Riverbend, Royal Territory, and Stormlands cannot be defended. Dorne has the Bone Path, and Arryn Valley has the Blood Gate. They are all natural barriers. But Riverbend, Royal Territory, and Stormlands cannot be abandoned. There are millions of people. The essence of Westeros is in these 4 kingdoms. So there is a need to build a third line of defense. The third line of defense is to find a dangerous place and build a man-made stronghold. Other places can be discussed later, but the Royal Territory is the foundation of Targaryen. You should try your best to protect the civilians and nobles. My idea is to build a third line of defense for the Royal Territory on Crabclaw Peninsula. Danny thought about the complicated terrain of Crabclaw Peninsula and nodded. You want to use the food from Riverbend as a reward to hire refugees to build fortifications on Crabclaw Peninsula, right? What does your Majesty think? The old crab asked expectantly. Where do you plan to build a defensive stronghold on Crabclaw Peninsula? Danny asked. Crypt Castle and Whisper Castle are located at the end of the peninsula, at the top of high cliffs. They are very close to Crab Island, Dragonstone Island, and Seagull Town in the valley. The Bren family of Crypt Castle and the Kleb family of Whisper Castle are both loyal to Targaryen. They both accompanied Prince Rhaegar in the final battle of Ruby Beach, and their families also fell during Robert's reign. It is a pity that Crypt Castle still has a master, but Whisper Castle is almost abandoned. I don't know if the Kleb family still has descendants. The old crab sighed. Then help them repair the castle. Danny sighed and said, Count, you will be in charge of this. After thinking for a while, Danny said, also, work with Marwyn and choose a few trustworthy alchemists from the batch of alchemists who are working on Tidehead Island. Teach them how to use glass candles to connect to magic networks. You plan to send them to different places and communicate with them every day? The old crab said excitedly, You are almost recreating the glory of the Valeglia period. Perhaps we can surpass Valeglia. Danny said with a faint smile. Midnight. Danny rode Blackie to the hill 10 kilometers north of Gatto. When she flew over the main road of Valeglia, where steel was made, Danny found it funny that torches and bonfires rose from the dark land like stars. They were all mercenaries, farmers, and merchants who came to look for the Dragon Queen's steel lumps. Tens of thousands of them spread across the plains and rivers for several kilometers. There were even bonfires under the hill where Cora and Clinton were hiding. 18 tons of steel. It was too attractive. What's going on? Danny landed on the peak of the steep mountain and was surprised to find that there were still piles of steel lumps. Cora and Clinton were guarding by the side, and even Greenie was lying on the ground sleeping. "Your Majesty, you are back." Cora and Clinton quickly got up to welcome her. Danny saw anxiety and doubt on their faces. "Your Majesty," Greenie stopped working after throwing down 10 iron lumps in the middle of the night. No matter how we tried to persuade him, he wouldn't listen. Cora complained. "Greenie, what's going on?" Danny asked in surprise. Could it be that his rebellious period had arrived? It shouldn't be. He was only 3 years old. Even if he wanted to rebel, would he dare to go against Brother Black Dragon's orders? Squeak! Greenie let out a low cry, his voice filled with grievance and fear. "Who did you meet?" Danny's expression changed as she asked seriously. Chapter 536. Squawk, Little Green growled. "There's a monster in the river? And it stole tile steel?" Danny's face was serious. Just like how people could not understand a dog's bark, but if they spent a lot of time with the dog, a bark might be able to let the owner know what it meant. Similarly, if the owner shouted in human language, the dog would be able to accurately carry out the owner's orders. Little Green was far more intelligent than a dog. When Little Green was young, Danny had talked to its dragon spirit many times. The relationship between the dragon and the human was far more intimate than that between a dog and its owner. So, they could have limited spoken communication, but in fact, most of it was sensing each other's mental waves. What monster could there be in the river? In the past, Little Green was the overlord of the Slaver's Bay. It burned a whale when it was only a few months old, and now even the overlord squid has become its food. Jorah Mormont was puzzled. What monster in the Lone River can scare the Megalosaurus? Danny asked Clinton. The reason why Clinton was called over was because he had lived in seclusion in the Little Lone River for 10 years. He was familiar with the terrain, people, and customs of this area. Is the legend of Loina true? Clinton was a little surprised and said uncertainly, "Maybe Little Green met a giant turtle." Danny suddenly understood and asked, "You mean the Old Man of the River?" "Yes, the Old Man of the River. If the legend is true, the Old Man of the River is the god of the Lone River. Maybe the Megalosaurus would be afraid of him." Clinton said. The Loina fled to Dorne and became orphans of the Greenwater River. How could their god still be alive today? Jorah doubted. Clinton frowned and explained, just like the Undulls have many kings, the Loina are also many kingdoms of the same race. Nymeria, who led her people to Dorne, was only one of the queens. Along the Lone River, in the ruins of the once great city, there are many Loina strongholds. "Have you seen the Old Man of the River?" Danny asked. "Yes, just half a year ago. A giant turtle bigger than a ship." Speaking of this, Clinton's expression changed as he said in surprise, "At that time, we were passing by Nassau Star City at the junction of the Upper Rhone River and Naen River, which is only 500 kilometers away from here. The upper reaches of the Lone River were divided into 3 branches, from west to east: the Upper Lone River that fed the Andros Hills, the Nan River that passed through the Novos Mountains, and the Kien River that originated in the Kulls Forest. Among them, the Upper Lorne River had a tributary called the Little Lorne River, which passed through the Velvet Mountains. Previously, Clinton had taken little Aegon with him to make a living between the Little Lone River and the Upper Lone River. They spent their days on boats and had no fixed abode to avoid being discovered and tracked by the enemy. "Then let's go take a look." Danny was a little excited. "Your Majesty, don't be hasty." Clinton stopped her and tried to persuade her. "It's too dark and we're in the river. If there really are anomalies and the other party has the geographical advantage, we'll be at a disadvantage if we go there like this. Why don't we wait until the sky is bright tomorrow?" What about Slave Bay? According to the plan, we should go back tonight. Yora Mormont said with a frown. Danny pondered for a moment and said, let's go take a look first. If we ride a dragon and fly in the sky, we should be able to leave the other party's attack range. After all, when Little Green threw the iron ingot, it was only a few dozen meters above the river. As for the dark, we don't have to worry, I have magic. Without delay, Yora Mormont and John Clinton climbed onto Dahe's back. Danny changed to Little Green and flew to the Upper Lone River in only 10 minutes. It was a canyon with turbulent water. On the west bank was a steep mountain ridge that was 100 meters high, and on the east bank was a boundless birch forest. The megalosaurus swept past the mountain ridge, and the dark forest was startled by the cries of apes, birds, and lions. They found a place with a wide view at the top of the mountain, and the two dragons crushed several green pines and cypresses for the three people and two dragons to rest. The cold wind whistled from the north, blowing Danny's hair and Mormont's white cloak. Looking down, the river surface that reflected the faint light of the stars was like a ribbon on the dark land, charming and gentle all the way from the north. The dark plains on the east bank were like a skirt woven from birch trees, hanging below the belt. Little Green, go down and explore the way, Danny said as she closed her eyes and entered the state of wind song. In this state, in addition to listening to the information in the wind, there was also the effect of the false dragon spirit. The Green Prophet meditation technique helped her dragon spirit, Little White, and the authentic Green Prophet could control thousands of animal companions at the same time. Danny had never given up on studying how to use the Green Prophet meditation technique with Little Green, Little Gold, and the other dragon spirits. It was very awkward. She didn't know if something was missing, but not only she couldn't silently distort the will of others like the three-eyed crow, she also couldn't take the initiative to obtain information from the wind, and she couldn't communicate with Little Green and the other dragon spirits. Until one day, when she entered the state of wind song to meditate in her bedroom, she happened to hear the scene of Little Green bullying Little Gold in the garden on the top floor. Little Green used his head to push Little Gold, just like Matt Raisy pushing Zidane, and Little Gold fell to the ground. Mother Long certainly didn't want to see her children fight, so she anxiously shouted, "Little Green, are you itching for a beating? How dare you bully your little brother?" Little Green looked left and right with a surprised expression, and then let go of Little Gold, who was crying in pain. At that time, Danny understood that within a certain distance, within the effective range of wind song, about a few kilometers, she could use wind song to communicate with Little Green. Squeak! Little Green obediently jumped down and circled in the air, from north to south, 30 meters above the river surface. The 100-meter-wide river surface was calm, and nothing happened. When Little Green was about to fly back, Danny's consciousness entered the cold river surface and said in his ear, "Continue. This time, be more arrogant." Little Green blinked his eyes, very surprised by Mother Long's state. But he didn't delay and circled again, still from north to south, this time only 20 meters above the river surface. Not only that, he also screamed when he flew over a certain part of the river surface. This time, the river finally reacted. Boom splash! Suddenly, a thick pillar of water shot up from the riverside and hit Little Green's body like a jack. Actually, it was more like a water release, water dragon bullet technique. The scene was like an adult kicking an old hen's belly, and the hen was sent flying in circles in the sky. Little Green, in the most miserable state, land in the forest, next to us. Before Little Green struggled to fly, Danny immediately reminded him in the state of wind song. Boom crack crack crack, and so, Little Green fell diagonally into the birch forest on the east bank, breaking dozens of thick trees. Little Green lay dead, moan mournfully, and struggled to get up but fail repeatedly, just like when your wings and thighs were bitten off by the pterosaur. Danny continued to command remotely. Little Green was very talented. His its cry was sad, like an old hen whose head was placed on a chopping board. It staggered, got up several times, and fell down several times. Gurgle, gurgle. The river water seemed to be boiling, creating large splashes. Visible to the naked eye, the river level rose, drowning the weeds and bushes on the east bank, and quickly spreading upward. Gradually, the river rushed into the birch forest, and the turbid waves rolled toward Little Green. 7 gods above. What is in the river?
Clinton was stunned.
The old man in the river? Cora's pupils contracted, and his right hand unconsciously pressed on the hilt of his sword. Sir Clinton, wait here, Mormont, and I will go down, Dany said quickly as she climbed onto Blackie's back. Why is he not me? Clinton frowned. I have a tile steel sword and tile steel armor. I can deal with a demigod, Cora explained. Thinking that Barristan had followed the queen to fight against Balerion, the big bear was nervous and expectant. Queen, let me use your steel sword. You are the queen, so you can just wait here. I am good at swimming, so I don't need armor. As Clinton spoke, he took off his chainmail and sword belt. Dany thought about it. She still had a tile steel dagger, so she took it from her waist and handed it to him, saying, Be careful, without armor, your body is light, and it is easy to be swept away by the waves. Last time in Astapor, he melted a tile steel sword and was going to give it to Aegon, but he took out Blackfire. So, Tobu used the tile steel to forge 5 short daggers for the queen. The other 4 were going to be installed with keel grips, and at this time, they were still carefully sculpting. The one on Dany's waist was made with a fishbeam handle. After that, she left the sole coordinates on the arms of the 2 in turn, and then climbed onto the dragon's back, letting them pull the chain hanging from Blackie's legs and glide toward the river. His Little Green was still acting. In the face of the muddy river, he staggered into the depths of the dark forest to hide. At this time, he was 400 or 500 meters away from the river, and the river was gurgling 400 or 500 meters into the forest. That scene, it was as if the river here had burst a dam, but the river only overflowed upward and did not flow to the left and right. Blackie was like a hunter in the dark, quietly gliding in front of Little Green. Clinton and the big bear landed on the treetops and quickly climbed down to get close to Little Green. His Little Green suddenly raised his head and spat dragon flames at the surrounding birch trees. In an instant, the dark forest and the muddy yellow river were engulfed in the bright red light of the fire. Almost at the same time, Blackie swooped down to the shadow in the river behind Little Green, and his flesh wings made of clattering sound in the air. Boom! The glazed red dragon flames were like water, dissolving into the water.
Bum.
The muddy yellow water evaporated in the intense heat, and the steam even exploded when it met the dragon flames. The steam expanded rapidly under the dragon flames. The water splashed up dozens of meters high. The pool was originally a forest, and the water was not deep. The explosion pushed the surrounding water away, revealing the overgrown ground and the black shadow struggling fiercely on the ground. Hiss, 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 the black shadow was 15 meters long and as thick as a water tank. Its eyes were blood red, and its mouth was as big as the back door of a van. Its mouth was full of sharp teeth that gleamed with cold light, like jagged short swords inserted together. There was also a row of sharp bone spurs on its burnt and bleeding back. 7 levels of hell. Loach spirit, knife loach. With the help of the fire, Dany also saw the monster below clearly. It was a huge loach that looked like a catfish. In an instant, she had goosebumps all over her body, and her heart was filled with disgust. The whole process took a long time to describe, but in fact, it only happened in 2 breaths. Under Dany's fire control technique, Blackie began to spit dragon flames from 50 meters away. At this time, the river water exploded, and he swooped down, like an eagle catching a snake, and his dragon claws pierced into the loach's flesh. The terrifying diving force made the dragon claws like steel swords, tearing large pieces of flesh. Blood splattered, and the loach wailed hysterically. Blackie's body also fell to the mud uncontrollably.
Boom.
Something strange happened again. The river suddenly surged, and the water burst out of the dam like a waterfall, creating a 20-meter tall wave. Like a chicken covered with a quilt, it covered Dahe and Danny, who was on its back. Chapter 5:37. Hee, do you think this river god doesn't know that you have two dragons? You want to use the green dragon as bait, but don't you know that I'm also playing along? The flood was like a towering city wall, pouring down on Danny and Dahe. An evil and proud old man's voice came from the waves. Well, this move was a bit like the water release, great waterfall technique. Crack.
Boom.
Dahe only glanced at the approaching giant wave, then calmly and quickly lowered its head. It bit down on the head of the struggling loach under its claws and sank its teeth into the bone. Dragon flames erupted, and in an instant, the meat juice flowed out. The skull became soft, and the smell of burnt meat spread out. Rumble, the flood was like an army of 10,000 horses, rolling over and drowning Dahe and Danny's figures. The branches, leaves, and trunks of the white birch trees were also broken. Your Majesty! Hiss! In the distance, Little Green, Big Bear, and Old Face were all worried and frightened. But they didn't have time to care about the Dragon Queen. Although the flood had been blocked by Dahe and the forest, and had become flat, it was still 7 or 8 meters high when it rushed dozens of meters away. Boom! At this moment, the river water that drowned the black dragon suddenly turned red, as if 3,000 what electric lamps were lit at the bottom of the water. Then, an intense air explosion occurred, making a loud noise like a landslide or a tsunami. The glazed red dragon flames mixed with a large amount of white water vapor and turbid water splashes, blooming like a flower. In the center was Dahe, whose whole body seemed to be covered with a red dragon flame golden bell. I know. This is a divine dragon. Impossible. He's only 3 years old. In the sky above the center of the explosion, the previously complacent old monster roared in horror. His body was as big as a house, but he was still uncontrollably blown dozens of meters high by the air explosion. Before the flood came, he crashed in front of Little Green and the two knights. It was almost like a pot lid was placed on Little Green's head. Boom, the river water that had lost the drive of the evil god's divine power, which was originally rolling like a galloping horse, was now like the great waterfall technique that had lost its chakra, instantly collapsing into a shapeless splash. The waves receded. Big Bear and Old Guy's faces were dripping with muddy water, but they didn't feel it at all. They just looked at the huge crab in front of them in shock. They were completely stupefied. That's right. The monster in the river that had caused the huge waves was not the giant tortoise or the blade loach, but a giant crab. It had a greenish-black crab shell that reflected a metallic luster, 8 legs that were like the sides of the Grim Reaper, and a pair of pincers that were thicker than pillars and looked like giant scissors. Just the 2 blood-red eyeballs alone were as big as basketballs. However, at this moment, the crab was in a rather miserable state. Its bubbling mouth was spewing out blue blood foam like a fountain. A quarter of the crab's shell and its left pincer were bright red, just like the steamed crabs they usually ate. How is this possible? I am the father god of the Lorne River. How dare you? How dare you, all of you must die. The crab let out a resentful sound of disbelief. In fact, it was a mental fluctuation. Big Bear and Old Awkward on the side heard it. This also reminded them. Without any hesitation, the two of them took a few quick steps in the knee-deep puddle and drew their swords at the same time.
Tisich.
They hit their targets at the same time. Clinton on the left stabbed the crab's glowing blood-red left eye. Like a roasted red iron sword stabbing into a rotten watermelon, red and black juice splattered all over the knight's head and face. Big Bear on the right roared and exerted strength in his arm. The 1-2-meter-long broadsword in his hand stabbed into the crab's mouth until it reached the hilt. A whoop, the crab demon let out a tragic wail. Its left claw stabbed at Clinton while its right claw clamped onto Cora's waist with lightning speed. Unfortunately, its left claw was already half-cooked by Blackie's dragon flames and couldn't move easily, allowing Clinton to dodge it nimbly. Its right claw was undamaged. Even though the crab demon was currently on its back, with its peak demigod strength, it could still clamp onto Korra accurately. It was as easy as the people of the Celestial Empire using chopsticks to clamp a prawn ball. Crack, crack, crack. A whoop, the steel plate armor let out the sound of the deck twisting and rivets snapping. Korra himself also had blood dripping from the corner of his mouth as he let out an extremely painful wail. Black Dragon's dragon flames exploding, the crab flipping over due to the explosion, the two knights assassinating, and Big Bear being clamped all happened in the short span of 1 or 2 breaths. Meanwhile, Little Green was on the side. Without any hesitation, it bit into the crab's eye socket.
Boom.
The dragon flames burned through the other eyeball like a flood, melting the teeth in the crab's mouth like a guillotine and roasting the crab's shell above its eyebrows. Even the steel sword that was stabbed into the crab's mouth was burned red. It hurts so much. The crab demon threw away the iron knight that it failed to clamp in half as it had expected and attacked Little Green's neck with its right pincer. Little Green's bucket-thick neck was like a pencil to the crab's pincer. If it really hit, Little Green would at least be half dead. However, the green dragon's reaction wasn't slow either. It just shrunk its neck and dodged the attack, while continuing to spew dragon flames from its mouth. At the same time, Clinton also lowered his body and crawled under Little Green's neck. He then approached the crab's right claw, the right claw's blind spot, and raised the clear sky's sword to chop the claw joint. Bam, bam, bam. Dark blood spurted out. The crab's 8 claws waved wildly like a mountain of knives, but it still couldn't scratch the knight. Job, Danny, and Big Black also rushed over. Halfway through, they used a double dragon spirit soul attack, and the crab's movements suddenly froze. Boom! Big Black spat out glazed red water dragon flames from 10 meters away. Danny and Little White were both at the first level of dragon spirit. In the short span of 2 breaths, they continuously gave the crab spirit 10 soul strikes. In between, they even tested the soul-extinguishing strike created by the Dragon Slayer Horn Rune 3 times, knocking the crab's spirit unconscious. She only stopped when her head started to hurt. Kill it while it's down. Danny continued to work hard. She used the fire control technique. Little Green was in front, and Big Black was behind. One golden red dragon flame and the other glazed red blacksmith's divine fire formed 2 pots, covering the crab demon inside. Gurgle, gurgle, the knee-deep sewage began to boil. Clinton supported Big Bear and hurriedly retreated. Crackle, crackle, the crab's 8 claws turned from black to red in the dragon flame. It even emitted a fragrant smell and the sound of oil bursting. Gurgle. Danny's throat moved. She swallowed her saliva. She was a little hungry. Mercy, Mother of Dragons, please have mercy. Suddenly, the cry of an old man came from the river far away. Spiritual voice transmission, strong divine power. Danny's expression froze. Just like when Big Black faced the crab demon that suddenly appeared, it would first bite the loach demon to death. Facing the unknown evil god coming from the river, she almost subconsciously controlled the dragon flame to rush into the crab demon's mouth along Korra's steel sword, burning its internal organs and head. Without a trace of sound, the crab demon died tragically under the soul attack. Not only that, she wanted to kill it. Spiritual bestowment had already been activated. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As if a hole had appeared in the sky, the river from the 9 heavens poured into the world. An unimaginably huge spiritual torrent rushed into Danny's sea of consciousness. Confirm that you can absorb it. Transfer it to. Danny hesitated for a moment. She looked at Little Green, who was looking at her eagerly, and then at Big Black, who was looking at her from the corner of its eye. Little Green, size up. Big Black is the main force of the Anus mutated ghosts. It's an attack machine, different from you, a safe bomber. Danny's mother was very biased and instilled the divine spiritual quality into Boss Long. Hiss, Little Green cried out pitifully. 2 egg yolk-sized teardrops almost fell. Mother's heart softened. She sighed and divided it into 9 and 1. Big Black had 9 and Little Green had 1. Hiss, the two teardrops were immediately retracted. Little Green cried out happily, its aura soaring to the sky. Have mercy, Mother of Dragons. The old man's voice was getting closer and closer. The sound of the river waves was getting louder and louder. Through the sound of the water splashing, Danny could infer that the newcomer must be a huge monster similar to the crab spirit. Damn it, this isn't a classical Xianxia world. Why are there demons? And there are so many of them. Danny cursed. She ordered Little Green to continue burning the dead crabs to extract their spiritual quality. But she rode Big Black and took off. They flew to the river and were 500 meters above the river surface. Big Black immediately spat out dragon flames. Danny controlled the dragon flames and twisted it into a huge fireball. The fireball expanded very quickly. When the figure of the demons downstream appeared in front of Danny, the bull-sized fireball had already turned into a small merry-go-round. The dragon flames were all driven by the terrifying blacksmith's divine power. It could be considered Danny's strongest power at the moment. She was confident that no demigod could take this move without suffering any damage. 7 levels of hell. What a huge turtle. This. Danny's eyes widened. Under the red light, a mountain-like figure appeared, the long-horned giant turtle. Its dark green shell was speckled with brown spots. The shell was covered with moss and various black mollusks. It was like a moving river island. Dragon Queen, I mean no harm. The giant turtle was also afraid of the sun-like fireball in the sky. It stopped a kilometer away. You're the old man in the river? Big Black roared with a thunderous voice. That's me. The giant turtle raised its head. Its 2 dark green eyes were shining like light bulbs. The voice coming from its throat was no weaker than Big Black's. It was loud and clear like a war cry. What do you want? Danny continued to ask through Big Black's mouth. I want to persuade you to be merciful and let the Crab King go, the giant turtle said. It's too late.
He's dead.
Danny raised her vigilance and was ready to fight. The giant turtle was stunned when it heard that. It said in disbelief, how could he die?
He sneak attacked me.
He deserves this retribution,
Danny said.
Suddenly, her heart skipped a beat. She remembered the mythical system of the Loina people. She said in surprise, you said he was the Crab King, the legendary ruler of the Lone River. The Crab King? The main deity in the Loina myths was naturally the mother of the Lone River. The first deity under the main deity was the Crab King, and after the Crab King was the old man in the river. According to the myths and legends, it was indeed the Crab King who ruled the underwater creatures of the Lone River. He was probably the god of the Lone River. Well, the mother of the Lone River was not the god of the Lone River. He was the Lone River itself. But the situation changed. Nobody knew when the old man in the river defeated the Crab King and usurped the position of the river god. He was the Crab King. He had just escaped from the seal. How could? The old man in the river could not believe it. He felt humiliated. He and the Crab King were demigods of the same level. If the Crab King died so easily, then thinking of that, he sighed and said, Dragon Queen, I mean you no harm. Since the Crab King is dead, I'll take my leave. After saying that, his mountain-like body slowly sank into the water. Danny saw this and guessed that the old man did not mean any harm. She quickly shouted, Friend, please wait. Chapter 538. Quick, quick, the sound is coming from that direction. Ah. Look, there's a sun in the sky. The Upper Rhone River was not an absolutely desolate place. It connected the Andalus Hills in the north and the Great Plains in the south. It also ran through the Straits of Bravos, making it a very important waterway. Not to mention, because of the Dragon Queen's hidden tile steel, there were a lot of people searching for treasures near Gidohi in the past 2 days. Therefore, the sound of the battle between the Megalosaurus and the crab spirit, the flames, and the flood attracted the attention of the mercenaries, sailors, and farmers within a radius of more than 10 miles. However, only the mercenaries who lived their lives with their lives on the line would dare to investigate. Just as the Dragon Queen made an appointment with the old man in the river, a group of more than 10 riders had passed through the birch forest and arrived at the edge of the battle scene. Ah, it's the Megalosaurus, the black dragon. It's the Dragon Queen. The mercenaries saw the figures under the light of the fire coming from the east bank downstream. They were a few hundred meters away from the river. It was the Dragon Queen and the black dragon. And the fireball that was the size of a small house was held up in the air by a slender arm. The mercenaries were horrified and pulled the reins in fear, not daring to move forward. Gods, there really was a flood here. Another mercenary noticed the wet mud under his feet. Look, mystic dragon above, the old man in the river. The mercenaries saw a huge turtle shell on the river surface. Old man in the river, please wait. Danny noticed the mercenaries, but she was in a hurry to keep Old Tortoise and did not have the time to care about them. It really is the old man in the river. The mercenaries looked at each other, feeling as if they had entered a mythical world. The mystic dragon was talking to the old man in the river. Roar. The giant turtle stopped diving, turned its head, and roared at the mercenaries on the causeway. It was like 10,000 cows were mooing at the same time. Danny understood that the old man in the river was willing to communicate with her, but he did not want to be watched by others.
Get lost.
Blackie roared at the mercenaries. At the same time, Danny turned her palm and threw the huge suns into the forest below. Buzz, 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 boom, walala. The mercenaries could only see bright red in front of their eyes. The ground was shaking slightly, and the scorching wind was whistling in their ears. The strong airflow almost blew them off their saddles. In front of them, the branches and leaves of the birch tree were visibly reduced to ashes in the flames, and the tree trunk also fell in all directions. Within a radius of 100 meters, it was a sea of fire. Within a radius of 200 meters, there was not a single birch tree standing upright. Within a radius of 400 meters, the scorching heat had also singed the mercenaries' hair.
Ah!
The mercenaries were terrified. They opened their mouths wide and howled as if they had lost consciousness. Like headless flies, they whipped their horses and scattered in all directions. There were even mercenaries who broke into the area where Little Green was burning the crabs. They saw ferocious fire-breathing green dragons, crab spirits that were roasted red, and the carcasses of blade loaches that were more than 10 meters long and as thick as water buckets. When ordinary mercenaries suddenly barged into the world of mythological spirits, they were scared out of their wits. Fortunately, he was still sitting on the saddle. The horse carried him and fled into the depths of the forest. When everyone was gone, Danny approached the old man in the river. She circled around and approached him from the shore. Then, she raised a bright white dragon fireball that was not the version of divine power. She lowered her altitude and landed on a rock on the riverbank that was more than 10 meters above the river. Dragon Queen, what do you want to talk about? The giant turtle hid most of its body in the river. It was also very cautious. Old man in the river, why do you think I can't kill the Crab King? Danny asked. After a long silence, the giant turtle sighed and said, because your dragon is only 3 years old, and the Crab King has lived for tens of thousands of years. This barely counts as a reason, Danny said reluctantly. The giant turtle shook its head and continued, the Crab King has listened to Mother's song of water. It shouldn't be killed by the dragon flames. Mother of the Rhone River has mastered the song of water? Danny was surprised. So the queen also knows the song of law. The giant turtle nodded thoughtfully and explained, the Crab King is Mother's most talented child, and also my elder brother. He inherited at least 30% of Mother's song of water. 2,000 years ago, when the people of Valeglia destroyed Ghetto, 100 megalosaurus burned hundreds of kilometers of the Rhone River and the Little Rhone River, but they could not kill him. So they used 2 Sphinx statues to seal him in Mother's subdivine realm. So that's what happened. Danny had a strange expression. Maybe the seal of Valeglia weakened his divine power. 300 years ago, when the centaurs removed one of the statues, the seal weakened by at least 30%. But he still could not escape until you melted the other Sphinx statue. You said that you are the child of Mother of the Rhone River. Are you like the celestial emperor born from the union of the Night Lion and the Maiden of Light? Danny asked again. No, the creatures of the Rhone River are all Mother's children. We were all born in the river and grew up in the river. If we are not Mother's children, what are we? The giant turtle said. That's true. Danny was enlightened. After a pause, she asked again. You said that the Crab King inherited 30% of Mother of the Rhone River's water song. Has Mother of the Rhone River fallen into a deep slumber? Mother is dead, the giant turtle said calmly. Danny was shocked, not only because of the fact that a true god had fallen, but also because of the giant turtle's calmness. Even true gods can fall? She asked a stupid question. Didn't the door god die too? Many true gods have died. The Maiden of Light, the Night Lion, the Fisher Queen, the Centaur god. A large group of true gods died in the long night. Who knows how many will die in this long night? When all the true gods die, perhaps our world will completely fall into the abyss. The giant turtle sighed. Why would a true god die in the long night? Danny was shocked. I'm not too sure. I can only tell you Mother's words. The true gods are rooted in the world, and their mission is to lift the world up. It seems that the true gods are responsible for building the world. But our world has been falling since the beginning of its creation. The so-called long night is just the surface of the world's disaster. The world falls from one energy level to another. It's like falling from the third floor to the second floor, and the true gods are the ones holding up the world. When the world falls, the first to fall to death is naturally the true gods themselves. Danny's expression changed a few times. The information revealed by the old man in the water was too rich and too terrifying. Now, she vaguely understood the truth of the world. How can you talk about the death of Mother Lone River so calmly? She asked after a while. Your mother has been dead for 17 years. Do you still feel sad now? Time can heal all wounds and make people numb to them. Also, the death of a god is different from that of a mortal, the giant turtle said with a complicated tone. You're not human. Danny complained in her heart. Her mood was no longer as depressed as before. She nodded in agreement and asked, What's the truth behind Yesor Ahai ending the long night? Dragon Queen, have you been to the land of eternal winter, the sea of sunset, the far east and Sosros? The giant turtle asked. No, I'm very busy now. When the slaves of the world are liberated and the long night is over, I'll ride Dragon One to explore the ends of those 4 places, Danny said with a smile. The giant turtle mumbled, There's no end to those places. What do you mean by no end? Danny was puzzled. In other words, if you fly north for a year, you'll still reach an unknown continent or sea, the giant turtle said. Danny smiled confidently and said, You're a turtle. You might not know how fast my megalosaurus is. From the westernmost Westeros to the easternmost Asia, it'll take at most 3 days and 3 nights. A year? Hee. That's enough for me to fly around this world dozens of times. Danny's so-called around the world naturally meant traveling around the equator. But to the giant turtle, it sounded like flying around the known world. So, it didn't refute her, and only sighed. One day, you'll understand when you try it yourself. I'm only saying this to tell you that the deviant ghosts come from the land of eternal winter in the far north and have never been completely wiped out. Yasuo Ahai only killed the deviant ghost king that went south into the known world and drove the remaining deviant ghosts back to the land of eternal winter. Humans have more than one king, and deviant ghosts have more than one as well. It's just that it's very difficult for deviant ghosts to give birth to a deviant ghost king. If you have the chance, you can ask the Green Prophet or the Son of the Forest. They're the most familiar with deviant ghosts. It seems that the appearance of deviant ghosts is related to them. Actually, think about it carefully. If deviant ghosts are all dead, is there a need to build the Great Wall? However, I can tell you for sure that killing the deviant ghost king won't bring light to the world. We have to summon a new sun. If we kill the deviant ghost king, the dark clouds in the sky will disperse and the sun will be revealed, right? This was Danny's scientific understanding of the long night. The long night was at most like nuclear winter. The sunlight would be blocked. Why would they need a new sun? Your Majesty, if you ask what happened back then, I can tell you. But if you want me to explain the reason, I can't. Old Tortoise said straightforwardly. Okay, continue. How was the long night ended? After killing the deviant ghost king, Yasuo Ahai asked Mother to bring the sun back as the savior of mankind. Mother couldn't refuse. This was her responsibility. But with Mother's power as a god, it was difficult to do so. So, she gave the Song of Water to us children and gathered the power of all the secondary gods in the entire Lone River god system to sing a song. Finally, summer came again. What about Lalo? What about the other gods? Why didn't they stand up? Danny was puzzled. Justice alone is enough to bring back summer. Why bother another person when one person can finish the job? Besides, the other person also has other tasks. Why was Valeglia destroyed? Danny changed the question. They burned the brilliant lone civilization and killed Mother. Don't they deserve retribution? The giant tortoise lost its peaceful and calm. Its face was ferocious and its voice was ghostly. Of course they deserve retribution. The question is, who gave them retribution? Other than a true god, who else could it be? The giant tortoise howled.
Ah.
Danny choked, but the mystery in her heart was solved. The next moment, a new question arose. Why did a true god destroy Valeglia? It definitely wasn't to avenge Lone's mother. Seeing Old Tortoise so irritable, Danny didn't dare to ask any more questions related to Valeglia. If this thing dived and ran away, who would answer the many questions in her mind? For example, where's my tile steel? I don't know, but I can go to the bottom of the river to help you look for it. Why did the Crab King steal my tile steel? Danny asked curiously. That kind of treasure dropped in front of your own door. Whoever doesn't pick it up would be a fool. Old Tortoise complained. What can a crab do with tile steel? Forge armor with it? Keep it, give it to a human to melt, or trade it with other demigods. In short, tile steel is very valuable to demigods, Old Tortoise said. That demigod knife Loach is very weak. Was it also sealed by the statue? Danny asked expectantly. Knife Loaches were much weaker than the immortal ones like Queers, but they were still demigods. If there was a Loach, why couldn't there be an eel, a clam, a snail, a carp, a blackfish if there were dozens or hundreds of creatures in the Lone River, and each race had a demigod? Danny was almost drooling. Chapter 539. What are you trying to do? Old Tortoise asked cautiously. I am the human emperor, the emperor of all humans in this world. I shall ensure the safety of the people. The Crab King, Loach, and other evildoers are greedy beyond measure, devouring humans and souls. The human emperor shall rid the world of evil and bring justice to all living beings. Dragon Queen stood on the back of the black dragon. Her small face seemed to be shining with a holy light. Her beautiful purple eyes did not have any of their usual charm, only determination and fearlessness. Old Tortoise did not know that there was such a divine skill as spiritual bestowment in this world, nor did he know that killing evil gods would be so beneficial to the Dragon Queen. Your Majesty, you worry too much. With me in charge of the Rhone River, no evil god would dare harm the living beings along the river, he stammered. Sigh, what are you saying? Danny shook her head and sighed. Loach and Crab King were being unreasonable earlier. Why didn't you come out? Instead, when I was about to vanquish the evil, you came to stop me. Even if I believe that you would not be in cahoots with the evil gods, you two share the same mother, so it is inevitable that you would have feelings for each other. Why don't you tell me where those unfilial evil gods who ruined Mother Roan's image are, and I will help Mother Roan clean them up? Although Old Tortoise had a dark green tortoise face like the bark of a withered tree, he could not help but blush. Crab King is different. For tens of thousands of years, he was the king of the Rhone River. It was only in the recent 10,000 years that I took the authority to manage the living beings in the Rhone River from him. So, he was a little disobedient. Mother's other secondary gods, however, respected me and obeyed my orders. If Crab King is the eldest son, then I am Mother's second son, Old Tortoise explained awkwardly. Danny's eyes lit up. Old Tortoise's words meant there were indeed many demigods in the Rhone River. Now that the questions were answered, should she get rid of Old Tortoise as soon as he had outlived his usefulness? However, the old man of the river had always been the auspicious sign of the Rhone River. He never accepted any blood sacrifices, nor did he cause any harm to others. He was a rare, kind god. Old Tortoise felt an inexplicable chill in his heart, and for some reason, he revealed another secret. Dragon Queen, I advised you not to kill the Crab King not only because of our tens of thousands of years of friendship, but also because of you. Killing the Crab King will do you more harm than good. Why? Danny suppressed her surging thoughts and asked curiously. Dragon Queen, you are also a magician. Have you noticed that the king's blood has a special power? That's true, Danny replied. Why is it that before he became king, he and his descendants didn't have any power in their bloodlines, and they were only crowned kings among mortals, but their bloodlines underwent a substantial change, or should I say, their bloodlines were deified, the old turtle asked again. Perhaps it's a change caused by the faith of the people. Do you know the reason? Danny frowned. I don't know. Old Tortoise shook his head and sighed. I don't know the reason, but because I've lived for a long time, I know some of the rules that have already been established. There is a special law in this world, and that law can bestow some mysterious power to those who are recognized by heaven, earth, and man. A king recognized by the people has the bloodline of the king. So, Queen, think about it. What does a god who saves the world have? Does he have great luck and merit? Danny asked in surprise. Luck, merit. Old Tortoise was stunned as he carefully pondered over these two words. The more he thought about it, the more shocked he was. He had thought about it for tens of thousands of years and still couldn't figure it out, but the Dragon Queen only heard a few words and came up with such a profound answer. Why is there such a huge difference between the comprehension of a human and a tortoise? And her strength, a little girl in her teens 10 years, is only enough for me to take a nap, killed the Crab King without any damage. Even if the Crab King was just released from prison, he should have at least 70 to 80% of my strength. Old Tortoise was upset. The law of the world had changed, and it had become friendlier to humans, a new species with a short lifespan. First, there were the 3 Balerian brothers of the Valeglia tribe, and now there was the Dragon Queen who appeared out of nowhere. The human race is really, Using the Dragon Queen's words, the human race has great luck. It's luck and merit. Old Tortoise sighed with mixed feelings and continued. The Crab King participated in the sun summoning ceremony 8,000 years ago. In theory, he has great merit to both heaven and earth, so he can't be killed easily. What will happen if he is killed? Danny asked. Old Tortoise hesitated again. You are also a queen. If someone kills your subject who has contributed to you, how will you react? Hee, old man in the river. You are very wise, and your thoughts are very interesting. However, karma is unpredictable in this world, and the strongest is king. There is no reward for good, and there is no punishment for evil. How many evil gods see humans as pigs and sheep, and they have contributed nothing to heaven and earth, but they still live happily for tens of thousands of years. How many good people are played by fate and treated as pawns by the gods? Danny was filled with emotions, and she no longer had any intention to kill Old Man in the river. It's not necessarily that there is no retribution, it's just that it's not time yet. Crab King and Loach King, aren't they a retribution? Old Tortoise said in a low voice. That's right. Danny nodded and laughed heartily. I am the retribution of all evil gods. Old Man in the river, tell me, among your brothers and sisters, how many will suffer retribution like Crab King? There was no way to continue this conversation. Old Tortoise wanted to dive into the water and slip away immediately. Your Majesty, after the Dragon King's calamity, Mother's lesser gods are all gone. No matter what, I will restrain the few remaining descendants. Old Tortoise's tone had a hint of pleading. There was nothing he could do. Even he and Crab King, the two leaders, one good and one evil, were no match for Dragon Queen. The remaining shrimp soldiers and crabs were even worse than Loach King, less than 1 out of 100. Dani was flabbergasted. She cursed loudly. Damn those Valyrians, they're too cruel. Old Tortoise heard that, and suddenly had a good impression of the queen. Previously, when he knew that the Dragon Queen was in Mataris and Balerion, he already had good intentions towards her. Otherwise, when she called for him, he would not have stayed at all, and would not have answered all her questions and explained so many ancient secrets to her. Old Tortoise's train of thought was not on the same channel as the Dragon Queen. Old Tortoise thought that the Dragon Queen took pity on the victims, but the Dragon Queen was cursing the predecessors for cutting down trees, and the descendants had nowhere to stay. A few hundred lesser gods. It should be enough for 5 dragons to ascend to the sky, right? Dani's tone and expression were not forced at all. She was very sincere, and it touched Old Tortoise. Your Majesty, what do you think about this? Recently, many treasure hunters have sneaked into the bottom of the river to look for your iron ingots. Why don't I help you transport them to Slaver's Bay as atonement for Crab King? Old Tortoise said kindly, You're just a freshwater tortoise. Can you go to the sea? Dani's mouth twitched. Old Tortoise said proudly, I've been to the Jade Sea in the Far East, the Sunset Sea in the West, the Summer Sea in the South, the Narrow Sea, and the Trembling Sea in the North. Don't tell me you've been hiding from Valeglia? Dani was suspicious. Old Tortoise had said before that Crab King was only the former king of the Rhone River, and Old Tortoise was the current king. However, Valeglia only sealed Crab King, and did not stew Old Tortoise. Old Tortoise was very embarrassed, and his old bark-like dark green tortoise face almost shrank into the water. Dragon Queen had guessed correctly. Old Tortoise's wandering was not because he loved traveling, but because he was hiding from the cruel Dragon King of Valeglia. It was not until 400 years ago, when Valeglia was destroyed by the cataclysm, that he returned home happily. However, Old Tortoise was not just afraid of death. He had a special mission. Sigh. If it wasn't for me secretly watching over her, would Nymeria be able to bring 10,000 broken ships through Valeglia's blockade on the Rhone River? Would she be able to cross the Summer Sea with its unpredictable weather, cross the Narrow Sea, and bring 200,000 loyans to Dorne? Old Tortoise said bitterly. Oh, after confirming that Old Tortoise was an experienced driver, Dani was still not assured. You said it yourself, anyone who sees the iron ingots will be tempted. If you take my iron ingots for yourself, with the way you hide from Valeglia, you can just hide in some deep bay and sleep for 80 to 80 years. How am I going to reason with you? Dragon Queen, how can I be such an untrustworthy person? Old Tortoise was very angry and roared like a bull, causing the surrounding water to ripple and the giant rock under Dahe's feet to shake slightly. This is a serious matter. I have to be careful. Dani's hair was flying in the airwaves caused by Old Tortoise's roar. Then forget it, just pretend that I didn't say anything. Old Tortoise said sullenly, and was about to sink into the river. Don't. How can you go back on your words? Dani quickly stopped him and said, Do you have any deposit? You can leave it with me. I'll return it to you when you transport the iron ingots to Slaver's Bay. I'm helping you, Old Tortoise emphasized angrily. Then help me to the end, so that I won't be worried. Although Dani was a little unreasonable, she had no choice. 18 tons of iron ingots was too precious. If Old Tortoise could not make her feel at ease, she might as well not mention helping in the first place. At most, she would take a little risk and arrange for Dahe to escort the 9 swamp dragons for a trip or 2. I swear in the name of the mother of the Rhone River, Old Tortoise said seriously. Dani's eyes flashed, and she nodded. That works too. Old Tortoise was good at swimming, and it only took 10 minutes to find the 10 ingots of iron ingots that the Crab King had hidden in the underground waterway. Old Tortoise was also awesome, and he did not let the two knights tie the iron ingots to his back. Instead, he opened his van-sized mouth and swallowed the 10 bucket-sized iron ingots into his stomach. When Dahe and Little White were transporting the other 61 iron ingots, Big Bear and Old Face worked together to pry open the Crab King's crab shell. The charred crab meat and crab innards were exposed. Danny found that the dragon flame had been burning for more than an hour, and the meat was charred, but the crab shell was still red and did not soften. She wanted to remove the crab shell to forge armor. Old Tortoise reluctantly carried the crab shell on his back, adding a red vest. After that, Old Tortoise swallowed another 50 iron ingots, and only then did he sink to the bottom of the river, with the shells stripped of the crab meat. Well, there were a total of 71 iron ingots, and Old Tortoise only took 60 of them. Of the remaining 11, 3 would be taken away by the 2 dragons tonight, and the other 8 would be hidden somewhere else. They were busy until dawn, when a hint of indigo appeared in the eastern sky, and the 3 humans and 2 dragons finally stopped working. Old Face then asked Danny, "Since you don't trust the old man in the river, why did you let him take away 60 iron ingots?" "Sir, what do you think of Old Tortoise? There's a saying among the natives, a dragon king without the turtle prime minister is like a king without a crown," Danny asked with a smile. Chapter 540. Thinking of tonight's experience, Clinton's expression changed a few times and said with a complicated tone, "It's my first time seeing a legendary god. I don't know how to evaluate the old man in the river, but he's better than the Crab King who wants to kill for money. When have you not seen a god?" Danny rolled her eyes and pointed to Dahe, who was eating crab meat. "Dahe is a demigod. From the first time you saw him, you've seen a legendary god." Is that so?" The old man was stunned and suddenly thought of the explosion caused by the black dragon flame that sent the Crab King flying dozens of meters, but he was still standing. "Your Majesty is right. I was blind and ignored the great guardian of light. So, the 7 gods are also real and far beyond ordinary gods?" Before Danny answered, the old man's expression suddenly became solemn and his tone became extremely pious. "I'm guilty. I was misled by the pagan mage and thought that the 7 gods were just 7 pieces of wood. I'm guilty. Your Majesty, you're the chief bishop. Please help me repent." Danny looked at the old man in front of her in a daze. Between his wrinkled eyebrows, the mark of the paladin lit up. It meant that he was qualified to contract a pterosaur. Did he suddenly have an epiphany? She hurriedly observed Clinton's line of faith with the black dragon spirit. Damn it, his faith increased from 2.0 to 20 points. Although it was not as terrifying as the White Knight Barristan's 50 points, it was more than most of her knights. "Okay, back in Astapor, I'll help you repent,"
She swallowed and said.
Helping him repent was to listen to his confession and finally forgive him on behalf of the 7 gods. It was a bit like Christianity, where believers who felt guilty would tell their experiences to the priest next to the screen in a phone booth and criticize themselves. After being interrupted by Clinton, the previous topic suddenly became boring. She did not keep him in suspense and said directly, "The old man in the river swore by the mother of the Rhone River. If he breaks his oath, he will not be able to stay in the Rhone River for thousands of miles. And he's a good god with strong abilities. I want to get him to join us. 60 pieces of steel. That's the chance to meet him next time. It's also the final test of his character. If he passes, I'll persuade him to participate in the liberation of slaves. Well, he can help me pull the boat." The idea of a giant turtle pulling a boat sounded very exciting. The old man in the river was the representative of auspiciousness. Letting the old turtle pull the boat was akin to a Chelan pulling a chariot. Even if she didn't need to act tough, there were still 5 dragons. Dahe would inherit the 7 gods' family business. As for the other 4 dragons, it was also possible for the Sea Dragon King to emerge. Which Dragon King didn't have a turtle prime minister? But will the old man in the river agree? Big Bear asked doubtfully. The Valeglia and Beleriand exterminated the Loina clan. Yes, the half-clan. He even killed Loina's mother and hundreds of secondary gods under him. Those were Old Tortoise's mother and brothers. Even if it was a personal grudge, Old Tortoise had been away from his home for more than 1,500 years. Did he not have any blood in his heart? I'm in the middle of a life-and-death battle with Beleriand. What reason does he have to refuse to join in? But you let him pull the boat. The Big Bear stammered. Of course I won't say to him, "Hey, come and be my tracker," Danny said grumpily. Screech, while they were talking, something strange happened again. Little Green, who was lying in the forest gnawing on crab bones, howled in pain without any warning. Then, it rolled on the ground like a madman, crushing the nearby birch trees until they snapped with a rustling sound. What's wrong? Is it food poisoning? Did you eat something bad? Danny was shocked. She hurriedly ran over to comfort him. However, Little Green seemed to have lost consciousness. He only cared about rolling, so she couldn't get close. Rolling on the ground didn't seem to relieve Little Green's pain. Covered in mud, he actually smashed his head on the ground, creating hollow thumps on the stones on the ground. Screech, smashing his head, still didn't stop the pain. Little Green started spitting dragon flames randomly. Fortunately, Danny used fire control to direct the fire in another direction. Otherwise, she would at most have blisters on her body. The two knights who rushed over might not have survived. Big Black, hold him down, Danny shouted. Hiss, Dahe jumped up like a goshawk pouncing on a chick. It suddenly rode on Little Green's back and bit its neck under the back of Little Green's head. Its wing claws pressed Little Green's wings to the ground. Little Green's eyes were wild. He kept howling, but he couldn't struggle anymore. Danny hurriedly walked forward and entered the dragon spirit state. She pulled Little White's soul into her body and pressed her palm between Little Green's eyebrows. Just like in the Bay of Sorrows, Yulun used the dragon binder to control Little Green. The old dragon's soul in the dragon binder entered Little Green's spiritual space and suppressed his soul. Danny's soul attack imitated the dragon binder. Although Little White wasn't as strong as the old half-god dragon, he wasn't much weaker than Danny, who was half a step away from becoming a half-god. This way, they could repeat the process of the dragon binder controlling the Megalosaurus. Danny and Little Green's heads shook at the same time. The second soul merged with Little White and rushed into Little Green's spiritual space. 7 gods above. What's going on? With great difficulty, she broke through Greenie's spiritual barrier. As soon as she entered the soul space of the giant dragon that was like a sea of lava, she was stunned by the scene in front of her eyes. Countless light green raindrops were floating in the air, almost covering the entire sea of consciousness. A green dragon covered in cuts and bruises was rampaging in the rain. This scene was like when Little Green's spiritual space was raining and time was suddenly paused. Only Little Green could move. However, every raindrop was like the most corrosive sulfuric acid. Wherever it touched Little Green's body, there would be a hole, but the raindrops didn't lose anything. This isn't spiritual energy or divinity. What is it? Danny carefully reached out her hand and touched the raindrops. Pop! The raindrops touched her fingertips and immediately bounced away like shy little tadpoles. Ugh, Danny's head also felt stuffy. It was as if someone hit her with a stick. I see. Danny's eyes lit up. Looking at the raindrops in the spiritual space, she was ecstatic. The raindrops didn't hit her head. However, at the moment when they touched her head, a huge amount of information entered her mind, causing her brain to shut down and hurt for a moment. And the information gave Danny a very familiar feeling. In the black gate of the Great Wall, when she touched the Song of Wind, she could also sense a lot of information. Watching Brandon break the branches and spend decades building the Great Wall, the whole process was even higher than 4K. How much information did she get? At this time, the information was not the past, but the analysis of the law of water. If the Song of Wind and the Song of Water were the same course, The door gods sang the song of wind to Danny. It was similar to teaching and learning. In the process of watching the construction of the Great Wall, he taught her how to sing the song of wind. The door god didn't teach her the knowledge of the course, but taught her how to learn by herself. At this time, there was no other mother of the Roans to teach her. There was no teacher, only teaching materials describing the Song of Water. Of course, the materials were dry and could only pass on ancient knowledge, the knowledge that the Crab King learned from the mother of the Roans. It was not a method, but a lot of knowledge of the law. Even Danny's head felt heavy when she received the knowledge of a raindrop. However, it was raining in Greenie's mind. No wonder he was almost driven crazy. Danny frowned and thought for a moment. Then she entered the state of the Song of Wind. In an instant, she found the 2 raindrops in the core. Yes, unlike the door god's only song of wind in the world of wind, there were 2 cores in the many raindrops in Greenie's mind. Danny only thought for a while and understood that the 2 cores of the Song of Water belonged to the Knife Loach and the Crab King respectively. Sure enough, when she grabbed a water droplet in each of her hands, countless raindrops gathered like swallows returning to their nest. It was as if the process of a fountain starting to spray water was replayed in a high-magnification slow-motion camera. In the end, 2 jelly-like green raindrops, one big and one small, condensed in Danny's hands. One was the size of a pigeon egg, and the other was the size of a soybean. Although they looked small, they were constantly transmitting a lot of information to Danny, who was holding them. Her head was about to explode. In fact, in the real world, after the Dragon Queen placed her right palm on Greenie's forehead, Greenie stopped struggling, and its frenzied eyes regained their clarity. On the other hand, Danny's beautiful face was covered with terrifying veins that looked like spiderwebs. Her capillaries burst. Her nostrils, the corners of her eyes, lips, and ears were bleeding. Her purple eyes, which used to be lively and charming, bulged like a ping-pong ball covered with red threads. She did not look like a human at all, but 90% like a ghost. Mortals were not qualified to control the Song of Law that belonged to the true gods. If Danny dared not return the Song of Wind to the door god at the Black Gate, she would have ended up 100 times worse than now.
Ah.
The 90% ghost-like Dragon Queen let out a ghost cry. She took a step back and her consciousness also left Greenie's mind. The whole process took a long time to describe, but it actually happened in an instant. In the eyes of the 2 knights, the Dragon Queen, who looked like a fairy at one moment, suddenly turned into a soul-seeking ghost in the next. Before they could exclaim, she howled and retreated. "Your Majesty," what Big Bear had just asked when his vision turned black and he fainted. At the same time, the fishes and shrimps in the nearby river also fainted. The living creatures in the forest had long been scared away by the dragon aura and the Crab King's momentum. The Dragon Queen opened her mouth and spat out 2 sparkling and translucent diamonds, one big and one small, shining with emerald light. They were far more brilliant than diamonds. They spun and emitted a supreme and oppressive aura. The upper Rhone River, which was dozens of meters away, even stopped flowing. The river water floated as if it had lost gravity and slowly flew to the forest by the shore. With the 2 crystals as the center, it spun in circles at the same speed as the crystals. This is the law that makes up the world. Danny's eyes were blurred, full of awe and desire. Hiss, in an instant, Blackie and her dragon spirit. Then she saw a heartbreaking scene. The 2 water songs were evaporating. She could only see the brilliant light with the naked eye. After the dragon spirit, with the help of Blackie's divine eye, she saw the water droplets emitting a green mist, as if water was evaporating into white steam. The size of the 2 crystals shrank visibly, which also proved that she was right. After leaving the space of consciousness, the Song of Wind was evaporating. Subconsciously, she used the bestowment spirit to retain the green light that was evaporating into the air. Of course, there was no reaction. Helpless, Danny opened her mouth and swallowed the 2 beans in one gulp into her space of consciousness. A whoop, Danny turned from a beauty to a fierce ghost again. Blackie, I can't take it anymore. Come and help me. Danny's soul shouted, but she did not rush to the dragon spirit. What should I do? I'm a little scared of it, the big black coward said. With a sudden inspiration, Danny thought of a place and quickly said, Open the channel of faith. Let's go to the pool of faith. The next moment, the void trembled. Blackie transformed into the seven gods. Danny and the dragon spirit entered the pool of faith that was nowhere to be found, a strange space full of the power of faith of the seven gods. It was like spitting out a hot chestnut.
Bah!
The two crystals floated in the milky, white sea of faith. Chapter 541. Danny breathed a sigh of relief. Just as she expected, after entering the pond of faith, the two water droplets, one big and one small, no longer dissipated. But compared to before, the two water droplets had shrunk by 1/10. This made Danny's heart ache. They were water songs. Even if they couldn't be used now, it was too wasteful for them to evaporate. Hey, Big Black. Her attention returned, and she suddenly found that Big Black, who was her dragon spirit, was somewhat unfamiliar. Big Black was still Big Black, but Big Black was no longer a hardworking blacksmith. His divinity and temperament had changed. At this time, his face was still so ferocious, like a demon dragon that slaughtered cities and ate people. But his eyes, the aura he exuded, were gentle like a loving mother that only existed in fantasy. Holy Mother. Big Black became the Holy Mother. You got another clergy? Danny was pleasantly surprised.
Yeah.
Big Black was also very happy. Then Danny's face changed, and she said angrily, You're stupid. I was hesitating between blacksmith and warrior before, but because I had to smelt steel, I had no choice but to choose blacksmith. But the second clergy, no matter what, should be warrior. How stupid are you to choose to become the Holy Mother before the final battle with the Alliance Army? Don't tell me you're still planning to impose benevolence and mercy on those slave traders? I don't know what's going on. You asked me to open the door of faith, and I became the Holy Mother in a hurry. Big Black's spiritual waves were full of grievances. Hey, you're really Walala. Danny was about to reprimand Big Black a few more times when she saw the two water droplets spinning gently, like a faucet, spraying out a clear spring. In just a moment, the gushing spring formed a small pool the size of a bathtub in the pond of faith. What's going on? Danny was confused. The next moment, she replaced Big Black and became the Holy Mother. She closed her eyes for a moment and said in surprise, The power of faith is decreasing. The water song and the power of faith combined to become divine power with water attributes. This is not ordinary pool water, but divine power. Then she frowned again. The pool water was not completely divine power. It had some material attributes and could be brought into the real world. It was as if the divine power had dissolved in clear water. With the will of the Virgin Mary, Danny separates the droplets of the water song from the power of faith, and the fountain stops abruptly. Let's test it after we return to Astapor. Shaking her head, she and Dahe withdrew from the pool of faith, and their souls returned to their respective bodies. Rumble. The river water was attracted by the water song, and because of the disappearance of the water song, it lost its momentum and turned into a 3-meter-long waterfall. It fell from the sky and knocked Danny down.
She was still fine.
The second soul had gone to the pond of faith, and the main soul was controlling the body. She could still take the initiative to avoid the sky-toppling water. But Big Bear and Old Awkward were miserable. The knight only glanced at the real body of Water Song before his soul could not withstand the pressure and incomprehensible information, and he fainted. At this time, after being washed by the waves, Danny couldn't even see their shadows. Even though the river was flowing back into the river, the water on the shore was too deep, reaching up to her chest. Blackie, get Mormont and Clinton out. Fortunately, before coming down, Danny gave each of the two knights a soul mark. Blackie could sense their position through the dragon's spirit state. The black dragon could swim. At this time, Like a black fish, it lowered its body and plunged into the river. The ripples were fiercely rippling. In a few breaths, the river water 30 meters away splashed. The black dragon stretched out its neck and picked up Clinton, who was covered in mud, in its mouth. He was not wearing armor and was washed a little far away. After a long struggle, the sky was bright, and the two knights slowly woke up. Old Awkward rubbed his right cheek that was scratched by the wild safflower and asked in confusion, "What happened just now?" Danny thought for a moment and explained, "When ordinary people look up at the summer noon sun, they will feel dizzy, their eyes will sting and tear, and even temporarily lose their sight. Everything they see is white. That's because the sunlight passes too many light spots to the human eye, and the light spots are too strong for the naked eye to bear. But Megalosaurus can stare at the sun for a whole day without any discomfort. Those two water droplets are beyond the knowledge of ordinary people. Just like the noon sun surpasses the vision of ordinary people, the water droplets also surpass the spiritual perception of ordinary people. In fact, I'm almost a demigod, but I can't bear it. So, your souls were oppressed and you fainted." "What are water droplets?" Big Bear squatted by the river, his iron boots half a foot deep in the wet mud. He wrung his wet white cloak and asked curiously. "Yes." Danny paused for a moment and turned around. She stepped on the mud and wet weeds and came to the riverside. She shouted at the calm river, "Old man of the river, why are you back?" "I had already swam to Godot, but I sensed the turbulence upstream. There seemed to be the breath of water song, so I came back to check." Old Tortoise did not show up, but only sent out spiritual waves from under the water. "Why didn't you come out?" Danny asked. "There are many people on the surrounding cliffs. It's dawn, and they're looking here with binoculars," Old Tortoise said. "You're the old man of the river. What are you afraid of? There was a flood, an explosion, and flames here. After a night of torment, even the blind and deaf would notice." But Danny did not care about the onlookers at all. If they wanted to see, then let them. The more they saw, the more they knew, the more they were in awe of her. Since she was already exposed, she might as well earn a wave of fame. "I'm afraid of being remembered. Other than the survivors of Loina who believe in me, I never show my face in front of outsiders," Old Tortoise said honestly. Danny's mouth twitched, but she did not say anything else. This world was so unfriendly to extraordinaires. Even a farmer's rake could knock a bloody hole in the head of this 10,000-year-old divine tortoise. "Dragon Queen, did you find water song from the Crab King?" Old Tortoise's tone was anxious and hopeful. "I don't know what happened, but my little green suddenly ate a drop of water when he was eating crab meat. He was rolling around in pain. I knew it was a treasure, but I couldn't bear it. It almost broke my skull, so I spat it out and caused a flood. After that thing disappeared." Other than storing the drop of water in the pool of faith, Danny did not tell any lies. She only blurred her personal secrets, such as the dragon spirit and the green prophet's second soul. Old Tortoise could sense the fluctuation of water song from dozens of kilometers away, which meant that even if he was not an expert in this field, he was still an expert. Sigh, what a pity, what a pity. Such a great opportunity, and it was wasted. I should have left later. I missed it, I missed it. Old Tortoise kept saying that it was a pity, but he did not doubt her words at all. Why did it turn out like this? Elder, please explain it to me in detail. Danny asked curiously. Old Tortoise did not refuse and slowly said, "At the beginning of the world's creation, all living things could hear the song of principles, but only a few holy spirits could become true gods who could master their own songs. If other holy spirits and non-holy spirits were not compatible, even if they heard the song of principles, they could not sing their own songs. Just like Mother, she was compatible with the song of water, but rejected the song of fire. Therefore, no matter what, the song of fire would not be condensed for her. Your green dragon was probably more compatible with the song of water, so the song of water that escaped from the Crab King's body was absorbed by him, but only true gods could possess the song of water. Sigh, what a pity, what a pity. The truth was almost the same as what Old Tortoise said. The Song of Water was in the core of the Crab King's and the Knife Loach's souls. In a strange state, it entered Danny's space of consciousness along with the divinity and spirituality. If the divinity and spirituality were water, then the Song of Water would be sugar dissolved in water. But sugar and water were not in the same dimension. The Song of Water existed in a higher dimension, so much so that Danny did not notice it at all. If Little Green had not absorbed all of sugar due to its compatibility with the Song of Water, it might have disappeared quietly. Danny frowned and thought for a moment, but she still could not figure it out. She only asked, "You said that only true gods could possess the Song of Water, but you and the Crab King are not true gods. The Song of Water belongs to Mother, and us secondary gods are equivalent to a part of Mother. Other than inheriting Mother's Song of Water, I am the same as your dragon, unable to possess the Song of Wind and Song of Fire," Old Tortoise said. "I heard that Balerion took Lalo's Song of Fire." "That guy is not a true god," Danny said. "I only said that mortals cannot possess a ready-made Song of Law, but I did not say that mortals cannot condense the Song of Law. The difference between the two is very big. People are different, and their understanding of things is different. The so-called Song of Law is fundamentally the feeling after listening to the Song of the World. Lalo and Balerion were the past and present owners of the Song of Fire respectively, but the Song of Fire they sang was different. The so-called taking of the Song of Fire did not mean that Balerion defeated Lalo and took the Song of Fire like a bandit robbing treasure. Instead, he relied on his talent that far exceeded Lalo's to condense a more perfect Song of Fire that belonged to Balerion. The world can only have one Song of Fire. The strong replace the weak, and the perfect Song of Fire replaces the incomplete one. When Balerion condenses a Song of Fire, Lalo's Song of Fire will be extinguished. The weak are prey to the strong, constant evolution. So there is such a rule in the world that forces true gods to constantly advance. Danny was shocked and confused after the realization. With such a progressive rule, why did this world degenerate into such a state? Shouldn't it be thriving and developing into a mythical world with super magic and super martial arts? However, she suddenly understood Dorgod's great kindness to her. She could not possess Dorgod's Song of Wind. He was helping her condense her own Song of Wind. This was simply, "Why is Dorgod so good to me?" Danny was a little confused. "Can you condense your own Song of Water now?"
Danny asked.
"Sigh, I want to, but I can't," Old Tortoise said bitterly. "Why? Only holy spirits can compose their own Song of the Laws after listening to the Song of the World. I'm only a half-holy spirit, or secondary holy spirit. Your Megalosaurus and Crab King are the same as me. They were born in the first era after the creation of the world. They are fake holy spirits with some holy spirit characteristics. According to Mother, holy spirits can see beyond the river surface and can see and feel the existence of the origin. Half-holy spirits can be close to the river surface and can vaguely see the scenery on both sides of the river, but it is blurry and unreal. Non-holy spirits are trapped at the bottom of the river and can never see the truth of the laws. It's not that non-holy spirits can't master the Song of the Laws, but it's too difficult to see the whole picture, Old Tortoise said. Danny was stunned for a moment. Being able to condense the Song of Wind meant that she was a holy spirit. It seemed quite easy. Then she thought of the sheep egg. That fellow was also a holy spirit. The cultivation advantages of a holy spirit were great. "So you're saying that my dragons will never be able to become true gods?" Danny frowned. This was like someone telling a mother that her son was too stupid. No matter how hard he worked, he would never be able to get into Tsinghua or Peking University. This was too much of a blow. "It can't be helped. I've lived for more than 100,000 years, and the Megalosaurus I've met is more than the loaches you've seen, but I've never seen a dragon become a true god. Mother said that the Father of creation is fair. We half-holy spirits are born strong, and it's easier for us to survive than normal creatures. But our comprehension," Old Tortoise sighed. Danny came to a realization. Was the door god strong? Its true form was just a tree. Compared to the megalosaurus, the giant tortoise, and the giant crab, it was weak. Was Mother Own strong? She was a river. Was that strong or weak? You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.